This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Morning, it's the final day of group stage action here on the sunny island of Malta. Who's going to join the two winners from Group A? It was the Masida Warriors and the Southern Crusaders in the final. Well, strap yourselves in because there's 5 games to find out. The action starts right here, right now. What a day of action we had in Group A yesterday. We had some big wins, we had a final over finish, and we had the golden ball. It was golden ball 76. So all the drama you could possibly imagine we had on the network yesterday, and we're hoping for the same in Group B today. I really love this format of the group stages. It's only 4 games each. That means there's 16 points up for grabs and every game is important. That's why I'm looking forward to those 5 games today, and the first 2 sides with a chance to put themselves in contention for the final are the Malta Super Kings and the Power Hitters. Before we talk a bit about the teams, let's go out to Tyrone Peters in the middle for the coin toss.
The Power Hitters to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. It's a head.
Yeah, we're going to ball first.
They're going to have a ball first.
Thanks, Tyrone. There you have it. The Power Hitters, they've won the toss and they're going to have a bowl. Well, it's Power Hitters by name, not exactly by nature in the first half of the group stages. They played 2, they lost 2, and they just really didn't get going with bat or ball. They're going to be hoping that players like Jaswinder Singh, he's got national team experience, Happy Singh, if they can fire and they can get that win, maybe, just maybe, they can keep themselves in contention for finals day. As for the Malta Super Kings, well, they've got the one big name, Varun Prasath. He's got thousands of runs on the networks. He's pretty handy with the ball as well. He just hasn't been able to manage to do it on the first day. But if he gets firing, maybe he can notch up another win for his side. They've won 1, they've lost 1, so they certainly need another win as well to keep their finals day hopes alive. Well, someone who's going to join me throughout the next couple of days, and I'm looking forward to sitting beside him, is Rico Fall. So Rico, the news from the coin toss is that the Power Hitters have won and they're going to have a bowl.
Thank you very much to Tina Goff, who's out in the beautiful sunshine here in Malta, the Malta International Cricket Ground. And what a day we have for you. Well, let's see if we can follow what Vinny had yesterday from HQ. Let's take a little look back at what we saw from Group B. Remember, this is Group B, looking to see which 2 teams go through to the final tomorrow. Sui United, well, look, we know that they were undefeated back in February, but they started with a loss against the Royal Strikers, only managing 103 on the board, and Royal Strikers knocking those off with 8 balls to go. It was Clinton Paul who was the player of the match with some great bowling, 2 for 8, so he's going to be once again pretty key to watch here. But will Squeezy's top order fire this time around here today? They did play back-to-back on day 2, and their second match, well, they posted a few more runs. You'll see that coming up on your screens now. 109 for 7. Jaspal Singh, the only man scoring some runs, 39 or 21. They needed every one of those because they held on to beat the Malta Super Kings by 22 runs. And Jaspal was the player of the match there. But Sui, yeah, the top order not clicking. All of those big guns, of course, Lala, Mohammed Kasim, Mohammed Amjad, just not doing the job at the moment. I'm sure they'll be fired up today, though. Power hitters, there was no power, unfortunately, for them with the bat. They just couldn't get going against the Royal Strikers. Josh Matthew with a fine performance of 2 for 5, picking up the player of the match in that one, a low-scoring one. Royal Strikers winning by 9 wickets, but failing to pick up the 4 points. And we feel that that could have been pretty important going into this last day of the group matches in Group B today. So the Strikers, though, at least they were in good form, making it 2 wins out of 2 for them. Then we saw the Malta Super Kings. They wanted to bounce back after their loss to Sui, and they did in a close match. 101 for 7 was what was posted by the Super Kings, again below par. And the Titans, they came close within 3 runs, and it was 10 overs defended off the last over which meant it would be a win for the Malta Super Kings. Next match, we would see the power hitters back in action. Again, this was a close one. Close and bizarre for those that remember the way this match finished. The power hitters 108 for 5. And MMA Titans, they just got there when they needed 4 off the last. They got the victory. And how crazy was that match? Remember, the ball thrown in from the field, hitting the side of the pitch, and then bouncing over the stumps and hitting the helmet. And those 5 runs made all the difference. 5 penalty runs, of course, were awarded to the Titans. So we should now have a look at how the standings look for Group B. That'll give you an idea why the matches today are so important. And Royal Strikers, of course, have got those 2 wins out of 2, so they were sitting pretty happy at the top of the standings. But of course, Sweetie and the other teams, they still got a bit of work to do. So Royal Strikers are on top with 7 points. Well, it should be coming up there. We're trying to get it up. There it is. Sweetie United, they've got 4 points, but so have the Titans, so have the Malta Super Kings. So everything to play for. And the power hitters, well, I suppose this match is key for them. If they can get a win here, they also will take themselves to 4 points, though they would have played that game more than the others. But if the other results go their way, who knows? I tell you what, though, if they picked up 4 points, that would certainly serve them really well. So good morning to everybody tuning in the chat. I hope you're all well. I've seen even a few lurkers in there this morning. I know Vinnie Sanders been in there. Hello to Rob Thompson, to Jules, to the ECN Supporters Club there in Australia as we get ready to go. And we wait for Rado, our visual time partner, to give us the heads up. The umpires are ready to get the action started today. But what a beautiful morning it is here. Nice and warm. I know a few people are saying they're having some lovely weather where they are at the moment. So it's good. We need the sunshine. Here we go. Ready to start. Here's the first ball. And Gurvinder Singh to bowl it. And it's a nice one. It's right into the body of the striker. This is Gopal Chaturvedi, who just fends that one off, really. And of course, I have to say, it's May Day today, so a lot of people are probably enjoying a nice day off. So I'm expecting to have quite a lively chat on the YouTube chat. So come on, if you don't normally get on there, send us a message, say hello, tell us where you're from, and tell us what you got planned for the day, as well as watching the cricket. This is another good delivery from Gurvinder, another dot ball. Yeah, so it is, of course, May Day, some May Day celebrations around the world. So May Day is a public holiday celebrated on the 1st of May in many different cultures around the world. It's a day for unity, togetherness and rebirth. A day for everyone to come together and celebrate it as we know how. And one way to celebrate is to watch some amazing cricket on the European Cricket Network. Here comes Govinda again. Gopal. Oh, well, this one's come out completely wrong, and it's going to go all the way down to the boundary. Well, I don't know what's happened here to Gopal after a couple of good deliveries. This one, you can see it just slip out of the hand. I mean, it's worth focusing that there is a little bit of dew around first thing in the morning. That will burn away very quickly, it's fair to say. But, yeah, that one just comes out completely wrong. There's going to be a free hit coming up. Well, spare a thought for the wicketkeeper there, because Yadav, that will go down as four byes, which he had no chance of stopping. So here's the free hit now. And that's hit pretty well in the air. It won't count. It doesn't get taken anyway. The fielder will eventually grab hold of it and get the ball back in. Power hitters, of course, it's a huge day for them today. Got to try and get a win here. They don't get a win here, that's it, they're done. So it's very important that they go well. Lovely rain here, says Rob Thompson. I don't know. I think for cricketers, there's no such thing as lovely rain, is there? No such thing as... I suppose, unless you're playing in a match and you need the rain. Comes Gurvinder. And into the pad, asking the question. I suspect it probably is going down the leg side, so not really entertained there by the umpire. Nice to hear the birds chirping away. There's right in the middle of spring here now, and of course this ground looks absolutely spectacular. Nice and lush and green. Short and straight to the fielder, who doesn't pick it up cleanly, and if he had done, then there might have been a chance perhaps for a run out. Fielder running in there doing the backing up. That was a Vivek Kamboj, ends up sliding all over the place. 8 on the board, considering that he just gave 5 away with that, the no ball that slipped out of his hand. It's not the worst of overs. Can he finish it off well? Can Govinda? Bowling out to Jay Gosalka, who batted well the last time we saw him. That's a good delivery. Nice bit of in-swing on that. Just have a look at this ball one more time. Just to watch the way that it came in. We've got a nice bit of movement on it. And that's encouraging for a bowler. So it really does swing in nicely. Well bowled, well played as well. It's the end of the first over. And 9 come from it. Rico Full here. And it's a great pleasure to have Tina Goff joining me in the commentary cage as we have a look at some of the stats of this tournament so far.
Morning, Rico. Happy May Day. I had the headset off a minute ago and I could hear the celebrations in the background as well. So clearly the Maltese don't mind a little party as well. And we've had a party here, haven't we, with the runs scored so far. We're going to tick over 3,000. I'm sure maybe in this game if we have a high enough scoring game. And yeah, look at that. So we've always been wondering what's about par here in Malta. And it's actually been maybe a slightly lower scoring tournament than we would have expected. But still enough runs to go around for everyone.
Yeah, there's this one. Flicks off the pad. Yeah, it is slower, but that's going to be a real test for the fielder who does well. Stops it from going past the boundary. I think the pitch we've seen does offer a fair bit for the bowlers. It's a nice bouncy track, and it does contain the batters. So I think that's certainly the reason for that. But then at the same time, the outfield being really quick and fast should also help the batters. A bit surprised with the maximum rate, just around about that 8 mark at the moment. Normally we expect to see that a bit higher, around about 10. So maybe we'll see some more maximums today.
Well, we've been talking quite a lot about the pitch, haven't we? That it's been behaving, I wouldn't say irregularly, but there's certainly a bit in there for the bowlers. And we're talking as well about the swing in the air. And there's a lot of movement. We replayed that ball just there in the previous over, and it's just moving a lot, especially early doors. I don't know, maybe it's the air pressure or the May celebrations, the fireworks in the air that are causing the ball to swing, but it's Singh with ball in hand at the moment. That one swung straight into the gloves of the keeper. Certainly a nick on that, and that will be the end of Jay Gosalkar. He's been impressive for MSK so far this tournament, but he's going to have to depart here. 3 of 5 for him, and a good early wicket for the power hitters, 11 for 1.
Yeah, good one from the captain, but what a great grab that is from the wicket keeper, Vikash Yadav. Quick reactions, look, just gets one hand in the way and says, yeah, that's it, it's done and dusted. And Jay, to get him out early, that's a good result. And Jay Gosalkar, remember when we saw him last time round, he certainly was batting very well. He scored some good runs for his side, 35 of 21 against Wiki United, and helped them, of course, get that victory. So, yeah, it's a nice one to pick up early. And that means, though, that Varun Prasad, who I'm sure is hungry for some runs, comes out, the big, tall, towering figure of Varun.
He's got off to a couple of starts so far in the 2 games, just not really pushed on. That probably explains why, especially that first game, they lost to Sweeky by 22 runs. Those are the kind of runs you expect someone like Prasad to score. So if he gets going here, it's got a chance of putting on a good score for the Super Kings. But Jaswinder Singh, he's bowling well here at the moment. Well, I say that, and that one's a bit of a full bunger. And we're going to have to check that one for high. In any case, it's absolutely dispatched to the boundary by Varun Prasad. Someone of his quality, you don't want to give him a freebie first up, and that's exactly what that was.
Yeah, he's a tall man, and that probably goes against him, actually, because I think to a normal, average-sized man, that probably would have been a no ball, but that's probably just dipping. And I think the umpires are deciding that that's okay. But yeah, that's not where you want to be bowling to Varun. It's not a good delivery from Jaswinder. And battle, really, of the two captains here. And Varun Prasad gets that one away quite easily. And now just making some adjustments to his field here. He does push. I mean, he's setting a field to a bad ball, really. I think he's pushed a square leg back on the boundary on the leg side.
Yeah, I'd much rather see him push the ball across the left-hander, force Varun to play through the offside and put someone out there. But at the moment, yeah, just protecting that leg side boundary, but they're still having another discussion about it here.
Yeah, not sure what they're looking at here.
The second fielder they have out is a deep backward point. So it's a bit of a strange field, this one. Deep backward point and deep mid-wicket.
Well, this is what they might be having a look at, but I think there was no issues with that. That looks like it's coming downwards. You can see Varun is a tall man, his waist or above. So I think that's fine. I'm not sure if Tyrone Peters wanted to have just another look at that again. And it's the... Well, I'm not going to get too much with that because of the glare. But I don't think the boundary is an issue. They've got plenty of our scorers about there and also the officials. So just a slight delay at the moment. Well, I think it was the boundary they were checking. And it has been given 6. So that's what it was. They weren't sure of the boundary. And quite surprised, really, because that's happened kind of more or less where our officials are. But I suppose with the glare of the sun. Right, we've got that sorted. We'll carry on. Jaswinder wants a good reply here.
Indeed. Well, there's a big appeal, and Jaswinder is absolutely convinced. The fielder from point comes absolutely tearing in. You see him there, joining Jaswinder in the twin appeal. Nothing doing for the umpire, though.
Well, we'll have a look at this again. They were absolutely certain here. I mean, it's a better delivery, goes across him, and you can see there he's applauding. He says, yeah, we got our man. Look at him, the point comes running in. The umpire says not out. Look at the wicketkeeper there, Yadav. He's holding his head, he can't believe it.
Ends up being an eventful dot ball. And then the next ball, he gets his man. There's absolutely no doubt around that one. Varun Prasad, well, he's been playing like his feet are stuck in treacle. Big swipe on the previous delivery. Doesn't get anything on it. He does get an inside edge on that one, but just manages to clatter into his own stumps. And that's a big wicket to fall for the Super Kings as their captain departs early doors.
Well, Jaswinder keh rahe na, umpire saab, je meri catch nahi dena na, koi fikr nahi, main dande chak ke punje rakh de rahe hain. Well, that's the perfect reply from the bowler. Says, all right, I don't need to rely on anybody else but myself with this one. I like the fact that he is angling that ball across him. It's a nice place to be, a good place to be to a left-hander, especially early on in his innings. And Varun, as you can see there, gets a big chunk of the inside edge on that, shatters it into his own stumps. And that's 2 wickets down at the end of 2 overs, 17 for 2.
We can see here why this game is so important for the standings. Well, for the power hitters, if they do manage to win certainly this game and then the next game, even possibly with 2 bonus points, that's what they've really got to aim for. That would get them up to 9 points. It would at least give them a bit of a sniff of getting through to those finals. But of course, losing the first 2 games has put them very much on the back foot. As for the Super Kings, they need to win at least one of the last 2 games, again, to keep themselves in contention. As we go into the 3rd over, slightly over pitch there from the bowler, but it's just worked away into the leg side. Yeah, I said in the intros, Rico, I really like this shorter format group stage because it just means that every single game remains interesting. There's always something to play for. We saw that yesterday with teams then having to go for the bonus point wins to get themselves into finals day. I think it's a really good format to have.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's, every match is important. Every match has something depending on it.
Ooh, and that one's banged in short and banged straight into the grill of the new batter, Yogaraj. And that's very much not the first delivery you want to have first up. As, he gets a fist bump, looks like he's all right. The umpire's going to make his way down just to check. But that was a filthy one.
Wakey, wakey. Well, that's the kind of alarm clock that you don't want in the morning. This one is a spicy one. A little bit of masala in this is right on the lid. And there's a bit of a knockout blow there from Gurvinder. I wouldn't say he's particularly fast, but that again is another example of what this pitch can do. There's the umpire. By the way, happy birthday to Jit Patel. It's his birthday today. Our man in black. So Jit Patel celebrating a birthday. But yeah, good delivery, full straight. He has bowled his first ball actually, if you spell, the first one of the day was a good short delivery right at the batter. Well, that certainly will be one for the over.
Ooh, umpire clothesline.
Maybe the umpire hasn't signalled that. Maybe that's why he's been stopped. Say, hey, can we have the one for the over? And I think pretty obvious that it was. Hey, what about, I mean, you talk about fireworks, a bit of fireworks out there in the middle. What about those fireworks last night? They went on and on and on.
I think they're still going, Rico. I imagine it was part of the May Day celebrations. It's some kind of fireworks festival happening in Malta at the moment. It was over in Valletta, but from the balcony of the hotel, had the perfect view of it. Yeah, the Malta International Fireworks Festival. And it looks like it's the 21st, 27th and 30th. So we had the culmination of it last night. It was pretty spectacular. And that's a spectacular wide. Goes past the keeper, mopped up there. But yeah, it's a May Day is a bank holiday here. I know it is in Germany as well. They have some funky traditions over in Germany with May Day. They call it the Night of the Witches. So they gather around. They have a May fire. So the same way that you have bonfires on Bonfire Night in the UK, they have it in Germany at Easter, and they also have it on May Day, May the 1st, and they have bonfires, and you've got to dance around the fire to ward off witches, and you sing and make loud noises to push away the evil spirits. That one's hit firmly. Should just be the one, and it will be mopped up. And you also have the maypole, so I think that's the thing, you know, the Morris dancing kind of thing that you have in the UK. They have that in Germany as well. And yeah, I mean, all these countries with their unique traditions. Clearly, Malta love their fireworks.
Yeah, love their fireworks, and they were proper bangers as well, weren't they? There was no way you were sleeping through those, and I'm told that they'll carry on today as well, because here in Malta, the celebration for May Day will continue into tomorrow. They're going to make a long weekend of it, so I think we're going to have a weekend of fireworks. We could do with a few fireworks here at the ground as well. Well, that's not quite a firework, but 4 runs, we'll take that. And nicely played, nice shot. Hey, what's happened to Yogaraj? He seems to have picked up a longer name. It's now Wickrama Manyaka. I'm sure he wasn't he with K before? Wasn't it Kabilash Yogaraj or something when we last saw him? I'm sure it was, you know.
Well, we had another name change yesterday or the day before as well. I can't remember it, but I mean, we were enjoying some of the names of the MMA titans as well. So
Wickramanayaka is the name now, but I'm sure he was. I've got it written down here, Kabilash Yogaraj, because we were impressed with him, especially with his bowling. And then he did come out and show he could bat a little bit in the later game when he came out and scored some runs. So yeah, not a bit of a name change. I reckon he's just trying to test us out, Tina. That's what I reckon.
Maybe he has a new name every month. It's the 1st of May, so he's switched it out.
You know, you talk about the bonfires. I've heard about that I think in Scotland. I'm sure some of our viewers will know as well. But it's not so much for the witches in Scotland. I think in Scotland they light the fires, and it's like 2 bonfires, and you sort of go not through the fires, but through the gap between the 2 fires, and it's all to do with purifying yourself, fertility, and they also, I think it's in Scotland as well, they also walk cows through there as well, because of course it's the old farming tradition that it makes cows more fertile, and etc., etc. So yeah, different celebrations around the world on May Day. 28 for 2 here. There's the Malta Super Kings. I mean, they're definitely in the hunt, aren't they, for a place in tomorrow's final. They, along with other teams, have got the 4 points to their name, so it's a big match for them as well. You just get a feeling, we talked a bit about this off air, that if a team can pick up 4 points here today, could be really crucial. Yeah,
absolutely. As the Royal Strikers were the only ones that won 2 from 2 in that first day of Group B. Sweekie United, MMA Titans and MSK out there in the middle at the moment all picked up 4 points from their 2 games, so a win plus a bonus point loss. And the Power Hitters, they just picked up the 1 point from their 2 losses, so it really is still all to play for. You imagine Power Hitters do need a bit of a miracle to get through. They're certainly doing their best at the moment with a solid power play, just 28 runs for the Kings and 2 wickets down. Importantly, that big wicket as well of the captain, Varun Prasath. But you imagine Royal Strikers, they're of course in the driver's seat, and we'll see them in the next game actually against MSK. which again will be an interesting one, as that one's
picked up beautifully.
flicked
Lovely
away.
pickup.
Yeah, and there we go. There's the early flourish of the hands there by the man in black.
I liking this from umpire Johnny. This wasn't a bad delivery. There's swing there from Paraminder, but what he's done, he swung it. He started straight and swung it into the legs, and it's a lovely pickup there from our man Yogaraj. But if you can just start that a little bit more outside the off, you get a bit of success.
Again, well, he's not listening to Eureka as the ball starts on middle stump. You think that's going to be a nice ball, but by the time it ends up at the batter, it's just tailing down leg stump, and Yogaraj doesn't need a second invitation there as he just flicks that one away. The man out there is actually in the ring. Maybe it's time to move him back, because with that late swing, the two fielders they have out there, well, they have three out, not really in the right position. They've got a wide long on, a deep mid wicket, and for some reason a deep covers. I'm not sure what he's doing out there with the in-swing delivery. Can he get this one right? Better, but there is a man out there, and we have
Goodness
a tumble.
me.
We have a tumble, which we didn't quite catch on camera, but we saw it here from our commentary position. He absolutely went head over heels, landed on his backside, jumped up, and still managed to field the ball.
This was Matrix style. I mean, you don't see what myself and Tina saw. He went, look, he just picked himself up there. He went flying. He went absolutely flying. He went about 4 foot in the air, landed on his back, and still got up and did the fielding. Well done to the fielder. Well, I suppose that little bit of dew, if you haven't got the right threads on, then you're going to go flying. Right, Paraminder is trying to, at least he's got a different batter to aim at here. Is Gopal, and that's not a bad ball. He played nicely. It should be stopped, and he's ran right past it. That's not good fielding at all. I mean, it's a nice straight hit from Gopal, but didn't deserve to go to the boundary. The fielder comes across and just runs past it. There you go. There's nothing more you can say about that from Chamkaur Singh.
Ashish Singh, who was behind him, didn't need to say anything, but the gesture with his hands was as if to say, what on earth was that? He didn't even get close to it in the end, did Chamkaur. Final ball of the fifth. That one is an appeal for, I'm not sure what. It hits the batter Gopal high on the thigh pad. They'll run through for a leg bye. A nice little recovery from these two batters here. The end of the fourth, the Super Kings 47 for 2.
Yeah, I'm surprised the captain there, Jaswinder, didn't want to come back and bowl his second. He generally troubled the batters. He picked up 2 wickets, including the big scalp, of course, of Varun. But I think he should have just come back. I think you know that the Malta Super Kings, they've probably got Gopal and Yogaraj, and once you got through those two, you got a good chance to really slowing them down and keeping them to a low score. And I just think it's a mistake that he didn't come on straight away. And I think that's out. Yeah, it is out. The bowler doesn't really want to celebrate there at all, Chamkaur Singh, but that is definitely right at the bat into the gloves of Yadav, who takes another catch. And that's the end of Gopal. So well done. Good catch there from Yadav. He just has a little, you can see a little whoosh at this. And Yadav says thank you very much. And Chamkaur Singh makes amends for the blunder on the boundary by picking up an important wicket.
Chamkaur Singh wasn't entirely convinced, the bowler, but the batter definitely knew he got something on it. He was halfway off the pitch before it even landed in the gloves of the keeper. So that is the third wicket down. It's the end of a nice little partnership which was beginning to build and threaten. It was worth 30, but Gopal does have to depart. Chamkaur Singh comes in, gets a wicket off his very first delivery, and the new batter now is Tariq Javid. And it's up in the air. There's no fielder out there. Is it going to go all the way? I think it just about lands inside the boundary. One bounce for Tariq Javid. He comes out and straight away on the counter-attack.
Yeah, this is something which the captain, Jaswinder Singh, needs to, it's something that he'll grow into. But when you get another bowler come on, you don't have to stick with the same field. Paraminder was bowling leg-sided. That's where the batters were hitting. New bowler comes on, you've got to start with the fresh field. And that means you've got to have you've got to have a fielder out in the offside. He makes that change now. Slower ball. It's nicely bowled, well played. They'll take a single. So just missed a trick there, I think, Jaswinder. New bowler, get the field back to being strong in the offside. Give the bowler some protection out there. And Chamkaur, if he had the man out there, got a wide, long off-stroke extra cover, maybe would have picked up another wicket. Okay, Yogaraj, Wickramanyanka is on strike.
Comes dancing down the pitch, doesn't get anything on it this time. But I think you're right, Rico, that the field placements haven't been spot on from the start. I do suppose the bowlers haven't exactly helped Jaswinder Singh out there by bowling a bit here, there and everywhere. There's already been 11 extras. To be fair, only 3 of those have been wides, but even the leg buys suggest that it's just been tailing down the leg side a bit too much. But Chamkar Singh has bowled well. At least the boundary that did come in this over was on the offside, and he gets his second wicket. Another textbook slower ball. And Yogaraj, when he was trying to play that to leg side, I think he saw the ball early, his eyes lit up, and then he realised it was coming at half speed towards him. Nice bit of bowling from Chamkar Singh to pick up his second wicket in the over, and the Super Kings now in a bit of trouble. Still 1 ball left before halfway, and they are 52 for 4.
It's clever bowling from Chamkar. We know that he's got the pace to beat the batters outside the off, but he's got this very deadly slower delivery, and that's bowled to perfection. He knows that Kailash is gonna. His name's changed, by the way. It's just changed as he's got out. Or maybe there is a Kailash Yogaraj. I don't know.
Just as you nailed the pronunciation as well.
Yeah, maybe there is a Kailash Yogaraj then. Let's have a look, because the next batter is listed as Kailash. There is a Kailash Yogaraj. So there you have it. We do have 2 Yogaraj.
I think Yogaraj Wickramanyanka, this is his first game, so maybe that's why he's been waiting in the wings to confuse us on this Thursday morning. It's a bank holiday, guys. Come on, give us some slack.
All right, but that was well bowled by. So there is a Kailash Yogaraj. So we have 2 Yogarajas in the side, and Wickramanyanka does go, and he goes to a good ball from Chamkar Singh. That's actually a very good over, and well bowled. And it gives us an opportunity to say a very good morning to you from our commentary position. And buenos dias. Or they say, how do they say bonjour, don't they?
Bonjour. Yeah.
Bonjour from Malta. Rico Full here with Tina Goff on a beautiful, splendid sunny day.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day, and it's a beautiful day for a bit of group stage action. It's all going to be to play for today. I'm looking forward to the 4 games we've got coming up, and I think every game is going to be important.
Yeah, and what about Vinny? From HQ, he gets a golden ball.
We've been willing it to happen, and it feels like a bit of a hollow victory, I must say. But,
I think
you know,
there'll
well
be
done,
more.
Vinny, I guess.
There will be more. Me and you will get one. I just feel it. There's been so many close matches. I think we could have another. And Malta does deliver. I reckon there's one in there for us. But well done to Vinny. And thank you to Vinny, of course, for covering the day yesterday. I would say I had a good day off, but I was a little bit poorly. But I'm better today, which is good. I needed a day in bed.
Yeah, it's just, you've been doing a lot, Rico. You've been flying here, there and everywhere. You had to cover Drua, and then you came here. No rest for the wicked, but I'm glad you're feeling better. It's always nice having you by my side.
It's that's so nice of you. And it's always nice to come into work when you know you're going to see some cricket. You're going to be calling some good games with a good friend. What is better, even though we are in a bit of a cage here.
We're in a bit of a cage, but we're in the shade, and I think by the time midday comes around, everyone will be wanting a piece of this shady cage, because it is quite hot out there.
I like that, the shady cage.
Yeah.
Maybe that's it. It's the shady cage now. Oh, that's not the best of deliveries, but he gets nothing from it. We saw a little bit of Pal, didn't we?
We did.
The other day, and he surprised me big time because he got away with 2 overs where I think he went for just about 9 runs, and his first over went for 4, and I thought he's not going to get away with another one, and he did. They just can't get him away. There's nothing to him, really. You see this, but they just can't get him away. This one again to the fielder. They will take a single, though, but at the moment, the Malta Super Kings need more than singles.
He didn't bowl in that first game, and then he came on in that second game. We're thinking, what's going on here? As he just kind of tosses it up from the side of his hand. He doesn't seem to get enormous amounts of spin or grip, but he gets enough. As this one goes high up in the air, well, he's got enough of that one, does Kailash, as he maybe saw the mistake that the previous team made against Pal, which is just not going after him, and he gives himself all of that, and that's a big 6 to take the Super Kings into the 60s.
Yeah, nicely played away. We're getting a few sound effects in the sets now.
Sounds like someone was deflating a
ball.
Yeah. It's not the air getting out of the production man's tyres, is it?
Pal to come back and it just gets pushed away. These are the sort of singles where, I don't know about you, Tina, but when I'm bowling, if you're getting a single like that to me, I'm going to be livid. I'm saying to the captain, oi, what's going on here? Why is that a single? You've got 3 bodies out there on the offside.
Yep.
One of them, if it's a sweeper, and there is a sweeper out there, why is he so deep? He's got to be on that single.
This one is hit out to the sweeper, and he should stop it. Good hands there out in the deep. And that will be the end of the over. So Anirudh, he's a bit of a joker here for the power hitters. 1 big 6, but otherwise just goes for a handful of singles, 10 runs coming off it. So at the end of the 6th, the Super Kings 63 for 4.
Yeah, and it's worth mentioning, and we know it's May Day today, but it's also a big day. It's Global Love Day. Yes, it is. Look, a lot of people always forget. They always think, Love Day, 14th of Feb. No, today is dedicated to spreading of love and peace to all mankind. Today is Global Love Day. This day was created by the Love Foundation to encourage unity and celebrate humanity through unconditional love. So the world would be a much better place if we all showed just a little bit of love to one another. Remember that, everyone. And a little bit of love is a step in the right direction.
Absolutely. As we go into the 7th and sending love to all the chatters out there on the stream as well. Hope you're well wherever you're joining us from.
Yeah, come and chat. Global Love Day. I want to see some hearts. No more than 5, though, will you get told off by the moderators. Come on, I want to see some hearts. Let's see, who's the first to send a heart on Global Love Day? Come on, who's going to be the first to get a shout-out, as this one has been swung and missed at? So, still waiting. No hearts there so far. Global Love Day, got to celebrate love. And hello to Ghulam Mustafa, who's in the chat at the moment. So Chamkal Singh back with the ball, bowled a brilliant first over.
Yeah, he was definitely loving that one, wasn't it? 2 wickets came off it, just the 6 singles. Got rid of Gopal, the wicketkeeper, the opening bat. He's come back strong here. That one's just hit high off the bat. It's just going to be a single. And it feels like the Super Kings just haven't quite found the middle of the bat on enough occasions here. There's been a few 6s here and there, but otherwise they've just been feeding on scraps, really. There's the one over, the Parminder Singh over, and the 4th that went for 19. Otherwise, every over has gone for 11 or less. That one's been hit hard away into the offside. There's 2 fielders out there, but neither of them will reach it. And that's the boundary that Tariq Javid was looking for. It was a nice hit, actually, as there was a bit of width on offer there from Chamkal Singh outside the off stump, and he probably thought, it's fine, there's 2 fielders out there, but it goes straight through the middle of them.
He was struck well by Tariq. Tariq Javid and Kailash Yogaraj. I think these 2 probably are the ones that can take this to that. If they can get pushed past that 101, maybe around about that 115, 120 would be ideal. Oh, hit me ball, and he's clobbered that proper. That will go all the way. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Chamkal Singh goes for that slow ball, but this time it ends up delivering a full toss on a platter, and it gets thumped out of the ground.
I can see why he was doing that, Chamkal, because he got hit for a boundary the previous delivery, but I know the temptation is there when you're hit to then try do something different. He tried the slow ball, didn't work, but I would have just kept on going with that stock delivery outside off stump. Try something different, doesn't pay off. Suddenly, back-to-back boundaries. The Malta Super Kings move up to 75. The love is being spread now in the chat. Pramod says sending love from South Africa. Julian Dawson says spreading the love. I can see the hearts flying as well. It's lovely to see everyone is friends.
Yeah.
Enjoying the cricket. We're loving it here in Malta. Loving bringing you the action here on this glorious Thursday morning. Final ball of the 7th. Outside off stump. That's the stock delivery that I think he is good option to turn to, but actually there was a bit of fancy footwork there in the outfield, and then the fielding is done by the duo out there. I might have to check that, but in fact it was right in front of the scorers, so I think fielding was legitimate. They do manage to run through. I think they managed to run through for 2 in the end. So end of the 7th, 77 for 4, and a decent over actually for the Super Kings. 14 runs coming off it as we take a look. It's still a long way off. We're very much early in the Thursday morning, but this evening we've got 3 games coming.
3 matches. Wow, 3 matches, so 8 on the network today. How about that? And, well, they're going to be earning their money tonight there in Belgium. Well, Phil G is probably saying this one in my contract. And, oh, well done yesterday, Phil. Good match. And, of course, we did see a hat-trick from Belgium. And we'll see that, of course, on a Hall of Fame as this one sort of gets dragged out. But Power Hitters managed to keep it just to a single. It's sort of tamely stopped there by Happy Singh. He's going to have to play another big part with the bat, you'd imagine. We'll see if they can muscle a victory here against the Malta Super Kings. Super Kings, they're trying to get to a score around about that 110 to 120 mark. And shots like that will help. That's going to go all the way. It's a beautiful pickup and hits it straight back over everybody's head for a big 6. And liking this from Tariq Javid, looks like a player.
Yeah, it was a nice straight hit. Back where it came from as Anirudh Pal, he's come back on for his second over. That one, though, well, it was slow enough and wide enough to just be asking to be hit. And Tariq Javid obliges. He's moved to 26 off 10. He tries to go big there, miscues it. There is a man at deep square. He's going to have to run round as well, actually, to cut the ball off so that they only run through for the single. Kabilash at the other end. He needs to get his skates on a little bit. 11 off 7 for him. Only 2.5 overs left, and they have still got a bit of hitting back in the shed. Likes of Sindhu Jain, Yash Singh, we know, can swing. Kabilash here, we've got license to thrill. And, well, it's a big appeal. Shake of the head, but then the finger of doom goes up after the shake of the head. It was a bit of a dummy there from the umpire. I did think that looked pretty good on first viewing. And it was good enough for the umpires. He raises his finger, and Kabilash goes for the big swipe across the stumps. Anirudh Pal gets his man 85 for 5.
Yeah, I mean, there's not too much wrong with that, is there? Just wondering, I mean, the umpire, I'm not sure. Can we see that one more time? There wasn't any bat on this, was there? Because I did see, I mean, if there's no bat, there's a lot of spin from Pal. Let's have a look at it one more time. Maybe we can slow it down just a little bit. No, it just spin. But the question is it doing too much, Tina? Because there's a lot of spin in that. Is that going to go miss off? The umpire wasn't 100% sure. Had a little, not sure why it's a sneaky look at the square, but it's LBW, and the next one is going to, well, they're going to have to run hard. If he gets it, it'll be gone. But Happy Singh misses the target. They will get a single.
I think he was probably deep enough in the crease that when you get hit on the back leg, it pitched probably just about leg stump. So I don't think Anirudh Pal is ripping it that much that it would miss off stump. That would be my guess, as that one definitely would have been out with a direct hit. But I'm not sure what the umpire was looking at. Maybe he was just checking that there wasn't any kind of infringement, any kind of bat on it. The finger went up. I think in the end the right decision was made. And there's another good over from Anirudh Pal. This time just going for 9, also picking up that wicket. So at the end of the 8th, MSK 86 for 5.
Yeah, and you still remember, you still got that one over to come from Jaswinder, who picked up 2 wickets and just gave away 8 runs. It looks like they're going to go to Vivek Kamboj to bowl this one. So, yeah, could be on to a good finish here, the Power Hitters. If they can keep it to around that 105 mark, I think they'd be pretty happy with that. Anything less than that they'll take with open arms. So here we go, big over coming up.
It's interesting they've turned to the 6th bowler here. I imagine Jaswinder Singh will be bowling that last. His first over went for 8. Vivek Kamboj, the new bowler, comes in, and good first ball. I suppose Parminder Singh, he was the only other one that bowled an over. His went for 17, so that's why they've decided to throw it to Kamboj instead. Shakir Ahmed looks like he's just here to swing as hard as he can. He swung the bat so hard on his first delivery, he ended up stumbling over, still managed to get through for the single, but he doesn't look like he's going to nurdle it anytime soon. That's well bowled from Kamboj, 2 and 2.
A couple of dot balls, and yeah, a few people saying, mention his name, and he's in the chat. Phil G is in the house. I like the comment there as well. Somebody saying that Phil G is, what was it? Yeah, Phil G is like John Travolta of the ECN comms. He loves some night fever. Yeah, nice. Hi Phil, hope you're well. I thought you'd still be in bed, buddy.
Yeah,
or maybe he's just, I know what it is. get up for breakfast, and then go back to bed. I know you guys. I know what you're up to. That was going to be 4 runs. It's not at the middle, but it will go for cuatro. They need whatever they can get here if they're going to push on and get their score between the 100 and 110.
He swung hard at that one, Ahmed. Wasn't exactly where he wanted it to go, but the result was satisfactory enough. Yeah, Phil's living the life, isn't he? Wakes up for a, well, I suppose it's still a late enough breakfast, you know, 9:30. Gets the breakfast in, goes back to bed, wakes up, commentates on a bit of cricket, rinse and repeat for 14 nights. Living the dream. Someone goes high up in the air, it won't have the distance to go to the boundary or to the man out there who has to put on the brakes and puts in reverse gear and manages to stop it. It's Ashish Singh out there. Good over so far though from Vivek Kamboj. Just the 1 boundary, but it is the 9th. The Super Kings, well, they certainly want to get to 100. Not exactly firing. You need to get Tariq Javid on strike. He is on strike now though.
Yeah, Javid gets on strike. He'll have a couple to face. Can he get one away here? Kamboj needs to keep it away from the pads. Well, wicketkeeper now gets this one go through him. Will he recover? Has a throw at nothing really. And they will take a bite. So Kamboj, he'll take that. Just a single coming from the ball to Tariq Javid.
This is a free hit now basically for Shakir Ahmed. Tariq Javid will want to be on strike for that final over. So Shakir needs to go 2, 4 or 6.
Rafsan sending a heart as well. Yeah, thank you, Rafsan. I thank you everybody that sent some love today on Global Love Day. And of course, Phil G, a lot of love going your way and to the crew there in Belgium. Up in the air. And that's going to go all the way. Shaba, Shaba. Manos arriba, arriba, arriba al vidro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. And that takes them to 98 at the end of that, the 9th over. But still, not a bad over from Kamboj. Only the 12 runs coming from it.
Not a bad over. Ruined it a bit with that final ball. A bit too short. And Shakir Ahmed, he's just going to swing at it. And he got contact on that one. Got the 6. And importantly as well, got Tariq Javid on strike for the final over, which, well, if I was Jaswinder Singh, the captain, I'd be throwing it to myself. And it looks like that's exactly what he's doing. Well, Govinder Singh came in with 2 good overs at the start, didn't pick up a wicket, but bowling in the power play only went for 15 runs. And it does look like the captain, oh, it's never easy when you're bowling and you have to set the field as well. And it looks like he's just taking his time here to make sure the field is set. He's got 3 out on the leg side. Here we go, final over. That's a good start. And he appeals and he's celebrating. And just as we had in that first over, he is absolutely convinced he's got the wicket here.
Look at the field. You won't see this on camera, but the fielder, who is that, Vivek Kamboj, has thrown his cap on the floor in disgust and run towards the umpire. They were certain they had their man here. Umpire Johnny says not out.
Well, it was a dot ball and he'll take that. Kamboj is still absolutely fuming. He's using his hat as a prop. And, well, this time there's no discussion whatsoever as Jazzy gets his man in the same fashion as last time. Big appeal. Next time he just says, right, I'll bowl him. That's exactly what he does as Tariq Javid has to depart. A nice little innings from him though, 27 off 15, but the perfect start to the final over for the power hitters.
Well, he didn't get the caught behind, but once again he says, all right, umpire, if you're not going to give the decision I'm after, I'm going to make it even easier for you. I'm just going to knock the stumps over. Second time we've seen Jaswinder Singh do that. The captain, 3 for 8. I like the way he goes pretty wide when he delivers that. There's Ravi Panchal looking pretty cool with his ECN bucket cap on. And Mr. Chicken Legs himself. And he likes a good bit of chicken as well. That's Ravi.
I thought you were going to say he likes being called Mr. Chicken Legs.
No,
surely not.
Give him a bucket of chicken any day. He can eat that boy. I don't know where he puts it, but he can eat. I used to be like that once, you know. Eat as much as I want and no problems. That gets played away. And still single, ladies. He is still single. He's still single. I know he's probably on shadi.com. So still hasn't found the right partner. Ravi Panchal. I mean, how can you say no to Ravi? Of course, a very good cricketer as well. I know he was just involved in playing some 50-over cricket there in Spain. I know that Corey is building a side, hopefully for that 50 overs. That's been walloped. That has been absolutely walloped. That's a big hit. It's still up in the air. Ball. That happy Singh is headed. It doesn't come down. It's gone. Oh, there you go. It ends up in the net. Luckily, it doesn't go into the tennis courts. Good hit from Shakir Ahmed. He absolutely wallops it.
Nice a hit, and at least gets some runs on the board in this final over and gets MSK over the 100 mark. That's 105 now on the board. 2 balls left. Jaswinder Singh, has he got a response to that one? Slower ball comes out, and it's the perfect response, as he knew Shakir Ahmed was looking to repeat the trick of back-to-back sixes. Instead, he just sees the ball fly past his bat in almost slow motion. Again, it's the slower ball that works for the power hitters, as Jaswinder Singh, he picks up another wicket. And I think that is, in fact, his fourth?
So he's got
was it his fifth?
I think that's his fourth, because he took 2 and 2 again here. So
yeah,
he's got a ball to go. He could have his fifth as the new batter comes out. And I don't know if we've got the Hall of Fame of the 5-wicket hauls. We'll have that somewhere. Maybe we'll have a look at that a little bit later. But yeah, what a chance here. You can see there it is at the moment. Mohamed Adnan did it there in Portugal. We haven't had one since Portugal.
we haven't had a Hall of Fame at all this series so far, have we? We haven't had the hat-trick yet last night in Belgium, but we haven't had 100. We haven't had a 5-foot. Can Jaswinder Singh do it on the final ball of the innings here? Well, he's just going to have to reset here as Suraj Singh, the left-hander, has come to the crease, practicing his little forward defensive. I'm not sure that's the shot you should go for.
I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see bowl Singh, hit by Singh. So bowl Singh, out Singh, caught Singh. Come on, give it to me. I want to see all the Singhs. In the air. Is there a Singh out there? There is. And is it taken? Is it a Singh? Who's taking the catch? Oh, surely not. The commentator's kiss. It looks like a Singh, you know. I think that could be. Well, we'll wait to see. Have we got all the Singhs in the action? I think that might be good with the Singh there. Well, I called for it. And it is going to be a sing-song kind of day as we see bowl Singh, hit by Singh, caught by Singh. That's going in the book. You got it, baby. You got it. As the Malta Super Kings will be 105 for 8 at the end of 10.
Well, that's not the commentator's curse. It's the commentator's wish, and your wish is their command, Rico. As Jaswinder Singh, he picks up his 5-foot. He gets in the Hall of Fame. 5 for 15. He finishes. And 3 wickets in that final over. Went for just the 7 runs. One of those was a big 6. As at the end of the innings, Malta Super Kings 105 for 8 as we take a look back at the highlights. And well, it was just a procession of wickets. There was never really a big partnership. There was that 1/3 wicket partnership between Yogaraj and I think it was Jay Gosselkar out there, and we thought maybe this is it, but then the wickets kept on tumbling. The power hitters kept plugging away, and they did that perfectly, which was just keep on bowling at those stumps.
Yeah, Jaswinder, well done to him. Board Badaya, Jaswinder Singh there. Banju, we're going to let him. So he's Michelle Pfeiffer here on the start of this match day. Well, we're on match day 4, aren't we? Match day 4 in Malta. But the only thing I would say, Tina, to Jaswinder is when you're bowling so well, just stay on. If he bowled his second over straight away, because he then would have bowled instead of Praminda, who went for 19, and he could have had them in all sorts of trouble. Maybe they could have been skittled for around 80. So that's the only thing I'm thinking. But he does get 5 wickets. That was Chamkor Singh, by the way. He bowled very well as well, and his slower balls worked the treat. But that man did stand firm for a while. It was a good innings from Tariq Javed, 27 of 15, but Javed would fall, and that was LBW, no doubt about that one at the end. It's good, clever bit of bowling by Pal. This one was struck pretty well. There were some big hits down the ground as well. That was 6. There was one. This is the second one where we don't see the second one. We see the wicket instead. That was well bowled, Jaswinder. He didn't get the caught behind earlier. Then here we go. Michelle Pfeiffer and Parminder Singh taking the catch. Hit by Singh, caught by Singh, bowled by Singh. It's going to be that sort of day, isn't it? A global love day. And what a way to finish the innings is the Malta Super Kings will be 105 for 8.
Yeah, and Jaswinder Singh will certainly be loving that on Love Day, getting himself in the Hall of Fame and certainly giving his power hitters side a chance here of chasing down what is probably still slightly below par there from the Super Kings, 105. It was thanks really down to their middle order that they got those runs on the board. Yogaraj and Tariq Javed and Shakir Ahmed at the end, a bit of a flourish, scoring a big few hits, but then it was Jaswinder Singh who had the final laugh as he picked up those 3 wickets in the 10th over to wrestle the momentum back to his side. And they did use the 6 bowlers. Vivek Kamboj, he only bowled the 1 over, but I thought he was quite impressive. Otherwise, it's hard to see past the captain, Jaswinder Singh. He kept himself back for the 10th over, and it was the exact right call. He picks up 3 wickets in that last over, gets himself in the Hall of Fame with the 5-wicket haul, the first Hall of Famer from this ECS Malta Spring Series. So at the halfway stage then, Malta Super Kings, they pull on 105 runs on the board, and the power hitters, well, they desperately need the win. Could they even do it with a bonus point? That will at least keep their finals day hopes alive. Well, we've got about a 5-minute break, and then join me, Tina Goff and Rico Fall back in the shady cage here to take you through the run chase here of match 16. Can the power hitters do it? Can they give themselves just a sniff of getting to finals day? Don't go away, as the action will come back in 5 minutes time here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to this match day 16 on this glorious sunny day here at the Master Sports Ground in Malta. And at the halfway stage, it's the Malta Super Kings. They put on 105 runs on the board for the loss of 8 wickets. So the power hitters, well, they really need the 4 points to give themselves any chance of staying in this series and getting through to finals day tomorrow. So they'll need to get those 106 runs in 7 overs or less. That's a big ask. As for the Super Kings, if they can restrict the power hitters to 73 or less, it will be them that takes the bonus point victory. And that would firmly put them in contention for tomorrow's Super Kings, currently on 4 points. The power hitters propping up the table with 1. So it's all still to play for. Every single game on this final group stage day will be important. And you can see that the Super Kings, well, they're out there. They're ready to rock and roll, and ready to rock and roll next to me is Rico Full. How do you see this one going?
Well, two things come to mind. Power hitters will show some power, or could show some power, and they could knock these runs up pretty quickly, maybe even get 4 points. That'll do them the world of good. Currently, of course, sitting at the foot of the table. Or they could go for it and lose wickets trying and end up losing the match, and the Malta Super Kings get the win. It depends really, I think, on a couple of batters for the power hitters. If they get going, of course, we know that Happy Singh is one of them. They're missing, there's no Mittal in the side today, so that's one good left-hander that they haven't got. So 2 batters, if they get going, can make the difference. And I know that you've got Chamkor Singh out there as well. So Chamkor and Happy Singh, these two, if they get going, they're more than capable of getting these runs pretty quickly, but they play just one way. He tangles himself. Bit of a knot there, Happy Singh. I think he's, he's not afraid to rub it. Get it right in the belly. And just taking a moment to compose himself after being hit in the old rib cage.
Not so happy with that one is Happy Singh, and it's Yogaraj who will be bowling. He comes into the side. He featured quite heavily with the bat, came in at number 4, got 18 runs, and he's determined to pepper Happy on his rib cage. That one though, Happy just manages to fend away. A tough couple of balls here. Happy still rubbing his rib cage there. It's not one you want early doors. It's just about digesting his breakfast, and then a grizzly came to say hello. Yogaraj, especially with this left arm action, he's always going to be swinging it into Happy, who tries to get the release shot by just swing hard. Doesn't get anything on it, and it flies through to the keeper.
Looks like he's been a bit rattled here, Tina. There's Happy Singh. I think a little bit of extra pace here from Vikram Manyaka has got him troubled. You can see he's moving away from his stumps and just hoping. So a good delivery on the pegs here. Can see the end of Happy, but it still goes for the body, and Happy does manage to work this away for a boundary. So a little bit of the old body line here from Yogaraj at Wickramaniyaka. But Happy Singh is happy to see this one fly to the boundary.
Doesn't matter how you do it. And that one, well, I think first and foremost he was protecting what ribs he has left. And manages to step inside it at the last minute and get a bit of glove on. You can see he's still rubbing. Usually they say, don't show any signs of pain. Well, Happy's been rubbing it for a good half an hour now.
Happy is just, maybe it's the Buddha thing. Maybe he thinks I'll keep rubbing it, I'll get a bit of luck.
He swings again, and it's a good first over from Yogaraj. Still 1 ball left, but he's not giving Happy any sort of room here. It's interesting, the field placements. They just have the 1-man back at deep third, quite wide, and then a 1-man back at covers. I think he's being brought in now, actually, so they are going to put someone. Well, you can see him running across the top of the screen there. It looks like he's going to be sent all the way out to deep mid-wicket, and that's probably because they've seen here that Happy is just swinging in one direction. But I would have kept the field, actually. I don't think he's been troubling that leg side yet as the left-handed Yogaraj comes in. Someone gets clubbed straight back into the hands of the bowler, and a very good start for the Malta Super Kings. Just the 4 runs coming off the opening over for the power hitters. So we take a look at the matches since the golden ball. well, it only happened yesterday, and we've somehow managed to sneak in another 4 games since then, thanks to Phil G after dark. Yeah, what a curious game that was, and it had everything, and that was just the final ball.
83 to 83. Yeah, there was the penultimate ball. There was a drop catch, and then they needed 3, a 4 to win, or 3 were tight. You never get a 3 to tie, never.
No.
And they got it, and it was a. First of all, the fielder went for the catch, maybe didn't have to, but he recovered, got the throw in, bowler gets it wrong, and then the bowler's trying to lay it off to another fielder, and they complete 3. It was crazy. And then the golden ball, 2 wides.
The golden ball was technically never even bowled, was it? As it was an extra, and yeah, it had a bit of everything, as that one will also be an extra. It's Suraj Singh who comes on, and that one, well, it zips past the batter, and the poor keeper, Vikash Yadav, couldn't really do much about that because he was completely unsighted, swung and swung hard at the last minute and goes all the way to the boundary. But yeah, that golden ball, I think it was golden ball 76, was
76, yeah.
an absolute classic. Even at the start of the over, even at the start of the final ball, you probably thought, well, whatever happens, this isn't going for a golden ball either. It's going for a win, maybe if they got a boundary, or they wouldn't have chased down the total. But somehow the 3 was scored. Pressure does strange things to people. It went into the bowler. I think the captain wasn't happy with the fielder that he went for the catch.
Yeah.
Because he didn't need to go for a catch. They needed 3. It didn't matter if you get a wicket. He dives, tumbles for the catch, doesn't get it, but he still manages to get the throw in to the bowler. And the bowler just makes an absolute hash of it. I think it hits him somewhere in his body, and then it flies off, and then he tries to pick it up, tries to throw it, ends up throwing it somewhere to covers, and they run through for 3. It was absolute chaos.
It was carnage, and the emotions. I know that Tyrone was umpiring that game, and talking to Tyrone this morning, he was saying, he said the tension out there was wild. This one gets just played away onto the onside. They'll take a single, and I want to say good morning to Paul Kempin, say morning to both of us. Hello to John Heasham. I don't know if John's at the ground. Haven't quite been in that area at the moment. Yeah, he is. Yeah, I see him now. Yep, sitting in the shade. It is warm out there, John. Good morning
call
to John. And who else? Udian. He's saying that the kit, or the Malta Super Kings, is the best that he's seen. He likes that kit.
Good call. It's kind of got these crack marks on it.
What's happened here?
I don't know what Suraj Singh was doing there.
I think there was some talking that was going on there, and then the bowler was made to stop.
As well, he'll go in again here, the left-handers. That one goes high up in the air. Does it have the legs on it? It absolutely does, as it just drops the wrong side of the boundary if you're a Malta Super Kings persuasion, but a power hit indeed there from Happy Singh, who's recovered all his senses and all his ribs, and I think he's kind of happy to see the back of Yogaraj on that first over. Suraj Singh not quite got the same height and speed as Yogaraj, and Happy Singh hits that one over the covers for 6.
Well, Suraj, he obliged when I wanted to see 3 Singhs in the scorebook with the bat. He got out first ball. I'm going to put that behind him and get a victim himself. But Happy Singh, well, he wields that bat powerfully as he finds the middle again and hits another 6. And now all of the pain that he was feeling earlier from the one that struck him in the ribs has gone. Happy Singh is pretty happy right now. And so the power hitters, while these 2 are out there, even though Chamkor, he hasn't got off the mark, though he did kick one to the boundary. They're looking pretty good. 22 on the ball with the ball to go in the second.
The thing about the power hitters is they do have some power hitters, but they don't have many of them. So you imagine these 2 out there, and then maybe the likes of Kavinda. If they get going, then they will have a chance here, but it certainly will need the top order to fire. As we get to the end of the second, 23 for no loss, so a steady start for the power hitters. No more, no less, but maybe they're not even considering that bonus point for now. They just want to get a win on the board after being the only side in Group B to not pick up a win on that first day of group stage action. Sim1 in the chat says that golden ball was peak ECN. I think that about sums it up. Adian saying that the chat was in the process of mourning the death of the golden ball chance, while the chaos then unfolded, and yeah, it was a double choke really, wasn't it, from the fielding side, as well. They thought they had it in the bag. Not only did they not have it in the bag, did the Blasters, then the Southern Crusaders came roaring back, and actually it was a really important win for them, wasn't it, because it took them into the top 2, took them through to finals day. So we'll see the Crusaders again tomorrow as Yogaraj comes in and immediately gets the wicket as Happy Singh, well, Happy no more as he has to walk off, and he's upset with himself. He's fuming as he went for a big swing, only manages to feather it through to the keeper Vikash Yadav, and the first wicket is on the board for the Super Kings. The power hitters at the start of the third, 23 for 1.
Yeah, straightforward catch from Gopal, and it is the man that we do know did play the other day, Kailash Yogaraj. I think we were both very impressed with his bowling, and picks up an important wicket, and Happy Singh knows that he was probably pretty key to the cause of the power hitters if they were to get a win here. Now, I think already they're going to be on the back foot. Remember, Jaswinder now, the captain, comes out, and he almost gets a feather on this as well. That's good areas from Kailash Yogaraj.
Yeah, Jaswinder Singh, he did it with the ball, didn't he? He got that 5-wicket haul, the captain, but he's going to have to do it with the bat here as well, the hopes of his side, not only in this game, but in the whole series, you fear, rest on his shoulders. Chamkaur Singh, he hasn't got off the mark yet. One of these two, especially after Happy Singh has departed, needs to step up and step up quickly. That one slapped into the covers to the captain counterpart there, Prasath, who does the fielding, as Jaswinder at least gets himself off the mark, but still a lot of work to be done by the power hitters here.
Kailash, doesn't he look? Who's the little captain of Germany? Singh. What's his name? What's his name? Plays for Germany. He's the dead ringer for him, you know. Go and look him up for me, because I can't remember his name now. But I mean, he's taller than him, but in terms of looks, he looks just like him. My good. I've seen him play a number of times, captain of the side. Seen him at the Cardamom Oval as well. But that one, not a good delivery, down leg side. That gets put away, 4 valuable runs. In comes Yogaraj again. That's better areas, and batter's going to get lucky though. How unlucky is this? Hay mucha suerte for Chamkaur Singh. He gets his second boundary. That one comes off the edge, flies over the third, and it's going to be 4 more. So cuatro más.
Chamkaur Singh is not exactly firing off the middle of the bat, but he's at least getting it to the rope. That's 2 and 2 for him. Jaswinder Singh, the captain, lurking around at the non-striker's end. He's pacing around like a expectant father, waiting for the next boundary to be delivered. It's a 1-2 step down the pitch, and it will be 3 and 3 for Chamkaur Singh. Again, doesn't quite get it out the middle, but enough to get it over that 50-meter boundary. So it's 4-4-4 for Chamkaur. And at the end of the power play, the power hitters 36 for 1, a decent over for them, 13 runs coming off it. And importantly, the 2 Singhs are still out there, still fighting. Now 70 runs needed for the victory.
Yeah, they needed that finish to that over, and you can see this is what the Malta Super Kings managed to achieve above them. But there were some low overs in there, particularly there was 3 overs under the double figure mark towards the end, and that's what kept them to this score. But the power hitters, they just managed to pick up wickets at the right time. And now can they keep their wickets in hand? Varun Prasath coming on the bowl. He was a little bit leg side-ish when we saw him the other day, and batters were playing, were stepping across and playing quite easily on the 45. He needs to get that ball outside the off.
He starts again a bit leg side. It's hit hard out to the boundary. Should just be the 1 as Jay Gosokar out there does the fielding. Jaswinder Singh gets himself immediately off strike. It's good to see that we finally got a Hall of Famer, and it was a nice little spell from him. 5 for 15 for the captain of the power hitters. 3 of those wickets came in the final over, which I don't want to say cheapens the fifer, but I always feel like when it's a hat-trick or a fifer towards the end of the innings, of course, it's easier when the batters are swinging and swinging hard. You don't see as many hat-tricks or 5-wicket hauls happen in the power play, but he bowled well in that final over. And there's a chance for a catch here, and he just about shells it. I thought he might hold on to it and grab it to his chest, but it's Delanga there at point who has the ball in his hands, and it pops straight back out, and that would have been an important wicket for the Super Kings. Take a look at this one. I thought he had it.
Yeah, looked so many times. It went in, out, hit his chest, went back into his hands. This is now up in the air. This is another chance, is it? Yep, easily taken. So they will get a wicket in the end, and it's going to be Chumcourt that's going to go. They've got a single with the drop catches. Jaswinder survived, being dropped on 2. And then Chumcourt, well, he goes for the big shot down the ground, doesn't get it out the middle, and a very good catch there taken by Yogaraj. Well, Wickramaniyaka, he looks like a good player, doesn't he? He's bowled well, he's batted well, and he comes across and he makes that catch look easy. So Varun Prasad gets a big breakthrough. Chumcourt will make his way back.
He was so relaxed under that catch, was Yogaraj. It didn't look like he would drop it for 1 second. And Varun Prasad, well, he finally gets in on the wickets. Again, he hasn't been at his full fluid best with either bat or ball. He picks up an important wicket. He could have had one the previous ball. That one was dropped by Delanga Gunasakara. But Yogaraj here at long off does the business. And that brings Govinda Singh to the crease, and I fear for the power hitters now, Rico. I don't know where the runs are coming from. Jaswinder Singh, he can hit them. He got 21 in that game 8, but he needs someone to fire with him. That's well bowled, but it's equally well hit, and it's going to go all the way. It was just swatted away. It was slightly over pitched from Varun Prasad, and Govinda Singh just swings through the line of the ball. He's quite deep in the crease, and somehow makes a Yorker into a good length delivery and hits it all the way for a big 6.
Yeah, it was a good shot. I suppose he's pulled that off because there's hardly any excessive movement from him. He stands dead still. And then that one is in his hitting zone. He hits through it and gets it away. Udian is saying he thinks it's Hamanjot Singh. I do know, I mean, it could be, but I know that we don't normally call him by the name, his actual name. He prefers to use another name, but it's totally thrown me for now. I think in the break I will go and find it, and because it's bugging me now. But it could be, Hamanjot Singh could be his actual official name, but it's not the name that he uses when he's playing. So maybe somebody else might come up with it. As going to see a bit more spin. This is drifted down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. As we see a Yash Singh, who, well, he definitely was in the wickets when we saw him last time.
Yeah, he's a nice little bowler, just gets it a bit wrong on that occasion. But the Malta Super Kings, as they did in the first 2 games, persisting with the spin option. They don't have too many quick bowlers. It was good to see Yogaraj open the bowling. I think he's been a great addition for the Super Kings side. He at least brings some heat, but otherwise you've got the slower bowling of Prasad and now Yash Singh to try and turn the screw here on the power hitters. But yeah, Yash Singh picked up 3 for 13 in that game 7. Still on the wrong end of that result as they went down to Sweekie, who we'll be seeing, of course, later in the day. They have the final 2 games. So I think that would be an advantage for Sweekie, actually, the reigning champs of the series just a couple of months ago, because they'll go into those final 2 games knowing exactly what they need. So that one goes a bit funky, only manages to chip the keeper, Vikas Yadav. They run through for 1.
It is a risk, isn't it, with the Malta Super Kings? Okay, they probably haven't got the other options available for them with pace, so they're using the slow bowlers. But in a match like this, you know, if one big over and it can change the way the match goes, ooh, that's got to be an opportunity for a stumping there, you would have thought. Don't know if we get a chance to see this from yet. Yeah, Singh does bowl his overs pretty quickly. He's ready to come in again, so might not get a chance to see it. We'll have to go back to the live action, actually. Let's go back live. Maybe we can have a look at that a little bit later on. This is the next one, and now he is asking. We'll see what the umpire says here. This time the bells are taken off. Let's have a look side on now. So he's definitely going out of his crease. So, but he does get the foot back pretty quickly, actually. Does well.
It was good keeping there from Vikas Yadav. I think he's actually a bit too far back. He's never going to be troubled by the pace of Yash Singh, but he's not quite right up to those stumps. You can see he's maybe a half step backwards, which which meant for that stumping he was reaching out for it, but he does not need it at all here as that one goes straight through the big swing of Govinder Singh. And Yash Singh, while he's been threatening, he does get his man on this occasion, as that's the 3rd wicket to fall for the power hitters, and it's the end of the 5th as well. Brilliant over from Yash Singh, just the 4 runs coming off it and then capping it off with the wicket. And the power hitters now in trouble, 49 for 3 at the end of the 5th.
Yeah, he bowled so well when we saw him on that day too. 3 for 13 against Swihi. And then we also saw him take 1 for 14 in the win against the Titans. So he's a good tidy bowler, knows what he's doing. And so we have a look at our upcoming events.
Looking forward to everything that's coming up, in particular Jersey, the Liberation Series. We've got ECS and ECSW, and I think the teams are not official Jersey teams, but they've been split into sort of regional sides specifically for these ECSs. So looking forward to that. And I'm going to Sweden as well, and I know we've got an ECSW there between the 2 local sides. So lots of domestic cricket coming your way. And that's just for the next couple of weeks. You know, the calendar for 2025 is getting fuller and fuller every time we look at it.
Yeah, you're gonna. Is it the first time you're going to that part of? Have you been to Sweden before?
I've been to Sweden before, but only when I was very young. So when we used to live in Hamburg, it's only a hop, skip, and a jump from there to Sweden. But not that I can remember, not in living memory. So looking forward to going back to that part of the world. It's a beautiful part of the world. You were telling me, Rika.
It's beautiful. Yeah, I mean, you have to. It's not so easy to get to, because I think you'll be flying in probably to Denmark, Copenhagen, and then you're getting the train, right? You get the train to go across. But yeah, it's beautiful. It really is nice. It's so picturesque. The architecture is fantastic. Listen, pulled away. Will he get in the gap? I don't think so. It will be well fielded, and the batter's reluctant to push on to get the 2 as well. And then of course so Lands Corona, but the area is Malmo. We know it as Malmo. And well, the last time I was there was the blue pitch. I wonder if it's still blue. This is up in the air, and it will go all the way. They needed that boundary. And Jaswinder Singh, well, he did pick up 5 wickets, and now he's trying to do it with the bat as well for the power hitters. Can he do it and seal what would be a very good player of the match performance from him as well? The 50 now up on the board.
They're still in this. No, by no means out of it, the power hitters, but just as we said, Jaswinder Singh, he might be the key. Finally, that catch is taken at point. I think it's Delanga there who dropped the earlier one. That one probably the tougher of the 2, actually. Came at him sharp. Jaswinder Singh, he got hold of that one, but only managed to find the diving figure there at point. And Varun Prasath picks up his 2nd wicket. That was a brilliant catch. Scraped off the ground by Delanga Gunasakara. And it's the 2nd wicket for Prasath, the 4th wicket to fall for the power hitters. A big one as well as the captain goes, 57 for 4.
Yeah, they had set the trap. Gunasakara wasn't able to take it last time. Jaswinder can't keep the ball on the deck. And a good catch from Gunasakara. The last one, remember, hit his hands, chest, hands, knocked his glasses off. He did everything, but this time it's straight in. And you can see the joy from Gunasakara as well as he picks up and he thumps the ground, says, yep, I got you this time. Yeah, can they still? Is there still some sting left in this tail of the power hitters? We'll have to wait and see. Well, not if you're going to play defensively like that. As this is Kambodge who comes out and plays a defensive shot, and is saying to his partner, "Come on, there was a single there," where Ashish Singh is not as keen to take that one on. It's the end of the over. It's a good spell from Varun Prasath. 2 for 17.
Good over from the captain. He dismisses his counterpart captain with that lovely tumbling catch. And, well, Kambodge went for the quick single there, remonstrating with Ashish Singh that it was definitely on, but they need more than 2 a ball at the moment. It's 49 required in 24. As it looks like Yash Singh is back into the attack, and that was a bit of a freebie there, as Ashish Singh doesn't miss out on that occasion, hits that one away for 4 runs behind backward square, and they need a few more of those if they're going to get anywhere near this total. They've got to at least get the point, but for now, the power hitters' points just won't be enough. And I think if they don't manage to win this, even if they do, it's still going to be tough for them to get through to finals day.
Yeah, 4 runs. Yash Singh lets himself down, really. His first over only went for 4. A bit of a full toss, put away quite nicely.
And again, there's a full toss and appeal, but it's going down leg side. And there's a bit of confusion there. There's a
He's going to be run
tumbling.
out, is he?
No,
oh,
he's
no
going to miss
way.
it.
No way. It's another crazy single. Only on European cricket. Would you believe it? It's one of the strangest leg buys you'll see. The LBW, it's not the worst of calls, but I think you're right. It's just missing leg. Well, what follows? Well, here we go. Wait for it. Boom, boom. And they'll say, right, we might as well go. Let's make it. And they do it. Oh, wow. Oh, well. Anyway, will the rotation of batters help? Not really, because, well, I tell you what, Cambodge, I don't think he's read what they require here. They're needing around 12 and over, and he's playing proper defensive shots. And maybe he feels that he's doing the right thing by getting the single and getting Ashish Singh back on strike.
Oh, it's not like Ashish Singh is actually firing that much either. He's 5 off 4. One of them needs to get some runs from somewhere. There's a chance of a wide stumping there. You can see Ashish Singh, he was about to come careering down the pitch, realised he might get sold down the river. Vikash Yadav was waiting patiently there to stop that one. Oh no, Gopal, the keeper for the Malta Super Kings. And again, Yash Singh he's bowling a bit unpredictably, but somehow that's flummoxing Ashish Singh because he doesn't really know what shot to play. Ends up not really playing any shot. But it's working here for Yash Singh. 2 balls left of the 7th. This time, he can just hit it down the ground for a single. And well, I don't want to call it too early, but the power hitters are not getting the middle of the bat at all. And they need at least 2 or 3 boundaries per over to get anywhere close. At the moment, this one's only gone for 8 so far. 1 ball left. You'd imagine this one has to find the rope.
Needs a big shot. He can't be pushing at this one. And, well, he's trying to compose himself, maybe get himself ready for the big shot. Huge delivery. Need a boundary here to stay in touch. Well, he hits it pretty well, but it's only going to be a single. So Yash Singh, although he started with 4 of his very first ball, just the 9 off the over, and his spell is a pretty tidy one, just goes for 12.
And we see what's coming up, and well, for the Malta Super Kings, it'll be a do or die game. If they do pick up the win here, then they'll have to go up against the Royal Strikers and hope to grab some points off them. As for the Royal Strikers, if they win, I mean, you imagine that's their finals place signed, sealed and delivered. As well, not only have they been playing well, but they've brought in Priyan Pushparajan for this crunch match as well, and he will only boost the Royal Strikers side, who are already unbeaten, and now they brought in an absolute superstar.
Yeah, Priyan Pushparajan. Last time I saw him here was he didn't play here in February, but the year before, yeah, it was November. He hit back-to-back centuries. He was in amazing form, and then don't forget, then the Royal Strikers captain also scored a fantastic century at the Cardamom Oval as well. He's a real talent, and he's one that any team will know you have to get rid of him pretty quickly, otherwise he can pile on the run. So it'll be interesting to see how he goes. Yes, this is Shakir Ahmed with the ball.
Well, that makes this game for the Super Kings even more important. If they get the win here, then even if they lose that game against the Royal Strikers, they still give themselves a chance, and they put the pressure then back on the sides who are playing this afternoon. As the win here would take the Super Kings up to 7. That will put them level with the Royal Strikers, but of course with a game more played. And while it was 10 points needed in Group A to see you through to the finals, but there was a lot of bonus points on offer there because the Bujiba Blasters weren't really up to much, so you could always hope to get a bonus point against them. Whereas in Group B, actually it's only been the 1 bonus point victory that was for the Strikers against the power hitters, but otherwise it's been pretty close. So I imagine this one could go down to the wire. But in any case, the Super Kings, they need to get over the line here, and Shakir Ahmed not exactly found his radar so far. 3 wides in the opening deliveries here. That's a better ball, and that's exactly why my money would be still on the Super Kings to get over the line here, because the balls that are landing on the pitch are also landing comfortably in the keeper's hands, as both Ashish Singh and Vivek Kamboj out there in the middle, not quite firing the way they need to get the win. And again, there's an appeal there, but I think nothing on it, and Ahmed should just be happy with the fact that it's a dot ball, which is all the Kings need at this point.
Yeah, just got to keep it nice and simple. Doesn't have to try and do too much. With these two batters, they really are struggling, and it's almost at a point where the power hitters, I think, let's see what happens with this ball, but the captain got to be thinking of maybe making a gamble on a change, because, well, we're going to see that change. He doesn't have to think about it. It'll be forced upon him, as Ashish Singh will go for 6, but that's of 9 deliveries, just full and straight, plays all around it, and another one bites the dust.
And this is looking ominous for the power hitters, as they just don't have anyone who can really stand by their name. And again, it's a swing and a miss. And this time it doesn't miss the stumps, as Ashish Singh has to go just the 1-4 in his 6th. But importantly as well, he took 9 balls to get there. And 6 dot balls is not what you need when you're chasing 36. There's still 14 balls left. So from somewhere they can find someone to swing and find the boundary. They can at least take it into the final over. There's still 2 balls left of the 8th, and Randir Singh comes in. He chips this one up in the end. It'll be 2-2 as that wicket is taken comfortably in the covers. It was a low full toss actually, and Shakir Ahmed picks up his 2nd wicket, as he tried to get underneath it, did Randir Singh. He did get underneath it, but not enough, and it was a comfortable catch in the end there for the man in the covers. And the power hitters now just limping away, and it's 70 for 5.
Yeah, well, Randir, he'll have to make his way back as the new batter comes out, and will be facing a hat-trick ball. We did see one last night. Sabir Zakil took one for Bevran. 3 for 1. Outstanding performance from a very good player. We've seen him many a time at the Cardamom Oval playing for Belgium. Are we going to see another one here?
Well, Shakir Ahmed has been a bit all over the place in this over. He has bowled 3 wides, but he's got 2 good deliveries in the bag, the previous 2 balls. And it will be Verinder who comes out to face this hat-trick delivery. Can Ahmed get himself into the Hall of Fame? And, well, we've been crying out for Hall of Famers. We might have 2 in one game here. Remember that the captain of the power hitters, Jaswinder Singh, he got a 5-wicket haul in the first innings, but looks like it might be in vain here, as the power hitters, they still need 36 runs from somewhere, and they're 6 wickets down. Hat-trick ball coming up. And it will be a hat-trick, as Shakir Ahmed, he fires the ball down, it clips the top of middle stump, and Verinder, he had to swing, and that's what he did, only managed to make contact with thin air. And we do have our 2nd Hall of Famer from this game, as Shakir Ahmed picks up a hat-trick, and the power hitters now 70 for 7.
Well, there you go. Well, I know that we did say, when we heard that Vinny got the golden ball yesterday, and I said to you, Tina, don't worry, but we'll get one here as well, and it's looking likely, because we've seen a 5-wicket haul, and that was, of course, from the captain Jaswinder in this match. And now in the same match, it is a hat-trick for Shakil. Well done to him, and he gets his name in the Hall of Fame. And the power hitters, well, they are all over the place now, as they are 70 and 7 wickets down. Well bowled. Another player gets his name in the Hall of Fame. We always say the European cricket, it makes players' dreams come true. And the power hitters, well, their dreams are looking like they're going to be in tatters, though. It's got to try and, can they get back from this? They've got to go big here in the last 2 overs. Still not impossible.
Not impossible. We've seen stranger things happen, but they just aren't finding the runs from anywhere. But a few nicks and a couple of wides here and there, as Delanga comes in to bowl the 9th.
Yeah, now I did say I would find out, and Udian, you were right. Hamanjot Singh, but remember that he likes to be known as Rohit Singh. That's what was throwing me. Rohit Singh has Of course, we've seen him play plenty on the network. 1,600 runs on the network. And I think he's got a few wickets as well, 29 wickets. So that's who I was thinking of. So Kailash Yogaraj is a Rohit Singh lookalike.
I'm glad you've been able to scratch that itch, because I know when the name's on the tip of your tongue, it's always so frustrating.
I don't know, I just couldn't. I knew that he always played or likes to play under another name. He doesn't like to be called Harmanjot Singh, he likes Rohit, but I just couldn't think of it, so I had to look him up. But thanks, Udian, because you came up with the Harmanjot, I was then able to find him from that. Thanks very much. So, all right, this is the Vikesh Yadav, keeper stroke batter, left-hander, standing right in front of his stumps. Look at that stance.
I don't mind it as a left-hander, because left-handers tend to like it on their pads, and I suppose you're forcing the bowler to really bowl outside off stump, and anything straight, then you can work away to the leg side. Just make sure you don't miss it. And Vikesh Yadav, well, you missed that one, and the power hitters now very much in last chance saloon. But that's exactly what he was trying to do then. If anything isn't outside off stump, he'll work it away that time though, because there's two boundary riders out there. He's going to have to hit it a bit harder than that. And it looks like Vivek Kamboj, well, he wanted a new helmet. I think the call from the sideline was just get on with it. You don't need the helmet, you need a good bat to find the middle of it, because the power hitters here need 33 off 9. It looks like the Malta Super Kings will take the win, which will keep them firmly in contention for one of those top 2 spots, and it really sets up a grandstand game. Well, that's a grandstand hit. As well, I saw the Archers were out there earlier today, and they're going to have to take cover. That one hits the bullseye, and Vivek Kamboj, he doesn't need a helmet if he hits it as cleanly as that.
Well, I tell you what, the Archers, they're certainly getting ready for some action over there. I've never quite seen the targets lined up like that before. And Kamboj, well, why didn't he come out with this intent earlier? It's the first boundary that he's hit. Remember, the first few deliveries we saw that he faced, he was just defending the ball and pushing at it. And that's a bit more like it. That's what we need. There's still more helmet problems for him. They're trying to sort his lid out. And Kamboj now goes to the umpire, and Jit Patel, who, it is his birthday today. So once again, happy birthday to Jit Patel, as Johnny Grimmer, the legend himself. I was wondering where you were, Johnny. For a few days didn't get to see you, but Johnny is here. I'm sure that Johnny will be sat in his usual position and operating the score box in a moment. But nice to see Johnny here. Well, Kamboj. Oh, well, he gets another one away. That's better. Where was this a bit earlier, though? Remember, he blocked out 4 deliveries, more or less, and now he's decided I can hit a ball. Oh, maybe he just needed a proper helmet, Tina.
Oh, clearly, whatever it was that he needed, he's found it. As well, not only did he smack that, he also got a couple of extra steps in as he stepped to the left, stepped to the right, and smacked it over towards the Archers. And clearly, well, World Dance Day was a couple of days ago, but he got his wiggle on here, and he goes again. Left.
Give us another.
Hello.
Give
Where's
us another.
Going?
Oh, no. White ball, surely. No ball call, because it's the second one. Game alive here, people. Game alive. Well, you thought Shakir Ahmed would have sealed it with a hat-trick in the last, but Kamboj, well, he's got his dancing shoes on. This is over the lid. There's definitely a wide, but it's a second one. So no ball. And now what's happening here now?
Discussions.
Is
it the helmet again?
The 2 batters, well, Kamboj just called over Yadav and said, "Oh, Idara," talking to him about whatnot. And
maybe he's trying to run the clock down. I don't know what he's trying to say to his non-striker, because he's at the striker's end. And generally the non-striker is just like, well,
don't tell me he's going to try and just take a single because he wants to stay on
that would
strike.
Be outrageous.
He's got to muller it. If you get a boundary here now, we're going to have an interesting final over. Kamboj on the attack. Oh, he's missed it.
He's got to run. Oh,
and then they don't run. Oh, well, Kamboj was asleep. At least his partner at the other end had the right idea. And in the end, Gunasakara will go for 16 in the over, but Kamboj, it was there for hitting, it was there for putting away. He doesn't. 86 for 7 at the end of the night. So needing 20 of the last here are the power hitters.
Delanga got away with that in the end, bowling that no ball. All he had to do was get out the over, and then he manages to sneak through a dot ball as Vivek Kamboj. He was so fuming with himself about giving away that chance of a free hit, that he was pounding the turf in frustration rather than running to the other end. But it'll be then him at the non-strikers end and Vikas Yadav who has to face, and unsurprisingly, it's the captain here who's commandeering his fielding side, and the man with the ball in hand is Yogaraj, and that's not a surprise at all. His first over went for just 4, and he was peppering the ribcage of Happy Singh. I suppose the little glimmer of light here for the power hitters is that Yogaraj does bowl with a bit of pace, so they can just swing and swing hard, hope for the best, but he's a good bowler, someone you want in your corner bowling the final over. Nice. Well dug out actually by Vikas Yadav, who really does what he has to do, get himself off strike, get Vivek Kamboj back at the danger end, but he's still got to hit 3 sixes and then some.
He looks like a character, doesn't he, Kamboj? He's like his teammates are shouting stuff at him and he's saying, what? Can't hear you. Now that I've got a lid that fits on my head. Well, he's got to try and get, 19 here. 19 of 5 balls. Swing hard. I mean, even the edges with the pace, you're right, with the pace that you'll get from Vikram Nayaka, he could quite easily get a boundary here.
I wonder if he'll be dancing here. I wouldn't be dancing if it's Yogaraj firing it in at me. I think you just stand still and swing. Here we go. Oh, the umpire clothesline comes out as I think there's still a few discussions in the field. Clearly the pressure is on here as the Malta Super Kings know they need to get this win over the line. Here we go, ×2. And it is a big swing, but it's well bowled by Yogaraj, who holds his nerve. And now they're needing 3 sixes just to tie the scores, and 4 balls left to get it.
Well, he did play the pull shot pretty well against the slow bowlers. Having said that, he probably missed out on a couple as well from Gunasakara. So he's gonna have a go. And now he misses another. Behave yourself. Nowhere near a wide. And that kind of seals his contest. And the power hitters, well, it's frustrating for them really, because if they just manage things a little bit better, who knows?
I'm not sure what he's asking for here, because he steps away. Look where his front foot is. It's probably about 1 metre outside leg stump. And then he does a little shuffle afterwards to say, no, it was really wide. As he tries to get funky. And, well, he's just running out of ideas here, is Kamboj. Meanwhile, Yogaraj, the bowler, is just ice in his veins.
Is he complaining about? And I like Jani is now, I think he wanted a wide for that as well, you know. And umpire Jani is just losing his patience there and say, hey, look, you just do the batting, try hit the ball for a start, and let me do what I'm doing.
Can he hit it on this occasion? He does, but only into his own pad, and well, he belatedly calls through Vikas Yadav, and Yogaraj runs all the way to the other end, picks the ball up, obliterates the stumps. I think he was well in, Yadav. And Vivek Kamboj, he's nothing if not entertaining on that occasion. He just manages to swipe for a single. And the Malta Super Kings, barring some freak of nature on this May Day, will get the win. As it's been a brilliant final over from Yogaraj, and actually a brilliant spell, just the 6 runs coming off his 11 balls so far, and he'll stay with the 6 runs, as that is the end of the over, the end of the innings, and the end of the game, as the Malta Super Kings do hold their nerve. They defend 105 runs pretty comfortably in the end, despite a little kick from the tail there in over number 9, as they beat the power hitters by 17 runs.
Yeah, and just once again shows what we believe about the power hitters, that if it doesn't happen from the top 3 batters, then the chances are it's not going to happen. They gave themselves a glimmer of hope with that 9th over, 16 coming off Gunasakara, but there were still some missed opportunities in that over, which could have kept it exciting to the last. But what a great over that is from Vikram Nayaka right there towards the end, as only 2 runs come from it, and it's 88 for 7. So the Malta Super Kings will be boosted with that win, but they know they'll have a tougher match coming up here now. Some changes for them. They've got Sachira Dilchan coming into their side, but the Royal Strikers, Priyan Pushpajan coming into the side. That's big for them. They also got Arjun Hose, and also Rajesh Rajan in the side as well. So a few changes for the Royal Strikers. Strikers know that they're probably more or less have booked their place in finals day tomorrow, sitting pretty healthy at the top of the standings. They have 7 points to their name. Malta Super Kings with 3 points there have also joined up with 7, but Strikers have got that game in hand.
It certainly sets up an intriguing game because the Super Kings will know that they need to go hard at the Strikers to try and get that other win, to see if they can sneak into finals day. Of course, their work will be done after this next game, so they'll play and then hope the other results go their way. As for the Royal Strikers, they know that just a couple of points or more will get them into finals day. But we can take a look back at the highlights, and of course there was wickets tumbling, and we did have another Hall of Famer in our ranks as Shakir Ahmed picked up a hat-trick. This though was a brilliant catch. It was the second attempt for Delanga. He was frustrated, he dropped the first one, made no mistake on that second occasion. Yash Singh, well, he came and he entertained. There was a yes, no, maybe. There was a comedy run out that wasn't, and it was in the end the best leg by you ever did see, as that's another European cricket classic. But then there was this spell from Shakir Ahmed, who came in, tore through the middle order, as the first one was absolutely demolishing leg stump, second one was chipped into the covers, and then he just kissed the top of the middle stump to put himself into the Hall of Fame. Well done to him. The second Hall of Famer of the game, after captain of the power hitters Jaswinder Singh picked up a fifer. There was a little bit of a flourish towards the end, and a little bit of, or maybe that's why he needed a new helmet, Rico, as he smashed himself on the head. That was Kamboj, who came, he entertained, but he didn't quite get his side over the line.
Yeah, I mean, it's power hitters, they lose another, so that's basically rules them out. They will have one more match, of course, to play here, and we'll see them in action against Swahi United. And you just get the feeling that that one could go horribly wrong for them with nothing to play for. And I think Swahi United, of course, they will have everything to play for with Malta Super Kings winning that last match. They'll be hoping that the Royal Strikers do them a little bit of favour in this one with Swahi. Swahi know they've got to win their last two, and they take on the power hitters and also the Titans. Titans, though, still very much in it as well. We'll see them in action in match number 18. So with the batting, as we know, it really comes down to the top two. And Happy Singh getting 17, jump for 13, just win the captain 12. After that, there was that 17, entertaining 17 from Vivek Kamboj, but it all happened too late. And on the bowling front, I suppose you have to say, they just kept it nice and simple, but liking Yogaraj Wickramanayake coming into the side. I think he bowled very well, he's got some pace, and also looks like he's a pretty decent batter. So didn't pick up a wicket, but 2 overs just for 6. I mean, that's great bowling from him. At 2 wickets there for Varun Prasad, 2 for 17, 3 for Shakir Ahmed, including that hat-trick. So that's the match summary for the first of this match day for match number 16. Done and completed. Match 17 is up next. The Malta Super Kings take on the Royal Strikers. That's coming up in about 15 minutes time. Join myself, Rico Full and Tina Goff when we are back for that one.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to the gloriously sunny Malta Sports Ground here in Malta, where we're firmly into the final day of group stage action here in Group B, and every game is important. There's 4 points up for grabs in each game, and the top 2 teams will go through to finals day tomorrow. Next up is the Malta Super Kings in their second game of the day after winning just now against the Power Hitters, and they're up against the Royal Strikers. Without further ado, let's go out to Tyrone Peters in the middle for the coin toss.
The Royal Strikers to call.
Tail.
Tails is the call, and it's a hit.
You're going to bat first.
Yes, they're going to have a bat.
Thank you, Tyrone. So there you have it. The Super Kings, they've won the toss. They will have a bat, and it was a great win for them just now against the Power Hitters. That really kept them in contention for finals day, and there was a Hall of Famer as well. Shahir Ahmed put himself onto that list with that hat-trick. He bowled one, he chipped one up into the covers, and then kissed the top of middle stump to seal the deal. So it was a great win for the Super Kings. Can they win here to really put themselves in contention for tomorrow? As for the Royal Strikers, well, they've already put themselves in contention with their 2 wins on the first day of group stage action. It's been a great journey for them so far, and it could get even more exciting as they bring in an absolute superstar in the form of Priyan Pushparajan into their lineup, and he's only going to bolster their ranks. Talking of absolute superstars, there's one joining me in the commentary igloo, and that is Rico Fall, who will take you through the action. So as a recap, it was the Super Kings that won the toss, and they are going to have a bat.
Thank you very much, Tina. Looking wonderful on this glorious day. As well, today also is, amongst other things, Save the Rhino Day, which is celebrated globally on the 1st of May. It is a day centered around raising awareness of the rhino's plight in the world and highlighting ways to help this incredible animal. The day is especially important given the current devastating statistics. On average, 1 rhino is poached somewhere in the world every 22 hours. On this day, various animal rights organizations and non-profit making companies like zoos and other animal activists and other concerned groups provide opportunities to encourage more rhino conservation efforts from people around the world. So do your bit to save the rhino today. Of course, it is International Save the Rhino Day as we have a look at the 2 teams here. So just one change for the Malta Super Kings. Sichira Dilshan comes into the side, but for the Royal Strikers, I mean, they were playing pretty well as a unit when we saw them back on the day 2 of this series. But with Priyan Pushparajan coming into the side, that certainly is going to strengthen them big time with the bat. And already they probably go big time favourites. There you go. That tells you the story. 62% to 38%. But of course they have Chanal Sudasasan, who also played very well the last time that we saw him. Ashwin Raju was also in the runs. So we've got some good batters in there already. I just feel that on the batting front, they've just got that little bit more power than the Malta Super Kings, who continue to really depend on just 1 or 2 batters to get majority of their runs. But we did like the fact that Yogaraj Wikrama Yanaka coming into the side can certainly boost them with bat and with ball as well. So let's see how they fare. I think it's a good toss to win, actually. I think Royal Strikers, if they had won the toss and batted first, they probably could have batted the Super Kings out of the contest. So by batting first and putting hopefully some good runs on the board, the Super Kings will be hoping to try and get a good enough score on the board and contain the Royal Strikers. What the Malta Super Kings do not want in this match is to not walk away with a point. That could be disastrous for their plight to finish in the top 2. The Royal Strikers' win sees them easily finish in the top spot, and that means that they will then, if everything goes to plan for them, they will play the Southern Crusaders in qualifier number 1 tomorrow and have the double chance, of course, to get into the final. So we're ready to go. Looks like it's going to be Sanjal who's going to start with the ball to the Sanan, and bit of a way swing, but that's well met. It's going to go up and over. That will go all the way. Bolle. Inna Sona Shaka Lagya. Good start as Gopal Chaturvedi gets this one away nicely. The same opening partners as before, so Gopal is out there with Jay Gosalka. It's a good positive start. Good bit of movement there from that's Sanjay Siddharthan, the bowler. And there's that movement again. It's a very similar ball to the one before, but for some reason Gopal Chaturvedi goes to play this slightly differently. He probably would have been better off just holding his ground. He's going to get that movement away, so backing away towards the leg stump is not going to help. He's better off going into the ball. Siddharthan probably would be looking to get this just a little bit closer to the batter, Gopal, and he does. And it's nicely played, past one, but won't get past the outfielder. Just be a single on this occasion. Of course, we talk about Priyan and his batting. Of course, he can deliver with the ball as well. Priyan Pushpajan scored 2,349 runs on the network and also has taken 55 wickets. So he's going to be good with bat and ball. It's going to be a little bit too wide this time from Sanjay. Does get good movement. We've seen good movement actually today. It's funny, isn't it, how we always say you never really know how swing works in terms of when it will, when it won't. You often say, you know, a good overcast day with plenty of cloud cover will get the ball to swing around. There's no clouds at all today, and yet that ball, the Grizzly ball, is moving around heaps. There you go again, another good example. That's where he needs to be. That's the perfect delivery. Just have a look at this. Look where this is pitching. Draws the batter out and the movement away. The batter really by now has to change his stance. He's batting leg stick. He needs to move across. I think you need to take probably take middle and be stepping out to the ball. No change at the moment still on leg stick. Just loses his rhythm there. That's Sanjay. He'll go back to his mark. I want to welcome back everybody. And John Hisham, I think he's trying to find a nice spot of shade around the ground. It is very warm here. Hello to Udian. And Ghulam Mustafa is in the chat as well at the moment. And Luke Belgium. Hello to Luke. And Luke, just summing up, a few people thinking that's well bowled again. There about that batting in the last match from Campodge. Saying he could have been a bit more assertive. Yeah, I think we all agree with that. He didn't really play the team game, especially the way he came out there and just wanted to nudge the ball around. And at that point, they needed over 12 and over then anyway. It's played out. We'll take the single. So, end of the over. And, not a bad one at all. Plenty of positives there from Siddharthan, and he gets that ball to move around. And 9 coming from it. We started with a boundary of the very first ball, 6 runs in fact. And then after that, just 2 singles and a wide. And a good time to welcome back to Tina Goff. And, well, no doubt that Tina will be very interested about how this series goes starting tomorrow.
Absolutely. We've got cricket coming out our ears, don't we? We've got the 5 games here, and then, if we saw that correctly, 3 games in Belgium this evening, and then over in Czechia we've got double header tomorrow. Czechia women against Cyprus women, and there's 3 days of action coming to you from Czechia as well. And that's why commentators are here, there and everywhere. We can't be in 2 places at once yet. I'm sure Vinny's working on it.
Wide ball signalled by umpire Jit from that first one from Clinton Paul, who was the pick of the bowlers last time we saw him. He bowled very well. Did pick up the player of the match performance as well. Good bowler. Just starts a little bit too wide. Yeah, Denny Hudacek will be there in Czechia in his hometown to talk you through the action. A good comeback delivery.
It's interesting, we were talking about Priyan Pushparajan coming in for the Royal Strikers and how much of a boost that will give them. But I did notice that Jace Matthews not playing, and man, that's like one superstar in, one superstar out, because Jace Matthews is a good player as well, especially when it comes to the bowling lineup. He picked up a twofer in that game 8 when he gave away 5 runs. So I wouldn't say they're one bowler light, but certainly Jace Matthews is someone you want in your team every single day.
It's going to get in the gap, and once it's in the gap, there's going to be 4 runs because this outfield is quick and fast, and that races through. And like the Microlino, of course, our mobility partner, missing the Microlino. You know, I think the Microlino could be, because we've seen some of the traffic here in Malta in the mornings, it could be the ideal car here. The Microlino, of course, small but mighty and pretty nifty as well to get in out of the traffic. Into ball again. And that's too wide this time, and he knows it. He just turns around, goes back to his mark.
I'll tell you what, I've been completely brainwashed by the Microlino, because every time I see a mini car out and about, I'm like, is that a Microlino? And more often than not, it's not, and I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
Because I want to see one in the wild and take a photo with it.
One in the wild.
Certainly the way to go in Malta, though.
That's going to race for 4, is it? And no, the fielder's done amazingly well. That was travelling and comes across, gets a foot on it. That's the fielder, and it doesn't go over the line. That's to here. Gets 1 foot on it, keeps it on the line, and then tidies up after himself. Let's have a look at it again here. There you go. He gets a little bit lucky because he plays it onto his one leg onto the knee, but the ball stays in play. The next, and wow. That's played up in the air and will go all the way. There's going to be 6 runs. Seis Guerreras. Clever shot played by Gopal. He likes it there, doesn't he? That's the second one he's played for 6. The ball's wide. He reaches for it, gets a good piece of the bat. And the third, who is pretty wide out there, has got no play on that. So it's another boundary. It's a good start, this, from the Malta Super Kings.
It's almost a zero risk shot, isn't it? Because it's not going to go fine enough to the man at third, and there's no one else out there on the offside. So if you get your hands to it, especially with the bit of nip that Clinto Paul bowls with, it's always just going to fly away to the boundary.
To take it on. Good pick up. If he hits, he could be in trouble. Ooh, well, that was pretty close. Good work actually done there by Sanjay. Comes across, picks it up cleanly. It doesn't fire it in with all his might. And in the end, I think the batters give him credit. They're pretty quick between the wickets as well. They take a quick single.
It was the shins of Clinto Paul that were hit on the full there. Doesn't blink though. Shins of steel.
Guided, and well, the infielder makes a big error here. It starts to run and charge at this, and then completely misses it. Should have stayed still and taken it on the bounce. It's going to be a good end to the over. It's a good over, actually. We haven't seen too many big overs. 18 coming off that one, and it means that the Malta Super Kings have made a very positive start here. 27 without loss after 2.
It's certainly been a decent start. It's been a bit sloppy from the strikers with ball in hand and in the field, but let's take a look at the standings. And well, certainly if the Malta Super Kings win this one, they'll go top of the table. That'll be their job done for the day, and they can just sit back and see if they've done enough. As for the Royal Strikers, well, they certainly did enough on the first day, but they need to make sure they don't slip up here. Still need to pick up points.
Yep, they do. Got 2 matches. They'll play back to back, actually. They'll play this one, and then they'll take on the M&A Titans, who also are in with a shout. So everything to play for you would say at least 4 of the 5 teams in the group. The power hitters, we knew it was going to be tough for them before the start of the day, but with them going down to the Malta Super Kings, we know that they definitely won't be here tomorrow. Well, that's an ugly looking shot from Gopal. So this is Vishnu Sudhakaran, who bowls a good first delivery. Are you surprised the number of times that we see bowlers with white sleeves bowling and batters just quite happy to let it happen? It must be off-putting.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'm looking for any advantage if I'm batting. And they seem to be all right with it. It's one of those where if it was pointed out to them, they'd probably be saying, yeah, definitely distracting. But no one said anything about it now. And, well, the batter, Gopal, he's got sleeves on as well. So maybe he can't complain too much about it if he has the ball in hand later. It is a strange one, though, isn't it?
Yeah, white ball, white sleeves. I mean, if you wanted to watch that ball coming out of the hand, you're going to struggle. Mind you, at the moment, Vishnu is bowling wide to wicketkeeper, throws it away, and then get two. That's not very clever at all. From who is that behind the stumps? It's Sudasanan, isn't it? He's just rolls this ball unnecessarily. Let's have a look. I mean, is the batter a long way out? I suppose the batter, he's comfortably back in. He rolls it. Everybody misses it. Bowler's got his back turn. And what should have been one wide becomes two.
All those strikers just haven't really got going yet, have they? With the ball in hand. That's a better delivery.
Yeah, that's much better. That's well bowled. The first time, I mean, both bowlers, both openers have shown that they've getting this ball to move around. We saw that from Sanjay, we saw it from Paul, but they haven't located it in the right areas. And at least this time, Vishnu Sudhakaran, he does start straighter, gets that ball to move away. So they've been a little bit too wide outside the off, and Gopal certainly has liked it there. And ooh, that's a tight call for me, actually, from the umpire. So I think this one is probably just sneaking inside, definitely getting the line, and if you get the line, it shouldn't be called a wide. But having said that, I think Vishnu Sudhakaran knows that the umpire is going to call him, so he's got to get it closer. So too many extras at the moment from all the bowlers. Yeah, that's better. That's where he needs to be.
He needs to start it pretty much on middle stump. He's getting so much swing that by the time it reaches the batter, it's comfortably on fourth stump. He just needs to make sure he doesn't give the umpire a decision to make. And he's bowling well. Jay, who's been one of the more impressive batters for the Super Kings, hasn't been able to get away at the moment. 10 off 9.
Yeah, a little Helix joining in the chat, and also John Gray. Good morning to you, gentlemen. And again, it's a better delivery, and you can see that all the batter can do there is keep an eye on it, go back foot and play it out. So that's well bowled. That's what he needs to be. Let's see if he can finish well here. Vishnu, 3 wides in the over so far, and one of those they doubled up and took 2, so 4 runs in wides, and then you see just the one single. And there's something on that. Yep, he's gone. There's the movement away is too much for Gopal, who swings. He gets the bottom of the bat. You heard the sound. No mistake this time from Sudasanan, who takes the catch. And Vishnu Sudhakaran does get the line right, and he does get the breakthrough.
Yeah, he does get the perfect line. Is that just late swing? I think it was the wrong shot selection actually there from the batter, as he was playing a completely different line to where the ball ended up. And Gopal, who was actually one of the 2 openers who was looking a bit more solid, he was at least going at 200s. He has to depart, and it's the captain that comes out. Varun Prasath, we've been building him up all week, and he hasn't fired yet with the bat. Is this the time? It'd be as good a time as any.
Yeah, he hasn't really, you're right. We've seen him put away a couple of balls to the boundary. In that last match, he got a filthy full toss. He put it away, but then he chopped onto his own stump. So let's see how he deals with this from Sudhakaran, who's going to start a little bit wider now. He's the danger of being leg side-ish the way he's been bowling. Oh, that's an absolute peach. It's an absolute peach. What a delivery. Varun Prasath gets done by a little bit of magic. What a ball that is from Vishnu Sudhakaran, and he gets the big prize wicket of Varun Prasath. First ball, golden duck, is going to be the old timber jagde, but amazing delivery.
Amazing delivery and a big, big wicket. It won't be this occasion then that Varun Prasath does fire, and well, could even be the final time that we see him in this tournament, because at the moment the Super Kings are wobbling 32 for 2. It's the end of the power play as well, so the perfect end for the Royal Strikers. Vishnu picks up 2 wickets in 2 balls. He's on hat-trick watch. He'll have to wait, though, and come back for his second over. In the meanwhile, the Royal Strikers have got off to a dream start.
Yeah, dream start it is. And Priyan Pushpajan is going to bowl the next over. And he will know, of course, and knows all about Varun Prasathi's national team partner. How big a wicket that was. Varun, yeah, you're right. It could be the last time we see him. Malta Super Kings will be watching closely to see how the likes of the Titans and Swihi United play later on. But still got Gosalka out there, and he's been joined by another good player. Wickraman Kanya has been very good. We've liked him. Yogaraj, he made a good start. Here comes Priyan. And get that Yorker length delivery in straight away. Dot ball.
Certainly a ball that we'll watch on the highlights later, and one that Vishnu won't get tired of watching. And you've got to have a good delivery to absolutely clean up a batter with the quality of Varun Prasath, and that was a good ball and then some.
Yeah, it's
delivery.
It's something that I was talking a lot to Danny about when we were in France, that a lot of bowlers automatically, when a left-hander comes in, it's been hit down the ground and well hit as well. That's going to be 6 runs. Slightly short from Priyan. And Wickramanayake gets that one away beautifully. Good strike, good hit, 6 runs. Yeah, but we would say that a lot of times that right armers, they come around the wicket to a left-hand batter straight away without even trying. And you can see there that if you get it right and you're getting a little bit of movement anyway, put it in the right spot, it goes right in through the gate. That's just a perfect delivery.
I will say, as a left-hand batter, I much prefer right armers coming around, because you know the angle's just going to come in and in and in. There's nothing changing. If you're coming over, it's coming across you, and then it swings back in if you have an action like Vishnu, who gets that natural, well, in-swing to a left-hander. And it's just an awful delivery to face, because it comes across you. You think, okay, it's outside off stump, I can deal with this. And then suddenly it comes in, and you don't know if you're coming or going. And well, on that occasion, it was Varun Prasath that had to go. But it was a brilliant delivery.
Yeah, especially when it's first up. You know, first ball you get right on the money. And Varun, well, I've said before that I know a few years back that it used to be a bit of an issue that he had the ball that was full onto his toes. He would quite often get bowled. That's what does him again this time. Good comeback from Priyan after being hit down the ground. He's just gone a little bit wider, a bit shorter. Now he goes straight again. Now that's probably a good shot, actually. He does go down. And that's not the worst of shots. The umpire Jit says not out. Tina, what are your thoughts?
Well, it was an immediate shake of the head from me. That was just natural instinct. I think when you go down to sweep, you automatically think, wow, he's got to be somewhere in front of the stump. So I think that is the case, but I'd still say height is a question, because it hits him right in his belly button. And he's a pretty tall lad, so I think that's a fair call. There's always enough benefit of the doubt there to go towards the batters. So I think a good call.
Good call in the end. And good over in the end as well from Priyan. 39 for 2. And the Malta Super Kings here, I think important for them to remain positive. Play their shots. It's easy to say, but don't worry too much about a wicket or two falling, because you know they've not been in danger of being bowled out, but they haven't scored big runs. Down the ground, catching chance, and beautifully taken. There he is, and that's why he is such a good player, Priyan Pushpajan. Not just about the batting, which we haven't yet seen, but the bowling is good and the fielding. Really good catch. Comes running in, gets in a good position. In the hands it goes. And look at the way he rolls. He makes sure that he's saving that ball from coming out of their hands. Good catch. And another wicket goes down. And it's quite a good one to take as well, because we do know that the likes of Gosalka can be a dangerous batter. But on this occasion, it's 12 or 13.
That was not an easy catch, but Priyan Pushpajan made it look easy. It's running in. You've got to judge the depth of it. He does that. He still has to take it down low. Didn't have enough time to get right to where the ball was landing, but he tumbles away, and he's got a half chance here of a second one, but it just bounces in front of him, and they do run through for a single as Tariq Javed has come in. And well, he put some runs on the board for the Super Kings in that previous game, didn't he? And he's got the same task again. As there's only 40 on the board. These two both can bat. Yogaraj, he impressed with bat and ball for the Super Kings in the first game.
Maybe a little bit too wide. Extras be a little bit of a concern here for the Royal Strikers. That's now the 7th, I think that's the 8th wide now that we've had. And we haven't had too many overs, as you can see. We're only into the 5th. They're giving away a few. Mind you, the ball has been swinging around. Clinton Paul. And that's going to be put away. That's a really good shot. Gets into position early. That goes through or over the fence. Doesn't quite go into the archers, but it will go for 6 runs close to the tennis courts. Nicely played by your garage.
I'll tell you what, there's a lot of archers out there, and he almost hit some of them, but I think by the time it bounced, it almost landed in the tennis courts, which are also occupied, so there's hazards aplenty. We saw on that first day, actually, the cars were in danger in the car park. That's more of a left-handed swipe, but there you go. What's the collective noun for a group of archers? There's one for the chat. What would you call a group of archers?
A group of archers, yeah, nice one. It's another second time, same fielder has let this one go through, and that's 8 runs. That's got to go down to that man over there, and all of those runs can be very important. It's not a bad delivery at all from Clinton Paul. It's that Yorker which he's just got inside that line, and the batter puts a bat out to it. Fielder lets the bowler down, goes for 4. 50 comes up. Clinton Paul. That's hit pretty well as well. That's going to be 4 runs. He just hasn't been able to bowl at the same sort of consistency that he did when we saw him here the other day. And he's been, in fact, pretty expensive. He's gone now for 34 with a ball still to go in his spell. Whereas the other day, he was a demon bowler. Remember, he took 2 for 8 against Swihi United. So let's see if he can at least finish with a decent delivery. That's got a wicket thanks to that catch from Priyan. Well, now it's a full toss, which will also get put away. Shaba, Inna Sona, Shakalagya. And the Malta Super Kings, they are fighting back here. 61 for 3 at the 5-over mark as we welcome you into our commentary position in what you have to say is probably a very, very important match this for both these sides. The Super Kings, they know if they get a win here, then they stand a good chance of being back here tomorrow. And the Royal Strikers, they wouldn't want to lose the first of their 2 matches here today.
Absolutely. For the Super Kings, they want to win, put their feet up the rest of the day and see if they've done enough. As you say, for the Strikers, they don't want to go into that final game knowing they need to win or get points on the board. They're playing against the Titans as well, who have a point to prove themselves. They want to get into finals.
They've got a chance.
That's why I love this format. There's always something to play for, and every point could be important. Just ask the teams in Group A yesterday.
Yeah, 22 coming off that last over.
First matchful over we've had all day, isn't it?
Yeah, and a wicket goes straight away. Priyan gets another. Good catch. And it's Tariq Javed. It's going to be no fireworks from him. Speaking of fireworks, plenty of fireworks in Malta at the moment. Loads last night. They've more expected today. Here's that wicket. Just easy, simple delivery. Holds the pace off it. Batter swings hard. And good technique from the fielder. Gets into a good position. Holds on to the catch. Tariq Javed will go for just the one of the 2 balls. And nicely done there by Tanasir Tahir.
Nice catch. It's always difficult when you're tumbling forward, as Priyan Pushparajan, well, so perfectly demonstrated at long off, but when you're at point as well, it's hard to make sure all your teeth stay intact. But that's a nice catch there. I've got some archer chat for you.
Okay.
So, well, Paul Kempin says it should be a quiver of archers, which I guess is because you have the quivers of your bow. And then Adian gets all classical. So apparently a collective noun for archers is a Sagittarius. Well, Sagittarius is, because you know the is that out? No, I think he's out.
No, it just slides his bat in.
Sagittarius, of course, is the star sign, and that's denoted with the archer. So the plural for archers is Sagittari, with double I at the end, Latin. Because a Sagittarium is a unit name indicated for a specialised archer regiment.
Okay.
Back in the day of archery warfare.
A few tongue twisters in there. Okay. Oh, that's great bowling. I think this is going to be very close. It's such a good delivery. Bangs it in shorter and quicker. He knows exactly what the plan is. The wicket keeper, Siddharth does the rest. I think that's out. I think even when he puts the bat down, it hits the line, then it goes back down. Let's have a look. Let's slow this down here.
Yeah.
That's the shot.
Yep.
He's gone. He is gone. And Priyan Pushpajan takes another wicket, and this time it's the big one. It's the one of Yogaraj. Wickramanayaka is going to have to go, as he was joined out there briefly by Kailash Yogaraj, who got the leg by to get him on strike. What a good wicket. And that is just very, very clever cricket from Priyan. He set the trap. He knew exactly what he wanted to do. And Janjal behind the stumps read it perfectly. So Priyan picks up another. Great bowling from him. So
Jace Matthew, he's out of the team, and we thought he might be lacking for the Royal Strikers bowlers, but Priyan Pushpajan, he's done it in the field. He's done it with the ball, and I always had overthrows on that occasion. Martin says a group of archers, call them the Hood Pack, a la Robin Hood. I think we need to do some kind of exchange with the archery crew over there. We can show them how to play cricket, and they can show us how to fire a bow. Have you ever archered?
I have, not very well. This one is a catching opportunity. It's another one, so it's the third wicket. And Priyan, he's got 3 for 8 so far, as Kailash Yogaraj will go for a 2-ball duck. A good catch taken. Priyan in the action again. You can't keep him out of the action. No mistakes from the fielder to help him with his third wicket. And that's Jamshed who takes it. The only thing I would say is that I just don't want the batters to upset the archers. If too many Grizzlies start going in that direction, you never know, they might start retaliating with a few arrows coming this way. And that just wouldn't go well. 63 for 6. Plenty of time to bat. And at the end of that 5th over, I think the rate they were going at was pretty decent, but now they've lost all those wickets. Dulanga Gunasakara is out there now with Shakir Ahmed. Both can probably hit the ball pretty well, as this one has to be fended away. It's that delivery that Priyan bowls. He just rams in that Yorker, darts it in. What an excellent spell of bowling. 3 for 8 of his 2 overs.
He's an absolute superstar. And you imagine with bat in hand as well, he'll be licking his lips at the prospect of a lowish run chase. I mean, 63 for 6 on the board. They've still got plenty of overs to come, still 4 of them, but the trouble is they've already got their top 6 back in the hut. Can Shakir Ahmed repeat the magic he did with the ball in the previous game, now with bat in hand? Archery was the first Olympic sport to allow female competitors back in 1904. And it was the only women's sport at the 1904 Olympics, actually. So early bit of equality there, thanks to archery. And Eliza Pollack, age 63, is the oldest female Olympic medalist. She won a gold medal and 2 bronze medals at those 1904 Olympics.
Those Olympics.
Yeah. I suppose archery is an ageless sport, as long as you can lift your arms up. Same as cricket, really.
Big, huge swing and a miss. This is now Ashwin Raju, the captain, who's bowling very similar to what we saw from Priyan, actually. Not too much of a difference between the two. That's hit pretty well. Ain't going to be stopped. Hit straight down the ground. Priyan, though he's not that far away from that, couldn't stop it. So Shakir Ahmed, we know that he has got some firepower. He hits the ball well. And Dulanga Gunasakara, we saw him briefly in one match a couple of days ago. And I said then he looks like a decent batter. He helped them out when they had lost. But he scored 21 of 13. And it was when they lost to Swihi United, when they lost a lot of the top order batters. A bit wider. Oh dear. I know I heard Vinny talking about this yesterday. I think a couple of times the umpires are calling these with the balls catching the line. And it's not a wide, it's it's got to completely miss the line to be called a wide. And I don't know why the umpires are struggling with these calls. That's definitely not a wide ball here. You have a look at this again, and that's right over the line, right over the line. And there shouldn't be any issues. The main reason that those lines are painted a different colour red is so that you can clearly see if the ball is catching it or not. So, yeah, not a good call from the umpire. That one probably is a wide. Yeah, I think that's a fair call.
It's a tough one, isn't it, for Ashwin Raju, because he bowled a decent delivery. That one's called wide, and then it's doubled down. It's almost like he's got the wide on the brain now. Third time lucky. That one is dug in. And squirts away to the man at a bit of a fly slip position. Half-hearted appeal there by the keeper, Shanjal. Nothing doing. I think the batter there, Delanga, was comfortably in. Good old bat slide as well. Make sure
he gets himself in. So where can they get with this? I mean, I just feel that they'll find a way to get past the 90 and into the hundreds. Somebody will surely get a few runs for the Malta Super Kings. And the thing is with them here is, I mean, if it does end up being a 90-something score, it does leave the door open, I feel, for the Royal Strikers to, if they get off to a good start, to maybe even take all the points. That would be a disaster for the Malta Super Kings if they don't get anything from this match. That's too wide again from Ashwin Raju. I think he's purposely trying not to bowl too straight, because when he puts it straight, it gets hit back over his head. But the number of extras, that's 11 wides now and 12 extras. It's far too many. And make that another one. It doesn't get any better. So not really sure what's happened to Ashwin Raju here, but he's just, this over is taking forever. But keep an eye on the time. Time shouldn't be a problem because they've got a lot of bowlers that bowl just off a few steps, but they're not helping themselves at all. And I suppose the wicketkeeper there, Chanja Sudasanan, is not helping the umpires by keep knocking the stumps down for no reason at all. Batters are easily in. Right, Raju. Well, he does get that one right. So that's what he's trying to do. But he's getting it wrong more than he's getting it right. Right, 2 more balls to go. 10 off the over. Can they get a boundary away here?
I've fallen down an Olympics wormhole now, I'm afraid. I can tell you a bit about it at the end of the over, maybe. Well, Adian has put me on it in the chat, saying look up the 1904 St. Louis Olympics marathon. And boy, is it a wild ride. So there was I think 32 competitors, of which only 14 completed the race. And there's some headlines which are...
How long was it? And what was the distance?
It was a marathon, so what's that? Yeah, 26 miles.
Yeah.
And there was no water stations. They accidentally gave North American competitor Tom Hicks a cocktail made of egg whites, brandy, and rat poison.
What? Accidentally?
Accidentally.
How does that happen accidentally?
They had to dodge traffic. They had to steal peaches to survive. And some of them hitchhiked during the marathon.
Lad.
If anyone wants a good little bedtime reading, just look up the Wikipedia page for the men's marathon. Anytime an event like that has its own Wikipedia page, you know things have gone down. But yeah, they were apparently so severely dehydrated that the actual winner was Thomas Hicks. He collapsed and hallucinated by the end, and that was because of the rat poison, probably. The 4th place finisher, Andarin Carvajal, took a nap during the race after eating spoiled apples. I'm not making this up. I mean, I wasn't there.
He finished the runner-up, did you say?
The 4th place.
The 4th.
He took a nap.
He took a nap and still finished 4th.
Yeah. I mean, the winning time was 3 hours 28, which is significantly slower than, obviously, the marathon times of the pros at the moment, but still, not bad.
Vishnu Sudhakaran comes back, and he also starts with a wide. Well, I'll tell you what, if the Royal Strikers do keep this to less than 100, they will be thinking, you know, it could have been 80, because we've just given so many extras in wides and those extra balls, and that's better. And it's another one that perhaps the bowler should have stopped himself. And Ghulam Mustafa saying, well, I think maybe the bowler doesn't know the ECN wide rule. Well, yeah, I don't think it's the ECN wide rule. I think it's wide in general. If you're bowling that wide, it's going to be quarter wide. Oh, that's well bowled. Just think that today maybe that not enough bowlers have attacked the stumps. They could have taken a leaf out of Priyan's book, and also that, of course, of Vishnu. And here is Vishnu now. Of course, he does get swing. He took the prize wicket of Varun. Slow ball, really well bowled. Clever bowling. Clever bowling. So it didn't start well with the wide down legs up. He's come back well. Just a single. And now he's got a couple of dots in here. So very important 8th over here. Hakran once in again. And sees the batter come for him. That's really well bowled. Nah, oh, nah. I like to see this from side on, because if this is given a wide, then I mean, let's see where it's probably about there. I'm reckoning where this ball has to go past.
He comes way down the pitch as well.
Yeah, I mean it's a tight one. But
maybe it's okay.
Well, that's okay for the Super Kings as well. Well, after getting the wide, he forces the bowler to go a little bit straighter. And Sidhakaran does, and then he gets thumped over cow corner for a big 6. It's well struck. Holds the pose on this one as well. There's Delunga Gunasakara. And he says, there you go. I'm finally going to get off the mark. And with a 6. Taking him 5 balls, though. Oh, that's smashed. Going, gone. Adios, Bolota. Gunasakara just needed to get his eye in for 4 balls. And then the next 2, he smashed for big 6s. And that's more like it. That will certainly help to get them past that 100 mark. Sidhakaran, these figures were pretty good until those last 2 balls. He's gone for 20 with the ball to go now. Can he get that Yorker in? That's what he needs. Well, he gets a Gundy ball down the leg side instead. As the story of extras for the Royal Strikers continue. What you found now?
I'm still on this marathon. That's why I've been so silent. So the first to finish at the race was Frederick Laws. So he was hailed the winner. He had his photo taken with Alice Roosevelt, who was the daughter of Teddy Roosevelt, the president at the time. Someone goes up in the air. It could be a catch. It should be, and it's dropped. And it's not only dropped, but it's kicked halfway to the boundary. It won't go all the way, as luckily for the fielder there, Sanjay is on hand. And it was a tough one. It skewed up, but in the end, they do manage to scamper through. So at the end of the 8th, 92 for 6. So Frederick Laws, he was hailed as the winner. He had a wreath upon his head. He was taking in the adulation of the crowd. And then he was about to get the gold medal. He was dipping his head to get the gold medal. And then some spectators claimed that he'd not run the entire race. He'd suffered with cramps, and he actually dropped out of the race after 9 miles, which is not many miles.
Yeah.
And he hitched a ride back to the stadium in a car, waving at spectators and runners alike during the ride.
Oh, my word.
When the car broke down at the 19th mile, he then just decided, I'm just going to carry on running then. He re-entered the race and jogged across the finish line.
I love it.
And then he got confronted, and he did immediately admit it, so I'm not sure why he allowed the wreath to be placed on his head, but he said it was a practical joke. Just joking, guys.
Well, this is no joke, as it's full and straight. And Sanjay Sidharthan comes back on and removes Shakir Ahmed. So that's the 7th wicket to go. So Malta Super Kings, they got a good over there against Vishnu. It went for 18. But every time they look like they're gonna jump ahead and get to that 120 kind of score, they lose a wicket. And you've got to try and get Gunasakara back on strike, who himself, don't forget, was dropped after hitting 2 6s. So that's the end of Ahmed. He's going to go run a ball 8. They're done pretty impressively with that ball from Sidharthan.
Okay, one final thing, because this is, to top it all off, the Russian competitors arrived 2 weeks late for the marathon because they used the Julian calendar instead of the Gregorian. 2 weeks late.
Not an hour or so,
No,
2 whole weeks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, someone arrived. So the 4th place winner, or 4th place, was a Cuban mailman who gambled away his money in New Orleans and had to hitchhike his way to the Olympics, which were in St. Louis. So he arrived just a few hours before the marathon started. At least not 2 weeks late like the Russians.
Full toss.
Oh dear.
And we'll have a look at this side on. I think it's probably okay. Don't you think, when those athletes not have got a heads up, you know, after a week by somebody saying, by the way, you know it's done already.
Surely the news of the rat poison, spoiled apple, cheating Olympics had made its way to Russia in those 2 weeks, but I suppose they were going the other direction at the same time. And
Called a no ball and judged to be over the waist higher. A good call, I think. Fair call. All right, Siddharthan gets a good ball in, gets played away. And this time the fielder, who has let a few go past it, keeps it to just a single. Just having a look at the fielder who's on the boundary there. I think it's the captain. Has he got something on his ear?
yeah, it looks like he's got something in his ear. It's sticking out. It's like a piece of tissue in his ear. Maybe he's just trying to block out our conversation here.
Now then, interesting call. Called wide. What do you make of this, folks? This is Aldo's the umpire. I reckon this one also, you know, gets some of the line. I'm pretty sure it does. It's I think I know Tyrone very well. Tyrone is going to be spitting feathers in his section. This time bat onto it. That's played to the fielder. Makes a stop. And see, that ball was very... Oh, what's happened to the batter? Oh, well, what is that they put in the drinks for the marathon people? Because I think he's had some of that. Hopefully not the rat poison. Well, this is the year. I don't know what that is about, by the way.
Is it the label of the cap?
It's just the label of the cap, is it? Then we saw a batter forward. What's the batter here? Look at him. He needs to put more water in it. Look at him. Look at him. There he goes. Pani, pani. He's done up here. Well, that is massive. That's a glorious stroke from Delanga Gunasakara. You see, I weren't wrong. When I saw this guy 2 days ago, I said at the time, there's no way that he should be batting at number 8, because he came in pretty low on that day. And it's the same here today. This guy can bat. And Gunasakara hits a beautiful shot there and take him into the 20s. That's a big hit. It brings 100 up as well. So maybe that 120 is on if he gets a few more away. That's well bowled. And this time the umpire does get it right.
Well, before the series, Delanga's high score was 1 not out. So clearly the captain, Varun Prasad, had taken one look at the figures and said, OK, sounds like a number 8. But he's batting like an opening batter here. 21 off 9. He did miss out on that occasion.
He just drops a bat on it and they'll take the single. So rotation of the strike. So end of the over. That's clever as well because he keeps him on strike. 104 for 7. And can they get a good finish in here? It's been a pretty good recovery actually from the Malta Super Kings. They were in a spot of bother, weren't they, at the end of the power play, 32 for 2. They just lost the 2 top batters, but then they put a bit of a recovery in. Clinton Paul, that 5th over came for 22, but then Priyan came back and took 3 wickets in the 6th over, only gave 2 runs away. But then since then, they've been doing okay. They've got 11, 18 and 12 of the overs. And let's see if they can get the same here in the last, then they will get to a pretty respectable score, as it will be Ashwin Raju, captain, to bowl the last, but he bowls so many wides. Speaking of wides, it's now got to be close to 20. I'm just having a quick look. Yeah, 17 wides and a leg by and a no ball, so 19 extras. And that's enough to lose your matches. Horn strikers, and just get the feeling here that there may be some more wides to come because Raju was one of the guilty partners.
Well, the Super Kings, they defended.
It's not a wide.
No.
It's not a wide. This is getting, I think this is getting to a point now where, well, I don't know, what's the answer to? There is never a wide. And umpires have got to start getting these right. Because it just makes the bowler bowl an extra ball for no reason. And he makes the bowler start to bowl straighter than what he wants to. And come on, I'm trying to rally up the bowling union to have a chat here with the umpire and say, come on, what's going on here? I think Tyrone Peter, I can see Tyrone. He's walking around. He's probably
prowling, I'd say.
Yeah, he's hot under the collar, is Tyrone. He'll be having a chat with both these umpires. because I think both Aldos and Jit have been getting these calls wrong. And that one is a wide, clearly. No issues with that. Good, it's good to see Suraj Singh actually stay on his feet this time.
He's quite a small chap, so he's got a low centre of gravity. Oh, he goes dancing down this time. Would have been a wide if he got out of the way of it, but he might be out here. The race is on, and we're going to have to look at that. It seems like the wicketkeeper only had one stump to aim at, so he went for the run and hit tactic instead, but it might be tight, this one.
I think he makes it, but I think also, let's see. Oh, no, he doesn't. The bails get broken before he gets the bat down. But I think the keeper does actually very well here. Does Chanja Siddhasanan, because if he throws it, they'll run. If he misses, they'll run. So he had to make sure, and in the end, he gets it right. So that's going to be the end of Suraj Singh. He seems to be a popular man, doesn't he? As he runs back, another batter comes out. But you can see what the key is here is to try to keep Gunasakara at the other end. Gunasakara has had a chat with the new batter and probably said, hey, yeah, you know I want to get on strike. Right. Ashwin Raju bowling to the new batter, and this is Dilshan. Just got to get back. All he's got to do is just tap it, get back on it, and get Gunasakara back on strike. He's not able to do it yet. Will he do it this time? He's got to get a wide. Another wide. Extras pretty close to becoming the top scorer here. That takes the extras and up to 22, 20 wides now. He hits that pretty well, and will get Gunasakara on strike for at least a couple of deliveries anyway.
The Super Kings, they defended 101 in that game 9 against the Titans. I would say the strikers have a slightly stronger batting lineup, but they can get over the boundary here. Well, they're not going to. At least get to 110. Got one ball left to do it in.
Here we go. And this one is a catching opportunity and will be held. So they will finish on 109-49 as Gunasakara is the last batter to depart in the innings. And they don't quite get to that 110. I was saying if they could get to a score between 110 and 120, it would be a pretty good recovery. But it's not quite that. But it is a score, as you said, that they can defend.
Yeah, certainly. Anything over 100 we've seen here so far this week is a competitive total when you've got the runs on the board. As we go back and take a look at the highlights, and it started not too bad actually for the Super Kings. That opening partnership was worth 32 between Gopal and Jay Gostalkar, and we started thinking if one of these two can go big, then they can maybe push towards 130. But in the end, it was pulled back as both Gopal and Jay Gostalkar departed in the teens, and it was a bit sloppy throughout actually for the Royal Strikers. For a side that's unbeaten so far, they didn't eventually get that one as there was a tickle through to the keeper there. That was the end of the keeper of the Super Kings. He departed for 14 and Gostalkar went shortly afterwards, but that was Varun Prasath that was departing on the first ball, and what a delivery that was.
That was a dream ball. That's one that the bowler will go back and look at time and time again because it's an absolute highlight to get Varun Prasath. But then, yeah, you're right. I think in the field as well, they just weren't their clinical self. That was a good catch taken, but a couple of times you saw in that point area, fielders overcommitting, letting the ball go through and going for runs. You saw a few times the ball just thrown away for no reason. A couple of times wide should have been one, they got two. And let's talk about the extras. Just far too many. I know some of those calls, I will defend the Royal Strikers a little bit. Some of those calls, probably, I would say 4 or 5 actually, weren't wides, but still, I suppose you've got to be able to adjust. That was a good start in that over from Sanjay Siddharth, and we know that he's been pretty good. He's got the ball in the right areas, but they always manage to get some runs. This one was the run out in the end. Good work, actually, clever from the wicketkeeper, because I think if Chanja Siddhasanan threw that and missed, they would have got Gunasakara back on strike. Gunasakara did manage to get back on strike for 2 balls, missed one, and then found the safe hands of the fielder in the other. And that is the way it would end 110 being scored, or 109 being scored. 110 will be the target. They need to go an 11 and over to achieve that. They should be able to do it as we have a look at the scorecard. 26 then from Yogaraj Vikramanakana. He does pretty well. It shows that he's a good player. I think he's going to be key with the ball as well. And then right there towards the end, again coming in really late at number 8, Dulanga Gunasekara, 23 or 14.
A nice little cameo from him to at least wrestle the score above and beyond 100. Certainly they've been helped a lot by those extras there. 22 extras. Usually there's a few buys and leg buys in there which you can use as an excuse, but in this case 20 of them were wides. So although someone like Prayan Pushparajan, he was the pick of the bowlers by far, picking up 3 wickets and not giving away a single extra, he was a bit let down by, for example, the captain Ashwin Raju, 7 wides in his 2 overs, and Clinto Paul, Mr. Consistent, he got hit around a bit, didn't he? 1 wicket, but he did go for 40 runs. So a bit disappointing from the Royal Strikers that they did give away so many freebies, especially for a side that's unbeaten so far and will certainly have aspirations to go deep into finals day tomorrow and even maybe lift that trophy. But still a long way to go before we can even think about that glorious trophy. As the Malta Super Kings, they'll certainly have it in the back of their minds, especially if they are able to defend the 109 that they posted halfway through this match 17. So join me, Tina Goff and Rico Fall for the run chase here on the European Cricket Network in about 5 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back on this Global Love Day today. It's being celebrated as well as the public holiday in many parts around the world. And if you are having a holiday, I hope you're having a wonderful day. And thank you for joining us on the European Cricket Network. We are, of course, in Malta at the beautiful Malta International Sports Ground. And we're bringing you this European Cricket Series. It's the final day of group matches. We know which two teams from Group A will be coming back here tomorrow. And of course, it's the Southern Crusaders. They will be here along with the Masida Warriors. But who will join them from Group B? That's what's being decided here. And the Malta Super Kings will do their quest a big favour if they can win this match. They put 109 on the board. The Royal Strikers, who currently are sitting top of Group B, well, they could, well, if they go down here, then the Malta Super Kings will be right behind them. So it's the big knock, really, for the Strikers. Need to have a good start. It's played quite nicely, and they will come across and take the single. It's the captain, Ashwin Raju, who's out there with Chanchal Sudasanan. Now, these two, they have batted well, and you'd expect them to score some runs. But remember, the big news for the Royal Strikers, the man who's already made an impact in this match, Priyan Pushpajan, is playing, picked up 3 wickets. That one's well bowled. And this is Vikramanayake, who might have just done himself a bit of an injury there. Just holding his upper leg. He's made an impact as well, Yogaraj. Didn't see him play on the first day of the group matches, but he's come back well here. That's good delivery. The left armour getting this wicket to talk. So it's the second Yogaraj in the side. And we have a Kabalish Yogaraj, who also himself is a very good bowler. So they've got a good bowling attack. And Vikramanayake has certainly strengthened it. And there you go. It's not a good shot, right across the line. And it's going to be a 3-ball duck for Chanchal Sudasanan. This plays an ugly looking shot. And that's going to be the end of him. And Yogaraj will pick up a wicket. It's an ugly shot, really. It's not the ball to be playing that shot to. Just look where he finishes. And, well, Vikramanayake is a happy man as he celebrates and sends back Chanchal Sudasanan. And not a good shot from him at all. As Tinikoff joins me back.
Well, there's fireworks going off somewhere, and fireworks out in the middle as an early wicket falls for the Strikers. And it looks like it's been enough to damage the middle stump in some way, as the umpire is wielding it like a lightsaber, and looks like he is going to have to seek a replacement. I'm sure the Royal Strikers will just think, oh, it's fine, you don't have to replace it. We don't need the middle stump. Priyan Pushpajan will certainly hope that those stumps aren't in any danger anytime soon, as he is the key man now, isn't he?
I like that. He says middle, and the umpire says, but there is no middle. There is now. You can have that middle stump guard. Priyan Pushpajan. I suppose the question here is just how much cricket he's played, and it certainly didn't show any signs of being rusty when he was bowling. Let's see how he goes with the bat, as he knows that this is a pretty big partnership for the Royal Strikers. Vikramanayake, can he get another one? Can he get the key one? Goes too wide, and well, he's definitely holding that upper leg. Now, this one's not called wide by the umpire, so whether this is a tricky one really when it's going right across, whether that's catching the line or not. But on this occasion, the umpire decides that this is okay.
Priyan, watch him. He just finishes there. And he does the little 1-2 shuffle again to try and tell the umpire that was definitely wider. Good call on that occasion.
It gets played out. He plays that one on the full. Good use of his feet there, Priyan, just not allowing himself to be yorked by it. So the end of the over, and a very good over. Just the 2 runs come from it, and the wicket of the dangerous Chanchal Sudasanan. And that means that, well, we are now at 5 matches since a golden ball, because of course Vinny Sandhu yesterday, who was commentating from HQ, he did get that golden ball number 76.
And what a spectacular golden ball it was as well. I'm sure that will be a classic match during rain delays for years to come. Certainly one that we'll look back fondly. I'm sure the Bajiba Blasters won't look back on it too fondly, as it was a bit of a tumble for them, but Southern Crusaders who make the most of it, and of course we'll see them again back on finals day tomorrow.
It's on the pads and whipped away in classical Priyan Pushpajan form. Not the best of deliveries, and Priyan, it's a safe hit as well. There's nobody on that leg side boundary. And well, maybe those archers that have been enjoying themselves in the Maltese sunshine up until now, or maybe they will have to perhaps take cover if Priyan gets going. So you can see Varun Prasad is having a chat, but just located badly. He's onto the pads, and Priyan, he puts that away effortlessly. 6 runs to him, that's his first boundary.
Certainly showing no signs of not having played much cricket, if that is the case. A man with his quality doesn't need too much time to get into his work, and there's example number 2 as that one gets slapped back down the ground for a big 6 runs, back-to-back sixes to start the second over.
First of all, clipping one that's too short of his pads, and this time just uses his feet to make that one into a half volley and hit it straight back over the bowler's head for 6. Priyan looking dangerous. They need to see the back of him pretty quickly. Bowler checks his field. Varun does make a change. Backward point comes up, so Varun can go back on the boundary. And now he goes in the area where the fielder came from. Well, who wants to be a captain? Varun Prasad has just moved the fielder from there to come up into the ring. And Priyan Pushpajan says, there you go, Skip. I'll give you something else to think about. Now what does he do? That one is going to be 4. So 6, 6 and 4 of the over so far. Shakir Ahmed, well, after a great first over there from Vikram Naika, this one is going in the opposite direction. No change in the field. And that's going to be 6 more. Bolle, bolle, bolle. Kinna sona shakka lag gaya. Montana dekh lo. Change jutiyan pehriya bowler nu. As that one now means that that's 20 off the over. 22 with still 2 balls to go. I'm just trying to look around here. I've seen him now. He was camouflaged. I was trying to find the second fielder that's out, and they've got him out sweeping the offside boundary. So you've got Varun Prasad on the boundary at long off and a sweeper on the offside. And oh, that is just been timed beautifully. It is raced to the boundary at the blink of an eyelid. What a shot this is. Watch the wrist. Aye, aye, aye. Carves it through the point, and the sweeper's got no chance to get onto that. 22 becomes 26 at the over. Here's the final delivery. It's gone magical. Will it go supersonic? No, he's quite happy to, well, he was happy to take a single. In the end, the 2 batters decide it's probably not a good choice. You don't want to run out at the moment, particularly that of Priyan. End of the over, 26 come from it. It's 28 for 1 after 2.
I think Priyan wanted to keep the gravy train rolling, get himself on strike for the 3rd. Ashwin was a bit on his heels there, and said, oh, I want to have a go as well, but still a brilliant over by a brilliant batter. Priyan Pushparajan is such a boost to the Royal Strikers, who have already shown what they're made of, winning the first 2 games, and a win here will certainly put them into the finals day tomorrow, especially with that 1 game coming up, which is the second half of their double-header against the Titans. That's match 3 today. There's still more points to be had for the Strikers. As for the Super Kings, well, they at least won that game this morning. They certainly want to try and get a win here, or at least get some points to keep themselves in contention for tomorrow.
This is Kailash Yugaraj, who goes for the Yorker. Only misses it by a fraction, Tina, but it's enough for Ashwin Raju to clip it away to the boundary for 4 runs. So I'm guessing here with Kailash Yugaraj coming on to bowl, and we're not seeing the opener I feel that maybe that injury for Rukramanenko is probably worse than we think, because I'm pretty sure you'd go back to him after he only conceded 2 and picked up that important wicket. Played away into the point area, no run, that's well fielded. We've seen him in good action in that position before. The fielder, that's Gunnar Sakara, like him. And I wonder if we will start to see more of him if the Super Kings progress tomorrow. It's well bowled. Oh dear. Well,
I was holding my breath there, Rico.
what can you say? And look at the bowler. I mean, you got a feel for the bowler here. And Kailash Yogaraj, he gets the ball in here, is called wide, and you can see him to his captain. He's saying, well, captain, what am I supposed to do? That's a good ball. And it is a good ball. I suppose the only thing you could say is that, well, it's not just them. The opposition had to deal with it as well. That's well bowled. Good areas. Short of a length, good heavy ball. And when you've got a batter, Ashwin Raju is quite happy just to plant his foot there, but he's not really moving. He's always going to get caught up by that one. Priyan just having a chat with him. Probably just trying to give him a bit of confidence. Say, don't worry about that one. Stay with me. You can see already kind of a different ball game, depending on who you're bowling to. But Kailash Yogaraj, he's a good bowler. And this one should be okay. And sigh of relief from everybody as the umpire keeps those arms down.
It's already so much of a batter's game, isn't it, Rico, that when you're the bowler, you try and do everything you can to just stop the ball getting smashed to all parts. And a good tactic is just hiding it right on that wide line. And you think you've executed the perfect ball, you turn around and the arms of doom go up. Luckily, though, they stayed down on that occasion.
And, well, Priyan wanted it. Probably a good call, actually, because short mid-wicket does well. I like the way that he attacks the ball, goes to it rather than waits for it to come to him. That's enough to stop the batters going. This is a great comeback after the first ball went for 4, and he's going to finish off brilliantly well. He might have been on the wrong end of a wide call, but still, what a very good over that is. And in fact, if you think about the power play, so that's 33 for 1. There's just 1 run in it. They're already a run ahead, but they've lost the 1 wicket less than what the Malta Super Kings had done at this point. But over number 2 went for 26, but the other 2 overs just go for 2, and that one goes for 5. So just the 1 over, but which tells you really it's Priyan. He's the man you got to try and remove. If you can get Priyan out, Priyan is the man who hit those 26, then everything can change. But you can see in that whole first innings of the Malta Super Kings, there were a lot of low overs in there as well. They did manage to rally and at least get to that 109 score. But can they defend it? Now this is going to be interesting. This is Yash Singh coming on to bowl. I'm bowling to Priyan. It could either work a treat or it can go badly wrong.
You can see why Priyan was so keen to get that single at the end of the second over, because Ashwin Raju didn't really do much in that next over apart from the 4 on the first ball. It's going wrong, Rico.
Oh, full toss, hammered away. Might as well just check the height on this side on. I think it's okay. It is coming down, but yeah, he delivers a full beamer. And Priyan, look at him, he's just waiting and says, yep, this will be to my liking. And is on the way down, so it's not going to be an issue. The umpires have checked, and 6 it will stay. Right, he's got to get the ball to pitch, hasn't he? Priyan has raced along to 33. Hits that straight as a dart, not going to be stopped. 4 more. You got 2 men back there. Kailash is there with Varun, but he's hit that so nicely. And it's 1 bounce, 4 runs. It doesn't look like he's afraid to take on the bowlers here. Priyan Pushpajan. Another boundary for him. All strikers. Looking a different outfit with Priyan in the side when he's in the field, and also now with the bat. But can they remove him? It will make all the difference if they can. Yash Singh Writes another one up. It's hit well, and that one will go for 6 as well. Over extra cover. It's a lovely shot. He's picking his spots, hasn't he, Priyan? That's the thing about Priyan, you know, a lot of people, when you watch him, he's not just a great hitter of the ball. His timing and placement is fantastic. He does genuinely play around with the field. That's 43 now with just 11 deliveries.
He's a real match winner, and he's pushing his side ever closer here. 61 now needed, only just out of the power play.
Played out into the offside, but the sweeper does make the stop here. Okay, now this is where I think the Super Kings have to be a little bit smarter. Say, right, okay, we've got a different batter. Here's Ashwin Raju. We've seen him struggle. 5 of 7. Let's try to put a bit of pressure on him. But don't really see that. They've got an interesting field set up on the in that point area. That's just stroked away for a single. Yeah, they've kind of got 3 in a row from third to backward point and point. So they're expecting probably a little nudge shot or something there. I mean, that might work with Ashwin. I don't know if Priyan is going to be looking to play the nudge shot. He's going to be looking to play these side of types of shots, and that's going to be 50. 50 of just 13 deliveries for Priyan Pushpajan. And if you wonder just why myself and Tina were excited to see him in the side and why we thought he'd make a difference, well, we just let the scorebook do the talking. Not only did he pick up 3 wickets, but he has raced to a very rapid half-century as well.
It's an excellent half-century by a player who's not just all power, he's style as well. And you were talking about that field, Rico, with those 3 lined up. I think you're right. I mean, it's the end of the over now, so Ashwin Raju is on strike, but Priyan absolutely crunched one through point earlier in the innings. I'm not sure what those 3 fielders are really trying to achieve there, but for Raju maybe it's a slightly better tactic, but it just gives you so much room to just knock it away. And when Raju knows that he's got Priyan at the other end, you can just knock it into the gap for a single and say, over to you, Priyan.
Yeah, well, that's what he's done. He's got the single. Now, Priyan against Varun. This is going to be a good matchup. 2 players that play for the national team. Varun starts to move his troops around. He pushes extra cover back and bowls a wide delivery. No run there, and Priyan wanted it, but there was no backing up there at all from Ashwin Raju. He's probably thinking, but I thought you want to stay on strike. I didn't think you'd want the single. So you can see already, you can see Varun has advertised where he's going to be bowling this. Oh, there's an edge. There's a chance. That is a genuine chance. It's a big opportunity to remove Priyan. He edges this, and the keeper, Gopal, not able to hold on to it.
It's a tough chance with the ball going across the batter. That's what you got to hold on to. Priyan won't give you too many chances. Just seen Jay Wild's in the chat. Hi to Jay. He says the weather over in Malaga is not so great, but it's good to see that it's sunny here. Yeah, not a cloud in the sky here. Hopefully we can send some good weather vibes over to our friends in Spain.
Yeah, hello Jay. And I suppose, see this delivery just clipped away off the pads for a single from Priyan. So, yeah, Varun's doing his job pretty well. As long as, you know what we say, get that rain in now, but keep it away from when we're up there. I'm pretty sure, though, Jay, that after a couple of unsettled days, it'll be sunshine galore until the end of the year. In the air, should be gone, dropped. It's another one that's dropped. And, well, they're there for a reason, those 3. And that's Singh. That puts the catch down. Suraj Singh. And both batters now had a chance, but that one is a straightforward one.
Pops in and straight back out. He was still kind of moving and crouching forward as the ball came to him. He just needed to stand still. There's better fielding there in the ring by Shakir Ahmed. That's a good over, actually, from Varun Prasath. As he sneaks a quick over in, it only goes for 3 runs. But it's a bit hot and cold at the moment for the Royal Strikers. They went 26 and then 5 and 24 and then 3. So by that logic, there's another big over incoming.
Yeah, another one, and Priyan is on strike for it. And having been dropped, he'll be looking to make the most of it. This is our tour of Malta. So, of course, Saturday, we'll start with the ECIWs, with Malta taking on Croatia. And we'll also have the men in action as well, with the men of Malta taking on Estonia. And that's happening on on Saturday and Sunday. That's the pattern that will follow. So looking forward to welcoming the women of Croatia and the men of Estonia here for those internationals. All right, Singh put the catch down, now gets given the ball, and he bowls a big wide, which on another pitch probably would have been a no ball.
I was going to say, it looked like he had something in his pocket. I think his pocket was just inside out. He's righted his trousers. That's definitely a wide.
Well, I suppose he's got the right idea, perhaps. This is probably what Varun said. He said, look, whatever you do, keep it outside the off to him. Anywhere else, he'll be muscling it to the boundary. And that's better delivery, and that's a good result also for the Super Kings, because Ashwin Raju, the captain, calls Priyan for a single.
It looked like for a moment or two with Priyan on strike in the last few overs that they might even go for that bonus point win, but I think they've contented themselves here with just getting over the line, 47 and 29 for the win. They'd have to get that in 1.4 overs for the bonus point. I suppose for the Royal Strikers, they already did a lot of the hard work in that first day where they picked up the 2 wins, which means they don't have to do anything crazy here.
Yeah, for them, it just get the win, and then you should have no issues seating that top spot. Ooh, that one, I like that from Suraj. He looks straight back at the umpire. It's a bit of the old Superman he does here. Back at the umpire, does the old Superman and says, that's inside the lineups. You can't call that. I've got that to come back in. And he's absolutely right. Gets a good one there into Priyan. And Priyan inside out, goes up and over the offside. He gets plenty of it, even though there is a fielder there. That's going to be 6 runs. 6 carreras. And you can see there's Ravi. Ravi and Paulo are soaking up the rays there.
Yeah, that ball hit the ground, hit the top of the clubhouse and came back. It was like an automatic ball retrieval system then. Ravi was wondering how it ended up back on his head.
Yeah, well stopped. No run. Not the worst of overs this actually from Suraj Singh. He's started with 2 wides, but then he got it right. A couple of dots, a couple of singles. Just that one maximo so far. Oh, he gets away with a full toss. It gets played down the ground. It'll just be a single. Kind of got that on the bottom of the bat. It never sounded right. Over is called by the umpire. 71 for 1 at the end of 6.
Certainly the Royal Strikers to lose here, you'd imagine, especially with that man Priyan still out there in the middle. And with that single as well, he keeps himself on strike. It'd have to be an absolute wild over to get the bonus point. 39 runs needed off it, but they've got plenty of balls left, 24 of them, to get the win over the line and put themselves not only in the perfect position for finals day, but also to secure that top spot and the double chance tomorrow.
Right, the contest between Varun and Priyan continues. Priyan carves that away, and it should be acrobatically stopped there. How about that? Will it take it on the second? And they will get there. Good running from the batters. And how about this bit of fielding by the sweeper out the boundary? He absolutely leaps off his feet to stop this one. It's a proper dive. And you can see that Varun is just trying to sort out that cordon of 3 players, but that's brilliantly done out there.
It's the way he jumps up as well. He almost uses his forearms to leap back up in the same motion. Did really well, and well, a slightly better throw, and actually might have been in trouble there, Priyan, but in the end they get through comfortably.
Oh, no, does that carry? Does that carry? I wonder if we can have a look at this from the camera 4 angle. Does it carry, or does it just bounce before Varun? And if it was a chance, it was a difficult one, but yeah, it just bounces before him.
The umpire was already clearing his leg. He was expecting a grizzly in his direction.
Right, that one should be out, and it will be. So that's going to be the end of Raju, who just loses his patience, I suppose. He didn't have to do anything crazy, but he'd had 12 balls for 8. And you just felt that he needed to try and get one out the middle of his spat. It gets this completely wrong as the ball climbs up on him, offers the catch, and nicely taken there by Gopal.
Nice tumbling catch. It's never easy when you're a keeper and you have to crane your neck to see where that ball's going. Luckily for him, it was in front of him, so he was able to see where it was going. Fortunately, though, for Ashwin Raju, and it's the end of the Royal Strikers captain. Of course, it's not exactly the wicket that the Super Kings would be after, but certainly something to give them a little bit of hope as Jamshed comes in. But you're right, Rico, he didn't have to do that. You have Priyan at the other end. You just have to get him on strike, and that was certainly a swing of the bat that was an attempt to go for the boundary and not for the single. And in the end, his wicket does fall.
And Jamshed Chirkidal comes out. I wonder which way he'll play. Oh, he plays a nice looking shot, wants to run. It could be gone here. I think he's out. I think he's out. He is just running into trouble. That is just, oh, well, is a big brain fade, really, from Jamshed. He just hits the ball into the area where you've got 3 fielders, runs, and he's never going to get back. And that's going to be a golden duck. And you can see already just how much the Royal Strikers will rely on Priyan. Priyan sort of goes, I suppose, you could argue that the striker looks at Priyan, decides he's coming, so I've got to go. But it's a golden duck for Jamshed. So 2 in 2. That one will go down as a run out.
Yeah, I think he was sold the dummy there a bit by Priyan, who, it was Priyan's call because it went quite fine, and Priyan jogged a bit as if to say, yeah, okay then, and then by the time he decided against it, well, his teammate had gone a bit too far down the pitch, and Jamshed, a bit unfortunate there, I think, and Priyan kind of gives him a shrug as if to say, what were you doing? But I think maybe blame to go around there for that one.
Okay, Sanjay blocks this. This time they will take the single. Yes, it's almost like Priyan says, okay, I'll take one more ball from Varun. Let's see how he goes about this. I mean, I would think he'd be more than happy just to see off Varun. He's bowled well. Picked up 1 for 7. There was that run out during his spell as well in this over. He'd just say, right, leave him be. We'll score a runs on the others. And let's see what Varun is thinking. Oh, little edge. And that's going to go away for 4 runs. Varun holds his head. Priyan takes 4 more. It's the end of the over. It's 79 for 3. It's quite an interesting innings, really. As we've mentioned, there's been those 2 big overs. But outside of that, the Malta Super Kings have been winning the battles.
They have been winning the battles. It's just whether Priyan Pushparajan can win the war for the Royal Strikers, and he is really a soldier, a leader in that rank. And, well, we'll see if he stays there at the end. We'll also see what happens in the next game for the Royal Strikers. Look at that, Jace Matthews coming back in. So he said well, it's one superstar in for another, but now they're both in there, and he'll just even more bolster the bowling lineup in particular for the Royal Strikers. As for the MMA Titans, though, they've got still a lot on the line, and a win for them here could certainly put them in contention as well for finals day. So it's all still to play for.
And they are ready for battle because Ben-Hur is there. And so is Elbin and Bobby,
the gang,
Chakapan and the rest.
Love them. Shanley Karoli, don't forget him. He batted and bowled well actually yesterday for the Titans, or the day before yesterday. So I wouldn't count them out, especially they're coming in fresh. And the Royal Strikers, if they win this one, I wouldn't say they'll put their foot off the gas, but they'll certainly know that maybe they want to conserve some energy for tomorrow with their name pretty much in the hat for finals day. So it'll be an interesting matchup coming up.
Priyan just leans into this. He's in his hitting zone. That's going to be 6 more for him. And unless they remove him here pretty quickly, you could probably say that this match is going only in one direction. I mean, he's kind of toyed around with the Malta Super Kings. That maybe that this is the over. He decides to go big again and takes the game away from them. Tariq Javid. And he's got some thinking to do here to Priyan, floating it up and allowing Priyan to hit down the ground. Probably not the play. He's got to get that ball slightly short of a length and going across him. And he goes to pitch it up again in the air. That's going to be 6 more. Can't be delivering those to a player of such ability. There's going to be 6 more runs. Gandhi bowling a Gandhi. Here bowling under. Both soke shot marne Priyan ne. Is that 6 more? And what next? Priyan now. They're just 22, 18 runs away from victory.
Could do it in this over still.
And he'll go down the ground again. This one might be one bouncing to us. Hits the wall and goes back. That's another 6. And you're right, it could be in this over. He's just pitching the ball up. He's just flighting it up, but not really trying to do anything else with it, Javid. I mean, he's got to surely be thinking about a quicker ball or something. So 12 required for victory. Priyan has moved to 84. And make that 90. That is the biggest of the lot. That's going into the fence. And, well, into the fence and somewhere, into the fence and behind us, perhaps. That is another big shot. And Tariq Javid is just floating up these hit-me balls. He's bowling lollipop balls. And Priyan Pushpajan is licking them up and lashing them to the boundary. That's 6, 6, 6, 6. And you get the feeling that this could be another 6. And if it is, it will finish the match here. Priyan could be clever here if he wants to get a century, by the way.
Get a 2 or get a 3. I mean, it's difficult. I think he just finished the game at this point, won't he?
Well, he gets 4.
There we go.
There we go. He's thinking about this, you know, Priyan. So the 4.
He's looking at the scoreboard. Look.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing here, Priyan Pushpajan. He's not silly. He could have hit this for 6, but look, he carefully caresses this along the ground. The Microlino, meep, 4 runs, smooth and swift through the covers, takes him to 94. 6 runs he requires, but 2 required for win. So the only person that can mess this up for him is Siddharthan. Siddharthan is going to be on strike, 108 for 3 at the end of that over, which went for 29.
Or the bowler, which is Sachira Dilshan. He's just hoping, Priyan, that this ball goes on the pitch, because if it's a wide, that's the party poops as well.
Yeah. Would you spoil it for him? Would you be mean and spoil it for him? When you know they're going to easily win? Let's see. There you go.
Here we go.
Here we go. It's on the cards, everybody. But we started the day saying that we hadn't put anything on the Hall of Fame. We got 5 wickets in the first match, followed by a hat-trick in the first match. Are we going to see a century? Is Priyan Pushpajan going to score another century here in Malta? And, well, does he run? No. Fielder, what are you doing, fielder?
Let it go.
Let it go. Let the game finish. Oh, dear. What is the fielder doing there? Who is that out there?
Fair play to him, I'd say. Fair play.
All right, Priyan. Now he goes aerial. Gear. Shakalaka. And Priyan Pushpajan not only finishes this match, but he finishes it on a perfect 100. 100 not out of 31 deliveries. And there you go, folks. That's why he is such a star and such an awesome player, as he seals off a player of the match performance, not just with that 100, but also with 3 wickets. But the Royal Strikers, though they get the win, the Malta Super Kings could have spoiled the party, certainly for Priyan, but fair play to them. They played the game in a fair manner, but Priyan Pushpajan, what a player, what a star. And of course, no surprises. We've seen him do it here before. He did it in November, didn't play, of course, in February because the Royal Strikers were preparing for the European Cricket League. And then in the European Cricket League, remember, he scored that century against the Calpe Giants as well. And great player. And another century for him. So well done to Priyan. And big smile. I said the Calpe Giants actually got that wrong. It was against Skanderberg when they put 200 on the board. Calpe Giants is where Varun Prasad scored 98 when it was the Malta Super Kings playing in the 2022 European Cricket League. But Varun Prasad, that he knows that a better man on this occasion, Priyan Pushpajan, was just in good form. Good signs really for Malta. I'm pretty sure that he will be in the squad at the weekend. And, well, you've got to watch out for him. Oh, got to watch out for the next match as well. It's Josh Matthew also comes back into the side. So they're only going to get even stronger as they take on the Titans.
Yeah, it's looking ominous for the Titans with the Royal Strikers on quite a march there, and Priyan Pushparajan in particular. It's a team game, of course, but when you've got the chance as an individual to not only win the game for your side, but also get yourself in the Hall of Fame, of course not the first time for Priyan, and I'm sure not the last. But it was looking like maybe at the start that the Malta Super Kings are in with a sniff here as they got that early wicket. As Chanjal Sudasanan, he departed for 0. Ashwin Raju, the captain, he lost a bit of patience in the end as Priyan Pushparajan was doing all the damage at the other end. Ashwin Raju then just went for one big hit too many and hit it straight into the hands of Gopal Chaturvedi. But the Royal Strikers knew with that man, Priyan Pushparajan, out in the middle, then they were safe as houses, and that's what it proved to be. They had that half chance of a run out. That was Priyan who was on strike, so that could have changed everything. That was Raju just losing a bit of patience, losing his temper, and losing the ball into the gloves of the keeper.
Yeah, you're right about the chances. There was, of course, that one with the wicket keeper that was close, but of course there was a snick behind. It wasn't an easy catch for Gopal Chaturvedi off the bowling of Varun Prasad, but that was when he was on 50. And we had the feeling that when that catch went down, that the Priyan Pushparajan was going to turn on the style, and he did. I mean, that was just clever. That was just clever. He said, I know what I need. I'll get 4 here. I'm sure that my partner will get me a single, and then I'll finish it off in style. And it could have gone wrong if the fielder, Kabilash Yogaraj, had decided to let the ball go for 4. It would have been the end of the match, and Varun would have been left stranded. Not Varun, Priyan would have been left stranded on 98, but he made the save. Priyan doesn't run, and the very next ball is hit over the top for 6 runs. There you have it. And you don't not that often see a scorecard that's dominated so much by one batter. 100 off 31 for Priyan Pushparajan.
There wasn't even many extras to talk about, so usually when that's the case, it's the extras that are chipping in as well. But actually, it wasn't too bad of a bowling performance by the Super Kings. That's certainly a lot of bowlers used, 8 of them in total. And it just felt like they didn't have an answer to Priyan Pushparajan. So the captain was saying, well, Varun Prasad, who can I bowl? I'll bowl this guy, I'll bowl this guy. No one had the answers. Tariq Javed, for example, going for 29. Yash Singh, he went for 24. So there was damage throughout. Varun Prasad actually was the only one to come out of that unscathed. But Priyan Pushparajan, he was the man of the game.
Different gravy, as Corey would say. Well, Tina, we've had a 5-wicket haul, which, of course, when you're a bowler, is the best you can probably get. We've had a hat-trick, which is also pretty decent. We've had a century. I told you, the golden ball is coming up today as well. I told you already, everything we're calling today's happened. Remember, we saw the Singh, the batter, caught by Singh, the fielder, bowled by Singh, the bowler. And now we've seen a century. It's all happening here today. Whatever it is, whatever's on your wish list, well, we got it for you on the European Cricket Network. It's a frenzy of action, entertainment, and of course a little bit of drama, and blended in with a little bit of comedy. Cricketainment is what we bring you, and we're certainly getting plenty of that here in Malta. Join us back when we return in around about 25 minutes time, when we get ready for the action of the next match coming up. And that is, of course, going to be the match number 3 in the day, when the Titans will be taking on the Royal Strikers. So join us back, folks. Get yourself a bit of a break. Maybe get yourself a cup, or maybe even get yourself a spot of lunch, and then come right back and join us for what should be another very entertaining match. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to the European Cricket Network, where we're here in the spring series on the beautiful sunny island of Malta, and we're getting to the very sharp end of Group B action here, which sees the next game coming up. It's game 3 of the day, and it's MMA Titans. For the first time, we'll see them today against the Royal Strikers. The Royal Strikers just put in a brilliant victory. We'll talk a bit about that, but before that, let's go out to the middle for the coin toss.
The Royal Strikers to call.
Head.
Heads is the call. And head it is.
Which way?
That's a head.
It's head. Batting.
Oh, they're going to have a bat.
Thank you very much, Tyrone. So there you have it, the Royal Strikers. They've won the toss and they will have a bat. And is it any wonder when they've got Priyan Pushparajan in their batting lineup? He's come in and he's scored 100 straight off the bat. He scored it with a 6 as well. He sealed the win in that previous game. And that's pretty much put the Royal Strikers with 1 foot into finals day tomorrow. And good news for them as well is that Jace Matthew has come back into the lineup. So they've brought in a superstar in the form of Jace Matthew. They've got Priyan Pushparajan. So it's all warning signs for MMA Titans, but they've got some star players themselves. Ebin Bobby, he really impressed with the ball. He picked up a 3-for in that first day of action. They've got Shanley Karoli, he's got a brilliant name, and he's a brilliant player as well with both bat and ball. So it's all still to play for. The finals day is looming large. And who's gonna join the 2 teams from Group A? Well, joining me in the commentary hut is Rico Fall. And Rico, the noise from the toss is that the Royal Strikers have won the toss and they've decided to have a bat.
Thank you very much indeed to Tina Goff, doing an outstanding job out there in the middle. And I'm sure she's enjoying the sunshine as well, because it is a very nice and warm out there at the moment. And looking forward to this match. And no surprise, of course, that the Royal Strikers are going to have a hit first. And I wonder if Priyan Pushparajan is going to actually open the batting. Well, we'll have to wait and see. Quick look at the teams there. Amal Das and Arun Raj coming in for the Titans. But as Tina said, Jace Matthew coming back in to that Royal Strikers side. Some important things that have happened on this day when it comes to cricket. 1951 in Barbados, the great Gordon Greenidge is born. Interesting, I didn't know this about him. When he was 12, his parents moved to Reading, and as a result, Greenidge played for Hampshire and qualified for England, but instead of Greenidge and Gooch, we had Greenidge and Haynes, the finest opening partnership in West Indies history, and one of the best anywhere, I would say. Greenidge was the enforcer, square cutting, hooking and driving new balls from bowlers all over the place, and well, making bowlers go into submission. He was a great player, and I certainly remember so many, not just innings from Gordon Greenidge, but those partnerships between him and Desmond Haynes. Let's turn our attention to this match. 78% to 22% is Royal Strikers. No surprises really there. The Titans, though, they did get a win at the end of that day 2. It was a crazy one to beat the power hitters with something that I'm sure is probably doing a storm at the moment on social media, when the ball came back, hit the edge of the pitch and the middle of the pitch, then spun and went over the batter's stumps and hit the helmet. 5 runs were awarded to the Titans, and they needed those 5 runs because they would win off the last ball to get the victory that they needed to keep their hopes alive against the power hitters. That basically sunk the power hitters, and they didn't do them any favours earlier on today. It's also International Sunflower Gorilla Gardening Day today. I'll touch on that a little bit more. I love the idea. Most people who know me will know that I'm quite a keen gardener when I get a chance. Got green fingers, you know. And the sunflowers are great, plant them all over the place, but Sunflower Gorilla Gardening Day is where gardeners just throw those seeds anywhere, you know, just to make abandoned and neglected areas look nice. Could be a property, and you just think, you know, it's more visually appealing to the environment. I like that idea. So you know what, go out, buy some sunflower seeds and go on, seed them all over the place. Make your area look much nicer. I love sunflowers when they grow. They're absolutely brilliant. Right, let's get ready for this match. Arado says let's play. Here's the first. And it's probably going to be a wide, and that's what's signalled there by umpire Johnny. And Johnny out there with, I think it's umpire Jet. Could be Eldo's, it's hard to tell. Eldo's and Jet look pretty similar from a distance. Well, welcome back to everybody in the chat, by the way. Julian Dawson, hello to you. It's another good delivery. And, yeah, Julian Dawson saying if Greenwich limped, you knew you were in trouble. The amount of shots that guy played on one leg, it was quite amazing, wasn't it? Hello to Nayan Chowdhury, it's also in the chat. And John Higginbottom is in there as well. How are you all? And I know the robot's been in the chat. Hello to Kroom, Helix, Urian, and Wayne in there as well. And Paul Horn. Nice to have you all with us. And this one's played down the ground. They'll take a single. Single gets taken. Yeah, Gordon Greenwich, a lot of people talking about him. A great player. And some of the other days that we have already mentioned, of course, it is a May Day today, public holiday that gets celebrated around the world. Actually, many different cultures around the world celebrate May Day. It's a day of unity, togetherness, and rebirth. A day for everyone to come together and celebrate life as we know it. I like that. And it is also Global Love Day today. Day was created by the Love Foundation to encourage unity and celebrate humanity through unconditional love. The world would be a much better place if we all showed just a little bit more love to each other, and this day is a big step in that direction. Yeah, so come on everybody. We already had a lot of love shared in the chat, and no love for the bowler here though, as this is swung it hard by Siddhasanan, and he's going to get a boundary. It's going to be a good way to end the over. That means that 6 will come off the first as Ben-Hur Joy goes for 6 off his first, but still I think he'd be pretty happy with that. And Ben-Hur, I'm not making these names up, by the way. Stop it if you think I am. That is his name, Ben-Hur Joy. Okay, this is the Challenge Division. It actually comes after the Premier Division, and we're going to see 6 teams in each group going head-to-head. And of course, the finals day for them is the 15th of October. After that, of course, we'll have the championship. It's not quite the championship week, I suppose. Championship conclusion from the Premier Division, where the 3 group winners and first and second from last year, which is England and Netherlands, will come together. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. That could go all the way to the boundary. Fielder coming across and does well to make the stop, and does well to get a throw in as well, but it's just thrown away for no reason. And well, let's have a look at this again. You've got a few people congratulating the fielder who throws the ball, and a few people giving him a hard time. It was Abdul Qadir Nisar. Look, here's the throw. There was no need really to throw it. Though, having said that, it would have been interesting if it did hit, because I'm not sure the bat was down. Next one is played away beautifully. That's a handsome shot. The old uppercut from Ashwin Raju gets this one away. So the Royal Strikers have opted not to have Priyam Pushpajan at the top of the order, to probably the relief of the Titans. I think they'd be more than happy if Pushpajan comes in later with less balls to face. Maldas is doing the bowling here. And oh, that's a good looking shot. Nicely struck over the top. Ashwin Raju, he was playing this kind of the supporting role in the last match. And then all of a sudden he decided that he wanted to play a shot or two himself and got himself out. But yeah, at this point, with Priyan not there, you might as well play some dashing shots, and that is a nice one. It's outside the off, it's at a good hittable height. Amaldas just gives a little bit too much width, so this is turning out to be a good over here. And now up in the air, catching opportunity. The fielder's taking his cap off, and the catch has been held. Well done. When I say the fielder's taking his catch off, the fielder who actually takes the catch hadn't. The one next to him was Ebin Bobby. He took his hat off. For what reason, I cannot tell you. But the catch has been taken, and Ashwin Raju, he wanted to be more aggressive this time. He's going to go for 13, the unlucky 13. Raju makes his way back, but I suppose the reason that Ashwin Raju is probably playing more assertive shots is that he knows that the next man in should be Priyan Pushpajan, who has just scored a century. And it is Priyan who hit the last ball for 6 to get his century and also to win the match for his side. And out he comes, and already in devastating form. Many a times, though, we've seen a Centurion, when he comes in for the next match, score nada. Not that I'm trying to curse him. He's played that away for a single. Oh, the wicketkeeper wants to break his foot here or something. यार की करदा अब glove पाया glove use करेगा नहीं तो लत हड्डी टूटियां नहीं पता. Yeah, not the way to do it from the keeper. Yeah, the catcher there, by the way, was Nessar, who, remember, he had that shy at the stumps, which resulted in some overthrows. Here comes Das again. Short, and goes for an adventurous. Well, that looked better second time round. Not so good first time round. Misses out on the adventurous hook shot. It's the end of the over. And the Royal Strikers 19 for 1, but with Priyan now in the middle, you'd expect them to be looking to get that acceleration in. And that over from Das, not a bad one at all. 13 from it, including the wicket. And I like the look of this guy, Abdul Qadir Nissar. And it will be he who bowls this over number 3. Be a good little test between him and Priyan. Quick look at those standings. And that's up in the air. It seems to be the go-to shot for Priyan to open his innings. He knows that there's nobody normally in that position. I wonder if that's something that teams will take a look at and say, hey, you know what? He does like to clip over the leg side while it's left vacant. Why don't we start with one over there? So, 4 runs to start there. Priyan, nice shot. Yeah, those standings, all strikers, 10 points to them so far. That's also going to get in the gap. 4 more. Unprotected, that area. And Nessar, unless he pitches up, he's going to find a few more go there as well. Yeah, Royal Strikers on 10 with this match to play. Malta Super Kings, they have finished, played the 4 matches on 8. So they currently hold the 2nd position. So if things stay the way they are at the moment, it would be them that would play Masida Warriors in the eliminated tomorrow. But more on the butt after this delivery from Nessar. Short again, and will go in the same area, and this one is going to be even more brutal. Manos arriba albidro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Ball pitch up करनी है, जना कितनी ना चंगी जुतियां पहनी है तो no. Pitch up करो, it's too short. And it's just easy hitting at the moment. The over's gone 4-4 and now 6. And the message has to get through pretty quickly. Yeah, so just going to the tables. Sweet United are on 4 points, played 2. The Titans, who are playing here now, they are on 4 points, played 2. Both of those teams have a realistic chance to make it to 2nd spot. And in fact, I suppose, depending how this match goes, then they could even finish top. So the Malta Super Kings are going to be watching with concern. And that's an edge, but doesn't quite carry. Fielder does quite well, actually. It's not a catching chance, but has to keep his eye on it and make sure it doesn't get past him, and he does well. No run this time. Paul Hornet saying hello to everyone. How are you, Paul? Are you well? John Hisham, good to have a little chat with John. I know John is tucking into a nice pasta now. And, John is wearing a fantastic shirt, as this is going to be 4 runs down the ground. Cuatro carreras, that will be the end. It'll be the end of the over. There's still one to come. I think there might be still one to come, actually. Yeah, there is. I think the bowler, Nessar, would like it to be the end of the over because he's gone for 18. But yeah, wearing his Malta rugby shirt. What a shirt it is. I'm gonna maybe at some point when I can see John challenge our our producer to see if we can get a picture of John wearing that shirt. High, gone, 6. That will be the end of the over, and it's a lovely hit to do it with as well from Priyan Pushpajan. 6 carreras más. Este hombre es muy fuerte, muy fuerte. Eso es 6 carreras más. Boom! Shakalagya. And just like that, it's 24 off the over. We saw a little of that in that last match when the Royal Strikers took on the Malta Super Kings. There was 3 big overs where Priyan, it just seemed to go up a gear, go up a level, and he muscled 20 plus in the over. The worry is if he stays in that gear and does it over after over. 43 for 1 at the end of the power play. And the need to find an answer to this pretty quickly. And it looks like Amal Das will bowl his second. Last over went for 13. It's cut away. Should be dealt with by the sweeper, or will be. And I suppose Chanjal Siddhasanan, he let himself down in the last match, actually. Got out pretty cheaply. Opportunity for him now to come back. It's a little bit too wide. It gets well left alone. I want to say thank you to Johnny G as well. He bought me a nice cup of tea. Yes, Chanjal Sadan was a 3-ball duck, but he played a horrible shot across the line. Right, up in the air, catching chance if anybody can get there, and they can't. It's a good effort from the fielder, had to run in all the way from the boundary. It's a Chaco Martin. Well, Chaco comes running in, and here comes Chaco, and it's a bit of the as that one gets past him. Not able to take the catch, Chaco, but I like the effort from him. Das. It's hit firmly, but there's a fielder there who deals with this. Deals with the bounce well. That's Joby Chakapan. Definitely the team with the most outstanding names, I think. They're MMA Titans. They definitely get the prize for that. Cut away. This time it's a bit of foot fielding from the... Oh, well, he uses his feet to make the stop and then can't use his feet to stay on his feet. I think that was Bibin Abraham. He does kind of well. I mean, though there's somebody sweeping anyway. Makes a stop, there's Bibin, and then when he goes to throw, he does the slips. Down he goes. Batters do come back for a couple. Right, high in the air. And now another chance, and down it goes. And in the sun, says the fielder, Satawilagi. Then he puts his hand out, that's Arun Raj. Another opportunity. That one, I suppose the one before was a difficult one. The fielder running in from the boundary when Chaco put it down, but that one needs to be taken. I think that's hurt his fingers. That's not the way to take the catch. And Sudasanan gets another life. It's high in the air. That's going to clear the boundary. Don't bother running. That's going to be 6 runs. 6 carreras más from the batter Priyan. So, well, Chanjal, he's been given the chances as he's being dropped. I think he was dropped earlier as well when he was on 5 or 6. Gets dropped again, but Priyan looking very dangerous. Already in his very first match scores a century, and now he's already moved to 34. 57 for 1. Tina will be joining us at the midway break here. She'll probably enjoy her lunch. She's tucking into some pasta as well. And I'll take the second innings of this one off to tuck into my lunch as well. Thank you very much to the Maltese Federation for looking after us. And also, yeah, as I said, thank you to Johnny G for a nice cup of cha, and it is a proper cup of cha. And I can smell the herbs and the spice in the tea. You know me, I like to spice it up. Shot, well, that's spicy as well. As Chanjal to the Sanan says he wants to cash in, and he hits that pretty well. A good shot, like the footwork. Look the way he gets his foot right to the pitch of this. And Sudasanan gets his first. Maximo. They will take the single. This is Shanley Karoli. I know that Teen loves this name. Shanley Karoli. Can he get the breakthrough? Bowling now to Priyana Pushparajan. Upish and gone. Catch is taken. Big moment. Look at the celebration. Look at the celebration. Firstly from the bowler, Shanley Karoli has got the wicket, but the catch has been taken. I'm pretty sure that's Bibin Abraham. So Bibin Abraham holds on to the catch. Priyan Pushpajan looking to go over the top of that backward point. Doesn't quite get the right connection. Doesn't get the middle of the bat. Is kind of the toe end part of it. Offers a chance. And this time it does get taken. Priyan gone for 34. And that could make a huge difference to where this score finishes. It really could. Bibin holds on to the catch. Well done to him. And well done to Karoli as well. So now, I mean, Sudasanan is going well. Now Jamshed comes out. I don't think I've got it written down here without me going into the system, but I don't think he did too much last time we saw him either. Was run out. That's right, he played the ball to point, ran himself out. Well, this time he will run and they will complete the single. He will get off the mark, so no pair for him. But this just makes it interesting. When that expected score was around that 130 mark, 134 I think it was, before Priyan got out. Now it'll be interesting. Now let's see if they can maintain it. I don't think they will. Played into the deck. They have got a sweeper up there. Makes the stop. So ball to go in the fifth. And it's played out. They'll just take a single. So this is what will happen, I think. Now Priyan's gone. It'll be a little bit of tiki-taka, tiki-taka. And that is the end of the over. Of course, I like the old balles myself, as I invite you to the commentary cage, we like to call this, here in Malta. We're tucked up just before the car park. Hello and welcome. Rika Full here. Tina Goff will be here for the second innings. And of course, I want to wish everybody a happy holiday. I know that the 1st of May is a holiday in a lot of places around the world. So if you are on holiday, I hope you're enjoying your day. I hope you're getting some of those chores done. And also, I hope you're being able to relax by putting your feet up and watching some of the cricket that we have on show for you here in Malta. Also, it's Global Love Day. So don't forget to tell all those people around you just how much you love them. You know, we don't do it enough. So plenty of things to celebrate here today, including us. We've had a 5-wicket haul. We've had a hat-trick. We've had a century. Can we have the full, complete package? Can we also provide you with a golden ball? John Hisham was the first to say to me, Rico, Vinny did it again. He stole the golden ball away from you and Tina. It's all right, John. We don't mind sharing. And it's always nice, isn't it, when you get that golden ball, especially if you're doing it remotely. But I suppose you don't get the feel, the dynamics that is at the ground. That's what myself and Tina, we want to feel. We want to feel the dynamics of that golden ball. And played miss, and it's Ibn Bobby is bowling over number 6. That could over that last one from Karoli. Of course, the big moment was the wicket there of Priyan. So now let's see, as I said, it's going to be, I feel, a fair bit of tiki-taka. I know that Chanchal Sudasanan has played a good shot for a boundary, but is he going to be able to maintain and get a few more away? That's the question here now. Let's see how he deals with Bobby. Oh, he hits it well. Fielder's got work to do and deals with it pristinely well. It was struck pretty well. No problem there for Joby Chakapan. Nicely done. It's in the air, but not going to carry to the fielder. It's going to be just another single. So you can see now the Titans have got their towels up here. They still win this. They know that. If they can get a win here, they still have a chance to finish second spot. There's a big match for them. I mean, you would feel that whichever way this goes, that if they don't win here, that the strikers will get a point. That's a good looking shot. It's going to clear the fielder. That's going to go all the way. That's nicely struck. That's sweet out of the middle. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. Or maybe sweeter than some of the pastisses that you get out here. I have noticed that they do the naughty ones as well with the Nutella in them. And that one's been hit pretty well. Good shot. So Sudasanan probably now does become the key batter or the dangerous man that they need to try and remove. Pitched up again. It's a full toss, but there's a fielder under it. And he tries to get there for the catch. And then does the right thing, Ben Hur. Well, Ben Hur's used to a little bit of action and deals with that pretty well. Full toss was whacked at him, runs across, makes the stop. Nice to look at this shot. Always tells us, gives us an idea where the fielders are. And Ben Hur is just on the boundary on that leg side. Two of them actually, as the over comes to an end. And 77 for 2 after the 6 overs. So 10 off that one. So Ebin, Bobby, no surprise, keeps it quite tidy. So yeah, Raw Strikers, even if they lose here, they get a point, they go to 11. That still means that they can be caught by the likes of Sui and the Titans. So Titans win, they move to 7 points. No, they move to 8 if it's a 3-1. And then if they win the next match, yeah, they can do it. If they can pick up a 4-point victory, even bigger. But net run rate could come into play. So, ow. Well, I'm glad that doesn't catch the bowler's foot. I was going out already because I thought that was going to hurt him. A few people asking about Priyan. He's gone now past 2,000... yeah, just short of 2,500 runs on the network. And 58 wickets. Not a bad record at all, is it? And he'll be looking to add to that. If don't forget, you'd expect him to play further part in this series, but you'd expect them to go through to final stage tomorrow. Could be a big day for him, and then you'll expect him also to be playing for Malta when they take on Estonia. So it's good to have him in good form. Nessa. It's up in the air, but it's going to get wide of third, but backward point. It's quite a important fielding position that area has become, isn't it? Especially, I think, on a pitch that has a little bit of bounce to it. Find that backward point, it becomes probably a bit more vital than even the straight third. Short and down the leg side. Good take from the keeper. Good footwork from Aldo's ball. Gets across nicely, takes it. But I don't mind the idea of the short delivery. But you've got to be right at the batter. You can't go down the leg side. I think that's probably the one for the over. I just think the umpires just clarifying that between themselves. Tucks him up again. It's good ball to bowl to a batter that likes to back away. And you can see Sudasanan, he's trying to give himself some room. So if you're backing away and the ball is coming right at you, if you follow the batter, it's very difficult for him to get away. So that sort of delivery should really be going the other way, going towards point or the offside and try to clip the ball away on the leg side. And now he charges down, loses his shape. It's in the air, but he's going to go nowhere. He gets very lucky here. That's just a shot out of frustration. Credit to the bowler, Nessar, for putting the pressure on him. He just gets frustrated and in the end decides he's just going to dance down the track and try and put it away. Edge, and is going to go, probably might even go all the way to the boundary. I think this is the Baximo. It is, as umpire Johnny gives a flashy signal. Loving the way he signals C6s, Johnny. And Johnny gives the 6. A little bit of luck there for the batter. Swings and gets a top edge for a Baximo. And this is what starts tomorrow in Czechia. I know that Danny Hudacek, who I had the pleasure of being with in France, will be calling these when the Czech women take on the women from Cyprus. It'll be very interesting to see that. Cyprus, I saw them play their first international matches when I was there, and they've got a good team, and it's a team that is built around some players with some experience. See just how much they've come along as they take on the women from Czechia. That should be a good series starting tomorrow, from the 2nd to the 4th of May. So good luck to Danny and the crew. I know Samir has left us today to get there. Oh, this, I think, is a drop. It is. And, well, wouldn't it? It could have been a bit of comedy if the batters had run there. There's definitely a snick here. Siddharthan gets dropped on 26. That's a big moment. Gets an edge, and the keeper puts down a straightforward catch. And the next one is hit away to the boundary. Of course it is. Oh, well, Karoli has a little look at the keeper there. And Eldos, who's been pretty good behind the stance, but it's just one of those straight in, straight out. And Chanjal should have been on his way on 26. In fact, he gets an opportunity to build on that now. Oh, that one was a hit-me ball that he somehow missed out on. That one should have been sent to the boundary. They're going at 10s at the moment. The last 3 overs have all gone at the 10 mark. But they need to get a bit more out of it. And that's hit well. Same area as the last. Well, they might be thinking about changing the field here slightly. One thing about Chandasana, he hasn't really played anything over the top of that mid-wicket area. I wonder if they could, I mean, they got long on back anyway. You could have long on a little bit wider, bring mid-wicket in and push back the point as well. I wonder if that's something to think about. There's a discussion about this. In fact, they are doing that now. So point will go back and backward point comes up. So they make a change, but I'm not sure if that's the way I would have gone. Let's see if this works for them. Well, it's got to be a wide because, well, it goes way down the leg side. But the batter does change. Now, I wonder if they still called it. I don't think it is. And, yeah, you're seeing that there from the umpire. Because the batter just turned around and make himself a left-hander here. So that would make that the off stump. So that's fine. I think that's all right. He shouldn't have done it. And it's another drop. And now he throws his gloves in disgust, Aldos. As after dropping Siddharthan on 26, he's dropped him again in the same over off the same kind of delivery. And, oh dear, I suppose it would help if he secured the helmet on, so it's not flapping around. I mean, it's not a good thing, is it? I mean, you ever look at him, that replay, you can see that the helmet, the strap is flying around all over the place. The lid is wobbling around. Oh, 2 chances, both of them drop. But a good over there from Karoli. He's really unlucky. 8 come from it, courtesy of 2 fours, but that's all. And score 95 for 2. So 2 overs to go. The Titans. Remember, they chased 108 for a victory against the power hitters. And they weren't able to chase 101 against the Malta Super Kings. They got close. in the air and hit over the top of long off. That's 6 runs. It's a good strike from Jamshed. They need him to wield the long handle, and he does it pretty well. That 6 takes them past the 100 mark. And hello to Kenneth Burridge, who's saying hello to everybody. Hello to you, Kenneth. Hope you're well. And this time it will be a wicket. This time it's held. And third time lucky for Aldos Paul. As Jamshed will hit a boundary and then depart. 17 of the 10 balls. And Aldos finally something going right for him. Gets that ball to stick. And this is where Stanley Caroli is saying, well, you take him off Bobby, but what about me? Bobby's your mate then, eh? And Bobby has all the mates, but Caroli has none. Jamshed 17 of 10. So this day, by the way, in 2004 is the day the European Union was enlarged to include new members of states. Some of them we've been to. Of course, that's like Cyprus, Czechia, Republic of Estonia, Hungary, Latvia, Lithuania, Malta, Poland, Slovakia, and Slovenia. So, just noticing there, one of the players just coming off the field there. It is Nessar. Now, that's a bit of a worry. Coming off the pitch with still 10 balls to go in the innings. I'm not sure what he's done. Seems to be limping. So 12 is on the field. And Bobby to continue. And well bowled. The batters, you've got to commit with where Bobby bowls. If you're not using your feet coming forward and hitting the ball down the ground, you're reaching for it. Bobby just checking his field is right. And it's slashed out and dropped. Another one goes down. Hadiba. Can you believe it? It's a chance to remove another, and it's Manuel Augustine that puts the batter down this time. And it's Vishnu. It's his turn to get a life. It's hit pretty well. Is he going to get in the gap? No. Fielder comes across, makes a good stop. They stick to just the one. Bobby also gets a fielder dropping a catch of him. Now he knows what it feels like as well, is what Caroli will be saying. 103, ball to go. Hit this to the boundary and get a good finish. That'll be the plan. And they won't hit it to... Oh, no. No. Well, guys and girls, this is getting a little bit frustrating now. I know I did speak with Tyrone Peters, who, like myself, I mean, that one, I still think it's close, but I still feel it gets some of the line. It's not the worst call we've had. It gets played away, but no damage really done, just a single from it. And batters, I think about a second, they're not going to do it. So 104. Oh, big next over becomes pretty big. Keep it to under double figures, and I think the Titans give themselves a chance. I mean, their batting when we saw them last, Manuel Augustine, 37 of 27, and Stanley Caroli, 28 of 15, were the key batters in that narrow loss by 3 runs to the Malta Super Kings, and they were chasing 101. They should have won that match, you know. And then they got the win against the power hitters, chasing 109, thanks to Chaco Martin, 35 not out of 22. And Abdul Qadir Nessar made 24 of 16. So they've got sort of 4 players in the side that are capable, if they get in, of scoring runs. But as long as they can keep that score down. And I did say at the time, remember when we saw the wicket of Priyan, at that time the score, expected score was around that 134, 35 mark. I said then, I expect that score to drop down a fair bit, and it has. And just hits down the ground, so singles don't hurt, but they've got to be looking for to double up. Could be a run out here, and yeah, that's about one batter. Well, 2 batters agreeing what they need to do, but only one willing to follow it through. Now, you've got to be looking for 2. It's the last over. You've got wickets still to come in. You've got to be going for it. And You can see here they take the one, and then Vishnu has started to come, and Sudarsana in the end then says no, and Vishnu will go. But he's got to, first of all, he's running so wide. Just got to run straight, get to the other end, turn and go. All right, Vishnu goes. And Sudarsana, there's no point in thinking, oh, I'm the set better. I've got to stay here because, you know, I could score some more runs. Well, he's not at the strikers then anyway. That gets played away. Well, what's happened here? Dead ball. Why is this? What was the dead ball here for now? What's happened here? I think something happened. The umpire wasn't ready and the bowler bowled it. That's why. I don't know why Sudarsana is complaining. He should have just said, yeah, we're good with that. It gets me back on strike. You may not get another chance. On the pads, umpire is signaling something, saying leg by, probably worse, going to miss leg stick. All right, Sudarsana now does get on strike. Can he make it count? Can he make it count? Can he get them to that 113 kind of score? And drags it. How many will they run here? Are they going to put pressure on the fielder? He picks it up cleanly. In comes the throw, and see what you can achieve if you run hard. That's exactly the same as the one where Vishnu got run out. But this time, Sudarsana, he does turn and go back. That's played nicely. And on this outfield, you're going to do, well, extremely well to get up with. Oh, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. We're going to have a look at this. Let's have a look at this. There's a number of things to look at. First of all, let's have a look at the boundary, then the run out. Where's his foot here when he picks his ball up? That looks like 4 to me. Can we go back very slowly? Do this frame by frame. Slow from here. Slow, stop it. Slow by slow. Slow by slow, slow by slow. I think that foot is still on the rope. I think that's 4. So that's one thing. Now let's have a look at the run out. That I think that foot could be on the rope. Yeah, 4 signaled. We can have a look at the run out now anyway, but 4 has been signaled. Great work by 2 circles. The run out, no doubt about it. But the fielder makes a big error there. Should have jumped into the field of play, but you can see that foot was on the rope. So 4 runs, you've got to get the right batters now on strike. Oh, that could be so costly. Should have been 1 and a run out. Ends up being 4 runs. So that's 115. 2 balls to go. Now eyeing up a 120 score. We've already gone past the expected score. And that's a dot ball. I suppose would have been difficult to run from there. It's good delivery, actually, from Ben-Hur. 1 to come. 115 at the moment. Hit well. Fielder is in the position to take the catch. Can't do it. There's going to be 6 runs to finish. They will get past the 120 mark. Not many teams have managed to do so. 121 for 4. And Chanjal Sudarsana bats through the innings. And it makes 48 of 28 deliveries. It's an important knock from him, really, because no other batter really came in and took control of the situation. So he'll settle for that. And I think the Royal Strikers will settle for a score in the 120s. At one point, it didn't look likely. We were looking at about 107. So they did get some acceleration in there towards the end. That last over game for 16. And whereas, well, most of the time it was 8s or 10s they were getting. Just a couple of big overs made the difference. The 3rd over, of course, was the big one. And this was a really good chance. Good effort also from the fielder, Chaco. That was when Chaco went, oh, and this one, well, this was when Bibin went down. But Bibin would be the hero a little bit later when he stayed on his feet and took the catch. Not that time, that wasn't Bibin. That was Arjun Raj who got it wrong. We knew that Priyan was going to be the big wicket, and this is the catch here. Nicely taken. He's a tall man, is Bibin Abraham, and he needed all of his height to hold on to that one to remove Priyan. Then after that, it was down to this guy, Chanjal Sudarsana. And to be fair to him, look, there were chances. That was one of them. He was dropped behind by the keeper. And that in the same over, it would happen twice. Who says lightning doesn't strike twice? Well, it did, and poor Eldos just couldn't hold on to them. He would eventually get this one, but it wasn't Sudasan, and this is when Karoli was saying, well, how come they hold on to yours, Bobby? Well, Bobby didn't have the answer to it, but then they were dropping them on Bobby as well, as that would go down. And that was Manuel Augustine who had a chance to be a run out. This was a run out when there was no real definite yes or no from the two batters. But fortunately, it wasn't Chanjal that would go. Then this was the crazy one. It was given for quite rightly, because look at that foot. It was on the rope, and it would have been a run out. It should have been just the one run and run out, and it ends up being 4 runs. It also allows Chanjal Sudasanan to finish the over off in style. So that was the way it was done. 16 coming off that over, and to get past that 120 mark, that's that scorecard again. So it was Priyan, quick fire 34 from him, but well done to Chanjal Sudasanan. Just bats all the way through and ends up with a score. Really does carry the bat really well, and knowing the frailties that the team have, to stick around there, and you would feel get the job done and getting past the 120 mark, you'll be happy with that. Quick look at the bowlers then. They tried hard. We know they're a gutsy performing team are the Titans. 1 wicket there for Amal Das, 1 for 27, 1 for 18 from Chenny Karoli, who was always trying and tries all the time, and Ebin Bobby also picks up 1 as well. But just a little bit expensive this time was Abdul Qadir Nisar. Also, he did go off with 10 balls to go in the innings, so hopefully it's not a serious injury. So second innings coming up. It's time for me to tuck into my pasta, and Gina Goff will be back to talk you through it. Join us back in under 10 minutes time.
Get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow. say, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow say, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow say, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow say, let's live our dream. Summertime. Just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, just you and me. Summertime, get ready, we are so divine. Blue water and yellow sand, let's live our dream. Summertime.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the glorious Malta Sports Complex here on the beautiful Mediterranean island of Malta, where we're halfway through match 18, where the Royal Strikers, they batted first, put 121 runs on the board, probably just about par, and it was thanks to the unbeaten stand of 48 from Shanjal Sudasanan, who opened the batting with his captain Ashwin Raju, stayed there until the very end, helping his side to 121 runs. So for the MMA Titans, it's a tough ask for them to chase down the total. 122 runs for victory in 7 overs or less. As for the Royal Strikers, they already have 1 foot in the finals day, and certainly will be the case if they pick up 4 points here, and that will be if they restrict the Titans to 84 runs or less. And for the Titans, they at least have the double opportunity. This is the first of the 2 games that they will play. They'll come back in that final game, game 20 against Swiki United. But it's certainly a case of them needing to get points on the board to give themselves a chance of getting through to finals day tomorrow. Currently find themselves in 4th place. They've got 4 points, but of course this is their 3rd game. They've got that 4th coming up. The power hitters currently propping up the table with 2 points. As for the Royal Strikers, they're sitting pretty at the top with 10. Probably enough haven't quite done all the calculations just yet, but 10 points was certainly enough for the Masida Warriors to take them through as second place in Group A yesterday. Remains to be seen how the points will unfold in the remaining 2.5 games. It's Sanjay with the ball in hand, and the two batters out there are Shanley Karoli, who just knocked that one into the leg side for a single, and he's joined out there in the middle by Manuel Augustine. And I'll be joined back again in the next game with Rico, but for now, thank you very much to him for allowing me to have a bit of a longer break, enjoy a different angle of the cricket, and returning the favour now as Rico will go and put his feet up. And I did give him the tip as well that the bar is selling ice creams, and I did say that maybe with the hope in the back of my mind that he'll come back not only with an ice cream for himself but also for me. You'll have to be quick though, because it is ice cream melting weather here in Malta. Not a single cloud in the sky. Well, the men in black there probably wishing they're the men in white. It's a beautiful day for cricket. You can see the birds flying across your screen, chirping through the commentary headset as well. And nice to see a couple of people on the sidelines as well, enjoying the cricket as we all are. We have been all week and will continue to do so into next week as well. Of course, this is the ECS, it's the spring series, but after this we'll go into the internationals over the weekend. ECIs followed by some T20 action as well, both men's and women's. So although we're getting towards the end of the group stages here, still plenty more cricket coming your way. That was a curious first innings, wasn't it, for the Royal Strikers, when in particular Chanjal was out there with Priyan Pushparajan. We thought, here he goes again, Priyan. Is he going to get another big score? Swing and a miss there from Manuel Augustine. Third time he's done that. And Priyan did manage to get to 34 in just 11 balls before. It was a great catch actually from Bibin Abraham that dismissed the Malta international. So on the back of that century he scored in game 17 against the Malta Super Kings, that came in just 31 deliveries. He didn't quite repeat the antics of that in this game, and suddenly a score that was looking like maybe it would be up towards the 150s. It was then wrestled back by the Titans. They kept it to 1-2-1. It was a nice innings from Chanjal. He finished 48 off 28. He was supported for a while by Jamshed, who hit 17 off 10. And it was decent bowling innings actually from the Titans. They gave away just 4 wides, certainly one of the lower totals of extras we've seen so far this week. So that one flashes away. There is a man out there, he should stop it. So Manuel Augustine, he's having trouble getting back on ball here, and well, he manages to actually steal the strike off that final ball, which is probably not the outcome that the Titans necessarily wanted. But it's a good tight first over from Sanjay, just the 3 runs coming off it. He bowled well in game 8 as well, picking up 2 wickets for just 10 runs. And well, yesterday was also a big day as well, wasn't it? Because we had that golden ball that we ticked well over 100 games since the last golden ball, and Rico and I were just wishing in it. We were channeling, manifesting big golden ball energy, and word must have got out to the ECN bunker, as it was Vinny who delivered the goods yesterday. It was game 13. It was actually a golden ball surprise. 3 runs needed off the final delivery for the Southern Crusaders to take it to the golden ball. It's Chase Matthews back in the team, and straight back with ball in hand, he'll bowl the second. Running a 3 is unlikely at the best of times, let alone on these 50-metre boundaries, and the ball kind of got chipped up to the leg side. The fielder charged in, tried to take the catch. He didn't need to. All he had to do was stop the ball, throw it in, and that would have been game over for the Bajiba Blasters. But the Blasters were low on confidence, hadn't won a game. He went for the catch, missed it, then had to drag himself up, throw the ball in. He did that all okay. And then the bowler had a bit of a brain fade. He fumbled the ball, it popped off him. He had to then pick it up, and in a moment of sheer panic. He tried to throw it to the non-strikers, then ended up throwing it more towards the crowd over at the covers. The Crusaders were able to scamper through for 3, got themselves to the golden ball, and then, well, golden ball technically didn't even happen. That one's chipped up in the air, but it'll fall short of the fielders in the covers because the first attempt at bowling the golden ball by the Blasters went well down the offside, went for a wide, they ran through, and the Crusaders took home the win, golden ball 76. It was a classic, and I'm sure we'll see it for years to come on the network. Of course, that was an important victory for the Crusaders as well. They will go home. They will go into the finals day. And we'll see them again tomorrow. And that one's going to go all the way to the boundary. That's the first boundary of the innings. Comes off the bat of Manuel Augustine. A bit of width on offer there from Jace Matthew. Ball not quite swinging as much as it was yesterday. As a result, just sits up nicely. Manuel does the rest. So, of course, on the back of yesterday's action, the Southern Crusaders on that golden ball win remain unbeaten. They top the table with 12 points. They will be joined on finals day by the Masida Warriors, who actually only won 2 of their 4 games. There was 3 teams in that Group A that all finished with 2 wins, 2 losses. In the end, it came down to the bonus points, which is why we say, we labour the point, but rightly so, that the bonus points can be so important, especially if you pick them up on the side of a defeat. It means you just still keep that winning momentum, keep those points getting picked up, and that was the case for Masida Warriors. They picked up 10 points in total to pip second place ahead of Gazira United, who finished on 9 points, and Gozo CC also with 2 wins, but only with the 7 points. And Bajiba Blasters didn't manage to secure a victory, so they ended the group stage bottom of the table with 2 points. This one's up in the air, but it's long. Is it long enough? Yes, it is. 6 runs. Not quite getting hold of all of it. Shanley Karoli, though, in on the action. Seen Manuel Agustin do it at the other end. This time he gets hold of enough of it. It's the first Maximo of the innings, and it finishes the second over for the MMA Titans with 16 runs on the board. They just need to keep an eye on that run rate. It's over 13. First 2 overs have gone well. The first one went for 3. Second one went for 13. So more overs like that is certainly what the MMA Titans need. But you know that the Royal Strikers have a few tricks up their sleeves themselves. Priyan Pushparajan, he's an absolute big game player, isn't he? I'm sure he'll feature with the ball sooner rather than later. As we take a look at the standings and why this is such an important game. We say that every game, but there's a reason for it. It's only 4 matches in the group stages. So the MMA Titans, they have 2 more bites of the cherry. They've got this game now, and then they've got the final game against Suiki United. As for the Royal Strikers, well, they're sitting royally at the top of the table. We'll be seeing them on finals day tomorrow. As that one's hit well into the leg side. It was slightly over pitch by Clinto Paul. And Manuel Augustine actually was well outside off stump, wasn't it? He muscles it away. That bottom hand comes soaring through to start the 3rd over with a boundary. And a warm welcome to everyone joining in the chat. I see Kroom there, Matt Hetherington, good to see you again. Hope all is well with you. All good here. Loving watching the cricket from our little perch on high. Johnny He, of course, in the chat. I was having a nice chat with him in the first innings as the ball flies off the stumps. Chance of an overthrow. They decide against it to Shanley and Manuel. Actually here, we're in a shady spot up on the upper level of this Master cricket ground, and I wouldn't say we were complaining earlier in the week, but we were slightly grumbling that we weren't sitting in the sun. Everyone else was basking in the glorious sunshine, and we were just a little on the cold side up here in our shady spot. But now that the sun is beating down, about 26 degrees, we are very, very happy with our little place away from the sun. I know the scorers were suffering a little because they're in their tent out in front of the clubhouse, and it was enclosed on 3 sides, and they were in their own little hot box, little greenhouse. I see them now though, they've opened up one side of the tents, and Jared had a wet towel around him like he'd just gone 10 rounds in the ring with Mike Tyson. So that one gets boxed away to the leg side, and it's going to drop a good 3 meters over the rope. Big 6, Shanley Crowley. It's the second time he's cleared the rope. And these two Titans slowly working their way into the innings here. They move to 27, still 2 balls left in the power play. So the scorers seem to be making do with what they can to cool down on this hot early summer day here in Malta. Some of the weather we've suffered the last few weeks on the network. We had that unprecedented rain in Khartoum. Jay Ward was in the chat earlier today saying still not great weather over there. Slower ball by Clinto Paul to Shanley Crowley, doesn't quite get the line right. And Bologna, of course, last week was a bit of a mud fest. The entrance to the ground there was starting to look like last day of Glastonbury territory. I think my shoes are just about dried out by now. So absolutely zero complaints with the weather here. And we're in for another sweltering few days of cricket. As that one's punched over the covers, 4 runs. Shanley Crowley is looking in fine form here. He really is a key player for the Titans with both bat and ball. Game 9, they lost to the Malta Super Kings by 3 runs. It was only in that last over though. And Crowley put on 28 off 15 on that occasion. It wasn't enough to seal the win, but then he also chipped in with 2 wickets in game 10. That was when they did beat the power hitters by 5 wickets. That was also on the penultimate ball. So if there's a golden ball tingle about, it's certainly going to be with the MMA Titans involved, as they've had 2 last over finishes in their 2 games so far. That's the 90 runs needed here and 42 deliveries to take the win. 89 would of course take us to the golden ball. That's the end of the 3rd end of the power play. The Titans on 32 for no loss. A decent enough power play. They know that they've got to rely a bit on their top order, the Titans. They don't have the superstar of someone like Priyan Pushparajan who can go in and take the game away from them. So they've just got to build little partnerships. That's exactly what they're doing so far. Actually behind in terms of the power play, but that's because of that mammoth 3rd over for the Royal Strikers that went magical. But actually after that, the Strikers, we thought they'd be on for a big score, but they ended up just plodding along a little in those middle overs. They certainly didn't have any small overs, but there was 3 overs in a row. They went 10, 10, 10, 8, 10. It was never really the fireworks that we've been seeing and hearing all over Malta the last few days. But that man that I mentioned, the Centurion from the previous game, Priyan Pushparajan, he will be a key bowler for the Strikers side. If he can put in 2 tight overs here, I won't say that that's game over, but it will certainly make the task for the Titans even tougher. But he starts with a wide here. Just veered the wrong side of that line. As that one, it just brushes the pad. We can see this one on replay again because Priyan is going through the over so quickly. That one was the wide, and then the next one just brushed the pad, and there was a bit of bat involved as well, and it flew through for 4 runs down towards fine leg. That one's cut away. There is a man out there. Between the 2 of them, one of them's going to pick the ball up eventually as they just jog through for the single. So as long as the Titans can keep plodding along at over 10s, they certainly keep themselves within a shout here. I can hear music thumping through my headphones. It's a real party atmosphere in Malta today. It's an official bank holiday. In some parts of the world, it's the May Day bank holiday. Here they have International Workers' Day, and of course on that day, Labour Day as it's known in other places as well. And the last thing on your mind is working, and so the Maltese know how to party. We had fireworks all last night. We've been hearing music and seeing the fireworks again this morning. I will question the value of having fireworks on display when it's the clearest blue sky you'd ever see. Seems like a bit of a waste of money, but whatever floats your boat. As at the moment, the batter just needs to have a helping hand from one of the opposing players to his laces up. All in the spirit of cricket here, as long as he didn't tie his shoes together. Charlie Crowley just getting ready. Striker's end. Half appeal there from Priyan Pushparaja. The umpire shakes his head. I thought Priyan was going to go for a high five there. In the end, he just goes for his cap. It wasn't exactly what you'd call a big appeal, and probably because there was not a lot going for it. Hit outside, off stump. Probably wasn't hitting off stump. Apart from that, it was probably a good appeal. At the end of the 4th over, Titans going along at exactly 10 and over. They're on 40 for no loss. That was a good over from Priyan, just the 8 runs coming off it. That's why you can see that slight dip. At some point, the Titans need to stick or twist because they don't want to find themselves with that run rate going ever higher, especially when they've got wickets in hand. I know they don't necessarily have the deep batting lineup, but they need to swing and see what happens. Put the fielding side under pressure, and that's exactly what's happened here at the start of the 5th. Vishnu Sudhakaran's come on to bowl. The first one he gets wrong, and he sends the keeper Chanjal on a long old grizzly hunt. Clearly the laces that they sell in Malta aren't ones that stay tied up for long. Got a lovely pair of laces though, isn't it? Orange laces. And a pair of white shoes with orange sole, very stylish. We've seen quite a lot of different styles out there in the middle. It's a better delivery from Vishnu as it's squeezed away for a single. I wonder what the MMA and MMA Titan stands for. Probably something I should try and find out. I always just get reminded of the mixed martial arts. Oh, there's a big fight in that delivery as that one gets pumped over long on by Manuel Augustine. That does bring the 50 up as well for the Titans as they move to 55 for no loss. They're just going along nicely here are the Titans. In fact, that takes them to one short of the 50. I think 49. Jump the gun here. So if they do lose a wicket before they get to the 50, it'll be absolutely all my fault. That one bounces and rises and keeps on rising. Is that called one for the over by the umpires? Well, maybe it's actually not as high as it looked because Manuel Augustine took a little hop, skip and a jump down the pitch. Up in the air, and it's going to fall short of Ashwin Raju, the captain in the covers, and they do get the 50 partnership in the end. 50 on the board, still 2 balls left of the 5th. The Royal Strikers just need to watch out for the extras here. They've already bowled 5 wides. They're only in the 5th over, so they're averaging a wide every over. I think that one, oh, that's a tough one. As well, it's one of those ones where it's called by the batter. Shanley Crowley says, yeah, that's absolutely a wide, but let's take a look at this. Oh, but my eye, that's bang over the line. Of course, we have the benefit of replays, thanks to our friends at 2 Circles, and it's a slightly different angle. It's always easier to have it from that top camera angle than it is when you're down there in the middle. But that one looked like it got a fair bit of the line. I suppose for the umpires, one thing is that they've been nothing if not consistent. They've always kind of been giving those tight calls to the batters, which I suppose not necessarily how it should go, but as long as it's consistent, I suppose no one really misses out, apart from the bowlers. That will be then the final ball of the 5th, and it was again another solid over for the strikers. There was that one big 6 in it, but went for 11. 51 at the halfway stage as we take a look at what's happening tonight. So it's about the halfway stage of the action being brought to you here on the European Cricket Network. We have another 2.5 games coming your way from Malta before 3 games under the lights in Brussels, with Phil G on the mic taking you through Antwerp against Hasselt. Antwerp will then come back against the 12 Stars in match 8 and 12 Stars. They also have the double header coming up against the Brussels Warriors. So 8 games on the network for your viewing pleasure on this May Day, Workers' Day. Maybe just a normal Thursday. Whatever the case, enjoy all the cricket that is coming your way. I know Phil's been loving his time over in Belgium. It's a good gig, that. The night series, you wake up late, have breakfast, go back to bed, have a second breakfast, maybe do a bit of sightseeing, have a waffle or two, and then enjoy some evening cricket action. Still a lot to play for here before we turn our attentions to Brussels. As Vishnu comes back, that one's going to be hit away, and it's a runaway Grizzly. Despite the attempts there of Clinto Paul on the boundary, it will go through, and it's Priyan who's back actually to bowl. And it wasn't a bad delivery, the ball just skipped away. On this bone dry outfield, there's absolutely no way that this ball can be stopped once it starts gaining a bit of momentum. That's a valuable 4 runs off the bat of Shanley Karoli. This time he goes leg side. There is a sweeper out there, should just be the one. Shanley was interested in the 2 there, but the throw came in. So I was saying about the wides, I've already bowled 6 here. Have the Royal Strikers, yes, 1 or 2 are probably a bit tight. That one's dug in shorter by Priyan. But it was only 4 bowled in total by the Titans in that whole innings, and I saw in the earlier games as well, especially with the power hitters, they gave away a lot of extras that can make a huge difference. Well, talking of huge, this one has been hit away and hit hard towards the tennis courts. Shanley Karoli moves into the 30s. He's 31 off 16. The MMA Titans here doing exactly what's needed to try and get into finals day to keep themselves in contention. It's now 58 runs needed in 25 balls. Big appeal on that one, nothing doing. Karoli turns his back on the umpire, maybe hoping that if the finger did go up, he could claim that he didn't see it. In the end, though, it's the end of the 6th over. MMA Titans haven't lost a wicket, importantly. 64 runs on the board. They've still got some batters to come. I've said that they don't necessarily bat incredibly deep, but they've got Chaco Martin. He scored 35 off 22 in that Game 10 victory against the power hitters. Also got a couple of batters who can swing the bat if they are called upon. Bibin Abraham, he's carded at 3. Be interested to see where he comes in, but at the moment he'll be more than happy to keep in the shade of the changing tent as the 2 out there, Karoli and Agustin, doing the business. As they've turned back to a bit of pace here, have the Royal Strikers, and Clinto Paul comes back on for his 2nd over. His first went for 16. Didn't pick up a wicket, but of course the Strikers haven't picked up a wicket at all so far. Good start from Clinto. Just bowling that probing line. As the batter certainly seems to be looking down inquisitively at the pitch and maybe at the umpire about whether that's a wide, but that double take, it's like a cartoon character style double take, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. It wasn't even close to that wide line. Maybe he's just hoping that the umpires continue to rule in the favour of the batters. Not on that occasion though, and that's well bowled. It's chipped up in the air to the leg side. Should just be the one as Jamshid comes herring in from the long arm boundary. I wonder if you can pick up that banging music on the microphones, because it's certainly some kind of party going on now. As clearly the Workers' Day festivities are in full swing. Why not? It's a Thursday, sun is shining, summer is, well, arrived, if the weather here is anything to go by, and everyone's enjoying life. And we're enjoying the cricket out here at the moment. I can smell, it seems to be a barbecue of some sort, so I don't know if it's on the premises. Maybe Rico's over there partying as we speak. Maybe Rico's the one doing the DJing. DJ Rico in the building. Shanley Caroli, 33 off 18. This one's hit, and it's hit a long way. It's going to come say hello in front of the commentary cage. And that's a big hit off the bat of Shanley Caroli. MMA Titans just doing what needs to be done here now. Less than 50 needed, 49 in 19. They just need a few more big hits. There's one ball left over the 7th. What they really need is this one to also clear the rope. Here we go. Oh, it's another tough call. As you can see that red line there marked on the pitch. On that occasion, again, the umpires rule in favour of the batters. So the extra ball have to be bowled here by Clint O'Paul. That's well bowled though, as Shanley Caroli almost yorks himself. Annoyed with himself that he misses out on that extra delivery. So Clint O'Paul finishes his spell, 26 off his 2 overs. As we take a look ahead at what's coming up in game 19, it's the 4th game of the day, and we see the return of Swiki United, the reigning champs from the ECS a couple of months ago here in Malta. Haven't quite been firing on all cylinders, so they brought in Hari Krishnan and Vidhu Krishnan as reinforcements. As for the power hitters, well, at this point, it's all about playing for a bit of pride for them, as they've gone winless so far in the series. That'll be their final game. Manpreet Singh and Jatin Kumar come in for Jaswinder Singh's side. And that's the 4th game coming up, and it's the first of the double headers for Swiki United, as they'll finish with matches 4 and 5 of the day, as that one gets flashed away over the keeper's head. The tumble is taken, and that will allow the batters to come through for 2, which is a bonus run that the Titans need at this point, with 46 runs needed in 17 deliveries. There's a bit of a slip and slide there, maybe put off by the booming music in the background, but he does get the ball in, manages to avoid the boundary. Caroli and Augustine, one of them's got to go now. Got to go big. Oh, that's exactly what he tries to do. There's an appeal, and it's a wicket. As I'd say, it's hardly an appeal. It was almost a silent appeal there by Shanjal Sudasanan behind the stumps. There was not an appeal at all by the bowler. They clearly knew that they'd got their man, as there was a feather edge on it by Manuel Augustine. He knew straight away, didn't even have to look at the umpire, whether the finger of doom went up or not. Either way, Manuel Augustine knew that his day was done as he walks off the pitch, and that is the first wicket to fall for the Titans, 76 for 1. Maybe not the worst wicket to fall though, as Manuel Augustine, of the 2, wasn't quite finding the boundary with as much regularity. He scored 29 off 24. And Chaco Martin, the captain, comes to the crease. That's a vicious delivery first up from Vishnu. Chaco Martin, well, he tried to bob and weave out of the way, but also get his bat somewhere near it. Whoa. But he managed to get his head out of the way just in time. That one came almost into the grill to say hello. The MMA Titans, well, they've slowed up here, haven't they? They now find themselves with that run rate going the wrong side of 18. I'm just wondering here, the discussion was, it was 1 for the over. I'm not exactly sure why Priyan Pushparajan is having a discussion with the umpire. In any case, though, everyone seems happy to continue. Certainly 1 for the over. That one's flashed down to third by Jacko Martin. Will just be the single. And this isn't enough for the Titans. Died in Your Arm starts playing, and it looks like this MMA Titans run chase is dying in their arms as well. 45 now needed in 14. Dying in Your Arms tonight's cutting crew, isn't it? I think so. Probably a bit before my time, but I'm not too bad when it comes to music quizzes. It's always terrible when it's on the tip of your tongue. You know the song and you're trying to get the name of the artist. Well, it's less cutting crew, and that one cut away to the man out there though. But again, this is good field placements actually from Ashwin Raju for the Royal Strikers, as the Titans just can't find that boundary. And that was an excellent 8th over from Vishnu Sudhakaran. Just the 4 runs coming off it, and the first and only wicket so far, as Manuel Augustine fell to a feather behind to the keeper Shanjal Sudasanan. So we need magic here from the Titans. 44 runs needed in 12 balls, and you can see while the run rate's been pretty solid, they'd be more or less bang on the rate if they were chasing 100. Trouble is though, they're chasing 122 for the win. 9th over will be bowled by Sanjay. So that one's clubbed into the offside, but straight into the hands of the captain Ashwin Raju. And that's the 2nd wicket to fall, and it's again the opener, the set batter, who has to depart, Shanli Karoli. Finally the pressure told for him. He gets a nice pat on the back from one of his opposing numbers. He just tried to lift that one over the covers, only manages to find the hands of the Strikers skipper. And the Titans now in big trouble. 78 for 2 with both openers back in the shed. And Sanjay Siddharthan, who bowled that opening over, only went for 3 runs. He's come back in for the all-important 9th. Immediately picks up a wicket. 44 now needed in 11. So every ball needs to go to the boundary. Aaron Raj is the man who's been tasked with that. He does club this one down the ground. It won't fall into the hands of Jamshed there, and in fact he missed it entirely, and the throw then comes in from Priyan Pushparajan. And well, Shanjal is saying there, if he got the throw in better, might have had a chance of a run out here, as they managed to scamper through for 2, just trying to scratch their way to any kind of total here. You can see there that Aaron Raj wasn't going to be even in the frame. Shanjal ruining the fact that that throw from Priyan came in quite wildly. Slower ball, well executed. Nice delivery there from Sanjay. And they always turn to for the key overs. He's a great opening bowler, but he's also a good death over bowler. He's got all the tricks in the book. That was a nicely disguised slower ball. He picked up 2 wickets in that win against the power hitters in game 8. That was a thumping win as well. 4-0 victory. The Royal Strikers are certainly proving themselves to be title contenders. They won their first 2 games by 9 wickets. And even the game earlier against the Malta Super Kings, won that one by 7 wickets. It was a strange scorecard as well, wasn't it? With Priyan scoring 100, not out. And the total to be chased was only 110, so he scored the vast majority of those runs. But you have to say the Royal Strikers are certainly not a one-man team. They won those 2 games on the first day of Group B without Priyan in the side at all. And today Priyan, he scored 34, but it was Shanjal, the wicketkeeper, who top scored with 48. So it seems like the Royal Strikers are certainly hitting form at the right time, getting a few different batters with runs under their belt, and they've certainly got a wealth of options with the ball in hand as well. Chase Matthew has only bowled the 1 so far, so I'm assuming he'll probably come back to bowl the final 1. This one's chipped up in the air. Priyan Pushparajan takes it comfortably. He's one of the best fielders out there, and he's certainly not going to drop that opportunity. It's Aaron Raj. He had to try and do something. The boundaries have very much dried up for the Titans. Last one came back in the 7th over. And while going for the big shot there, Aaron Raj only manages to find the hands of the Malta international, who takes a comfortable catch. Titans now 80 for 3. It's the end of the over as well. A brilliant over once more from Sanjay. He bookends it with wickets. First ball, last ball, and in the middle only gave away 2 runs. So he finishes with figures of 2 for 5 of his 2 overs. And I imagine they're going to turn back to Jace Matthew here. His first went for 12. It's actually quite a lot of runs for Matthew's standards. It will be the number 4 who comes back on. Priyan, unusually as well, quite expensive, 21 runs coming off his 2 overs, but between them, the strikers bowlers have done exactly what they needed to do to get this win over the line. As Bibin Abraham comes out to join Captain Chaco. Chaco faced that one though, just nudged that one into the offside. Can Bibin Abraham here at least put a slight flourish on this Titans run chase, which is, well, over in all but name. 41 runs needed, the final 5. Paul Horn says cutting crew is correct. I'm glad to know I haven't quite lost it with my musical knowledge yet. Big swing and a miss there from Bibin Abraham. So 4 balls left as a formality at this point, as the Royal Strikers, they will roar into the finals day having won all 4 of their games. And they will face up against the Southern Crusaders in that qualifying number 1, which promises to be a mouth-watering fixture. Both sides unbeaten. That one's flashed away. It's a good shot. Bibin Abraham does manage to at least get a 4 to his name as he crunches that one through the covers. Of course, the advantage of topping your group, as the Crusaders and Strikers have done, is that they get 2 bites at the cherry. So if they lose that qualifier 1, they'll go into qualifier 2 and play the winners of the 2nd place sides in each group. Of course, the winner of qualifier 1 will fly straight through to the final. The Strikers will in fact finish with a higher points tally as well. The Crusaders won all 4 of their games but didn't manage a bonus point win. Of course, that one game they only won on the golden ball. The Royal Strikers, they'll finish with 13 points here. In fact, the MMA will just pick up that bonus point. They are on 85 now, which you never know could actually be important for them in the grand scheme of the table. And it feels like they might end on 85 as big swing by Bibin Abraham. But that 4 was important for them. Can't be forgotten that that point, given that they've still got 1 game to play against Sweeky United, could be the difference between sneaking through in 2nd place. Of course, Sweeky will have a thing or 2 to say about that as they're eyeing up that finals day berth as well. Final ball coming up. It's chipped up in the air and it's going to land in the hands of Jace Matthew and then burst through them. And well, it's just as well for him that actually the bonus point was already secured by the Titans. Otherwise, that could have actually been quite a costly drop. In the end, though, there's a smile on his face. And why not? Because the Strikers do romp home to victory here over the MMA Titans by a considerable margin in the end. Not quite enough to grab them the 4 points, but certainly enough to secure their place at the top of the table and their place on finals day tomorrow. It's been a good morning's work for the Royal Strikers as they go back-to-back, game 17 and 18, both going their way. We take a look at what's happening in game 19, which is coming up for you in just about half an hour's time, so a slightly longer break. Sweeky United, the reigning champs, they've brought in Hari Krishnan and Vidhu Krishnan. As for the power hitters, Manpreet Singh and Jatin Kumar come in for them. Sweeky United, they haven't been at their full flowing best so far in this tournament, but champions always find a way of coming good when the going gets tough, and this would be the perfect time for them to get some points on the board and try to get into that 2nd place spot for the finals day tomorrow, because that win for the Royal Strikers confirms that they will be topping the table here in Group B, unbeaten through their 4 games. And well, it's always easy to say with hindsight, but actually it never really felt in doubt. Shanley Karoli and Manuel Augustine, they were doing well at the top. They certainly put on a solid partnership. It was worth 76, but it always felt like it was maybe just a little too slow, and that the Royal Strikers always had 1 or 2 bowlers that they could call upon to put a halt to the run rate. But certainly they gave it their best shot, did Karoli and Augustine. Karoli in particular impressing 40 runs off 23. It was Augustine who went first. He feathered one through to the keeper, Chanjal Siddhasanan. Chaka Martin, he came in, the captain, but at that point it felt like it was already beyond them, as Shanley Karoli then holed out to Ashwin Raju. And Priyan Pushparajan, he doesn't drop those, as Aaron Raj was the next and the last to fall, as just the 3 wickets fell. But the MMA Titans, thanks to some tight bowling in the end by the Royal Strikers, fell short by 35 runs. They finished on 86 for 3. So a good day's work for the Royal Strikers, who will take a lot of confidence from those 2 wins, and will certainly now confirm their spot in the finals tomorrow, and we'll look forward to that mouth-watering fixture between them and the Southern Crusaders. It's not a bad scorecard for the Titans against such a strong bowling lineup, but it was not enough, as they only managed to put 86 runs on the board. And well, it started actually a bit sloppily for the Strikers. They'd already given away 5 wides in the first 5 overs, but they pulled it back well in the second half of the innings. Vishnu Sudhakaran, the pick of the bowlers, as well, of course, as Sanjay Siddharthan, who went for just 5 runs and picked up 2 wickets in his spell of 2 overs. So there's match 18 in the bag. Royal Strikers, they take home the win by a solid 35 runs and secure their spot in finals day tomorrow. As for the MMA Titans, well, it's certainly not over for them. They did just manage to squeeze in that bonus point, and it could be all important looking ahead to their final game, which is the final game of the day, actually, game 20, where they will face up against Sweekie United. But before that, we'll see Sweekie United in game 19 against the Power Hitters, as the reigning champs from the earlier series will certainly want to take one of those finals day spots themselves. And you imagine they'll be looking for that big win against the Power Hitters, who haven't really lived up to their reputation and their name so far. So we've got a bit of a longer break now, just about 25 minutes time. When we will return, it will be me, Tina Goff, and Rico Folt talking you through the action for match 19, where the Power Hitters take on Sweekie United. So go have a bit of sun, have a bit of a cup of tea, and join us back here for match 19 of this ECS Malta Spring Series.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to sunny Malta, where we're in the penultimate game of this group stage of the ECS Spring Series. We're in Group B and it's all still to play for. There's 2 games left and there's still 1 finals day spot up for grabs. It certainly won't be the power hitters that take it, as they are currently playing for pride. They've lost all 3 of their games so far, but Sweeky United are certainly still in the hunt. Before we chat about the teams, let's go out into the middle for the coin toss.
Sweetie to call.
Head.
Head is the call. It's tails.
Okay. And we're gonna bat first.
They're going to bat first.
Thanks, Tyrone. So there you have it. The power hitters have won the toss and they've decided to bat. Hasn't been the great tournament for them so far. They've played 3, they've lost 3. So Captain Jaswinder Singh will certainly at least want to finish on a high. There's been a high for him though, as he got himself into the Hall of Fame with that 5 for 15 earlier in the day. Can he take it one better in this game and get his side over the line? Well, as for Sweeky United, they haven't quite been firing, have the reigning champs. Of course, remember, they won the ECS here just a few months ago, but it hasn't all clicked for them. They've won 1, they've lost 1, and they certainly need to win this one if they want to keep their finals hopes alive. They need someone like Mehboob Ali, Lala, to really fire. He's shown glimpses of what he can do, but they need a big score from him. But Rico, he'll be with me in the commentary box, and the news for him is that the power hitters, they've won the toss and they have decided to bat.
Hello viewers and welcome back. Thank you very much to Tina. Yeah, the power hitters, they'll be hoping that they are yielding some power this time. They're going to need to, because something tells me that Sweeky United, after a below par day for them, when we saw them, the of course defending champions, they won here early in February, they weren't at their best. Their batting just never clicked, and they'll be looking to put that right here this time. Mehboob Ali was the MVP in February, scored 470 runs. He needs to get going. Mohammad Qasim, we know he's dangerous, as well as Mohammad Ajmal. Jaspal Singh didn't quite hit the right notes with his batting or his bowling either. No Wasim Abbas for them this time, the national team bowler. So Hari Krishnan comes into the side, and so does Vidu. 14% to 86. So you can see that Sweeky United are being given basically all the chances to win here. You can understand that with the record of the power hitters, but as Tina said, there has been some joy for them, and of course their captain, he'll be happy that he's got himself into the Hall of Fame with a 5 for 15. We don't see that many 5-wicket hauls, you know, on the European Cricket Network, and I get the feeling that that's one that's going to be on our board for the remainder of our season, and by that I mean on the front page. Let's see how many more 5ers we get. So certainly something for him to be proud of. He'll be extremely proud though if his team, though it will mean nothing in terms of what happens here tomorrow for them, but he'll be happy if they can get a win against this Sweeky side. But Sweeky, they look like they're ready for battle, and they know that they've got to perform here, and otherwise then you never know, if they don't get a result here, it could be the Malta Super Kings that pip them to 2nd place. They are the team at the moment that are holding that spot. They have 8 points to their name, and 3 ahead, or 4 ahead actually, of where Sweeky United are, and 3 ahead of the Titans, who do have 1 more game to play. So big match, and it is going to be Sweeky that are going to be in the field to start off with the power hitters winning the toss and electing they will bat first. So a positive move for them. Let's see if it goes well. It looks like the figure of Happy Singh with the bat. Opening up, and LB out. That's out. There's no doubt about it. He thinks this ball is going down the leg side. It comes back in, and that's Bishnoi. Now, you should know that Ashok Bishnoi, he gets the ball to swing around, and I have no idea what Happy Singh is doing here. And the name might be Happy, but you might call him Miserable Singh, because this is not a good look. You can see what he's thinking. He's thinking he's going down the leg side, but it comes back in an awful lot. And that is plumb LBW. And Happy, not so happy, he walks back for a royal duck. He's going to get the royal quacker. And well, go straight to the nets, Happy. Just keep on going. Go right a bit. Straight into the nets. I tell you, Happy Singh is one of only a couple of batters that is capable of scoring big runs for them. And with him going first ball to Bishanai, it doesn't look good for the rest of the power hitters as the captain, Jaswinder Singh, comes in at number 3 after just one ball, batting big time out of his crease, by the way. Well, he does get bat onto ball. It's a very similar delivery. I did say when we were watching Sweetie on day 2 of this tournament that Ashok Bishanai did let himself down on that day. I don't think he bowled particularly well. He was spraying the ball down the leg side a lot. This is what he's good at. If you ask me, he's probably just slowed down his pace a little bit and he's concentrating more on getting that ball a little bit fuller. All right, yeah, and his jump cord, he just offers the bat on this. They'll take the single. I like the fact they've got a slip in the genuine catching position as well. With that movement he gets, I think it's a good idea to have the slip in there, especially while he's getting the ball in the right areas. Welcome back to everybody as well. We had a slightly longer break with that last match finishing a little bit early. So hello to the Trippy clan that's in there. Tim Harmer joins us. The groom is there as well. John Hisham, of course, at the ground. And I think he, like a lot of people on that side of the ground, are trying to keep themselves in some kind of shade. It's pretty hot over there. I know that our scorers are doing everything they can to keep themselves cool. I think Gerard has got a wet towel over his head. And Paul Horn is also in the chat a little bit earlier. Welcome to you all. And yeah, Tripp saying Happy isn't happy. No, kidding me, he's not happy. And I tell you what, he's some of these players are not going to be happy with him as well. Not playing at a ball at all. Total brain freeze, you could call it. But he's gone. These two are going to have to put a good partnership together. Ashok looking to finish what's been a pretty good over here so far. That's a decent enough delivery. Mahbub Ali will come in and take the catch. It's the second one. And, well, let's just say that Mahbub Ali is not the quickest movers. But once he gets moving, well, he takes some stopping. But on this occasion, he has the ball, the grizzly, in his hand as well. It's going to be a second wicket to go. Jamkor Singh will follow his captain with just one to his name. So already 2 of the best batters of the power hitters have been sent back. And this time it's Mahbub Ali, who probably is lining up to bowl the second over. Takes the catch, and Bishanai takes another. And it's as simple as that, really, isn't it? Get the ball full and straight and let the ball do the work. And doesn't get enough of it, doesn't get enough power. Another one bites the dust as Gurvinder Singh comes in. And Gurvinder's probably saying, what is going on here? I wasn't expecting to come in and have to face one ball of the first over. He's standing right in front of his stumps. Oh, he's going to get lucky. Just wide off the fielder. That's going to be cuatro carreras at the end of the over. And the power hitters, somehow they managed to get to the end of it without losing another wicket. They are 7 for 2 at the end of the first. Rico full here, and great to have Tina joining us back as we have a look at how things are going to start off at the Cardamom Oval later on this year.
Yeah, looking forward to that. It still feels like a world away. We've got a whole summer of cricket to bring you before then. But certainly one to mark your calendars with, as it's going to be 3 groups of 6, and the top from each of those groups will join England and the Netherlands in the championship group. Give me 3 group winners right now, Rico.
3 group winners, and now you're putting me in the spot. All right, 3 group winners. I'm going to have to go with Spain, otherwise I'll get shot. Spain, a surprise in Group C, maybe Switzerland, and Group A, Ireland.
Germany's in there. I'll shoot you.
See, I knew I couldn't win either way. That's at the stumps. And the umpire, lucky that he moves out of the way pretty quickly, but that's a good hit. Would have been 4 either side of the stumps, but it's going to be nada.
It was a nice little pivot from the umpire to get out of the way of it, as the stumps did the protecting for him.
Look at you putting me on the spot like that. Now everybody's going to remember that and say, Rico, you said. I can change my mind, though. That's unlucky. He's really hit this well. The umpire is lucky because that could have gone anywhere. That's Aldo's in the air, and it's going to be caught at the second attempt by Jaspal Singh. But just for a moment, we thought Jaswinder Singh would get some luck, but he's not going to. It's another one of those all the Singhs in action. And Jaswinder Singh hits it, and Jaspal Singh going to be caught and bowled of his own bowling.
He had a bit too much time to think about that, didn't he, Jaspal? And, well, just as well he had high hands, as he had to drop them down low pretty quickly to grab hold of it the second time. But at the moment, the only power is in the walk off the pitch for the power hitters, as Jaswinder Singh is already the third to go. Only 7 runs on the board.
Yeah, this looks like it's not going to be pretty. 3 down already, just for 7. You still got some good bowlers still to bowl. They've actually probably done the power hitters a favour by going with Jaspal and not Mahbub Ali. And with the 3 batters that have gone back already, I can't see them getting past 50 here. Somebody's really going to have to stand up. Jaspal, what a good start for him, and he comes again. Dot ball, and just keeping it simple here, Sweetie. They want a big day, they want a big finish. If they can pick up a 4 for here, that'll really set them up for a good finish, and well, they'll be certainly causing a few troubles for the Super Kings. Pushes out at this and throws his on the dive, does the fielder, and get a single.
If Sweekie pick up 4 points here, already propels them into second place. The Super Kings will be glued to their TV sets, I'm sure, knowing that the results of these 2 games will determine their fate. There's still 1 game coming up after this as well. So MMA Titans against Sweekie will also be a finals day decider. So if Sweekie pick up the points here, they'll leapfrog the Titans, but the Titans then, if they beat Sweekie, they could leapfrog them.
Yeah, it could all change, and that's why I think that Sweekie, if they can take the opportunity of getting 4 points, that would be massive, because even they could go down to the Titans, but still go through.
Yeah, the Titans would then have to win with a bonus point in all likelihood against Sweekie and swing the run rate in their favour, because and there's still a long way to go in this game, if Sweekie manage a big run rate swing here, pick up the 4 points, then they'll be on 8, and then the Titans will be on 5. It means, actually, then a bonus point win would be enough, wouldn't it? So then 9, and if it's not a bonus point win, then Sweekie will have enough with that extra point. And, well, just so the viewers at home don't have to try and do it all in their heads, there's the standings.
There it is, and that explains it all.
That's Group A, though, isn't it?
That's Group A. That tells you how Group A got there. We could flick over the Group B. That would be nice. But somebody's got to press the right button. Where are you? Knock, knock. Can we have Group B? Maybe after the next over we could have Group B. That would be nice. But, of course, you can check out all of the stats and standings just by going onto our website. You just type in ECN. It will get you there. Nice and easy. You can see they've just gone into a bit of a cage here, the power hitters, understandably with those 3 wickets going down, but the power, we haven't really seen the power in the power hitters. It's fair to say, even though he was out quite tragically in this one without scoring with a royal duck, it's only Happy Singh that has brought some power to the batting, and with him gone, I don't know where it's going to come from. Though I must admit, I am surprised that we haven't seen Manpreet Singh come up higher up the order. He can give it a crunch. And this time, stay there. You can see what I mean. They're not going for the intent isn't there for the big shot from Govinda. He's just feeling that he doesn't want to give his wicket away. So he's very cagey batting at the moment. He's deep inside his crease. And Ashok Bhushan just getting the ball up there, hoping to get a bit more of that swing. This time was a little bit short. That's hit well, but straight to the fielder. And they will scramble for just a single.
Nice bit of fielding there by Vidhu Krishnan, diving away to his left. Has no protection behind him, because despite 3 wickets having fallen already, we are still in the power play. And they've got their protection out on the offside. I think they actually, they've got long off and they've got deep covers. And they've got absolutely no one there, and that's what's going to happen if you do veer onto the leg side, and that's what Ashok Bishnoi was doing a bit too much of yesterday. Just going a bit too straight. It's a risky shot actually from Kambodge as he flicks all around middle stump, but gets hold of it.
Yeah, it just Bishnoi, you can see he's thinking, I'll put it straight if he misses, but luckily for him, or unluckily you would say, that Vivek Kambodge does get back onto it, but yeah, it was risky. And I wonder if he'll try the same again, but just a little bit quicker. He's certainly not bowling anywhere near full pelt here, Ashok. Well, he worked that one away quite nicely as well. So after a good first over from Ashok Bishnoi, where he avoided doing what he was doing badly the other day, he's gone back to it again, just bowling, look, angling it into the batter, but it's always going down the leg side, and all the batter needs to do is get a bit of anything, or even a bit of pad takes that to the boundary. So it's a better over for the power hitters. They're started to move the scoreboard at least. But you can see Sweehi, they just seem to be pretty calm at the moment. Nothing seems to be bothering them too much. There's Ajmal, the captain. He's standing there with slip. Bishnoi could do with going a little bit wider outside the off, and he doesn't. He goes even further down the leg side. And for a good bowler like Ashok Bishnoi, especially when he started so well, sometimes it's very difficult. I know that, TD, you bowl a fair bit as well like me, but I always believe that once you get the first one out your hand right and it's good, then you have to do something quite strangely wrong yourself to get it wrong. Once you get it right, it's right. You know, it's weird. I don't quite understand how sometimes bowlers lose it so much.
It's a better one.
Yeah, that's where he was. But you know what I mean? It's like you bowl the first ball and you think, yeah, it's going to be a good day. It's going to be good today. Where sometimes you bowl the first one, it's not quite right. You try to get the second one right, it still ain't right. And you think, okay, I might struggle a bit here today.
Well, we do say as well in the T10, you only have 2 overs as a bowler, so you don't have any time at all to find your rhythm. But we thought with that first over from Bishnoi, where he picked up the 2 wickets, and he only really had that one boundary at the end to dent his figures, we thought he had it, but then he just lost it a tiny bit. Still only went for 11, but in the grand scheme of this power play, it's a few runs, 19 for 3, and we do get the standings here for Group B. So let's assume that Sweeky get 3 or 4 points here. 4 would take them into second, 3 would at least leapfrog the Titans, and then it's pretty much a straight shootout between those two, isn't it?
Yeah, and that 4 also, because of the net run rate, would be far superior to the Malta Super Kings. So the Super Kings, you can't see them hanging on really. So I know that Varun Prasath will be hoping that the power hitters do get something going here. And I can see 2 handsome young men going past us here. It's Paolo and Ravi Panchal. You thought they'd come all this way and at least bring an ice cream or something with them.
This is very poor form. Not only are they basking in the sun, but they're not bringing any kind of treats to us. They're just
there they are.
walking on by.
Look at them. There's Ravi Panchal drinking a slash puppy. And Paolo's got an ice cream and is running away because there's Ravi.
There's one for his dating profile.
Yeah, actually,
nice side profile.
Just don't show his legs. As long as you don't show his legs, he's all right. Just show his top part of his body is good. Ravi just giving me a look. Let's go back to Ravi here again. You might there's Paolo there. Ravi will be joining him in a moment. You won't see Ravi with the black side screen. There he is. And Ravi, he does catch the sun pretty good. It's going to be a big wide, but yeah, Ravi Panchal. So Paolo and Ravi there. Paolo doing a great job managing the team, and Ravi, he's doing a good job as well, keeping an eye on proceedings. But as I said, ladies, he is still single. And Ravi Panchal, I know that he's his younger brother, also a very good friend of mine, Akash Panchal. Younger brother is already married, so Ravi, a bit of pressure from his parents to get him married. I know Ravi was, he said he's open to offers, but he wouldn't mind a nice Gujarati girl. Ravi is. Maybe you can see them one more time as they walk the other side of the field. Maybe after this ball. I think everybody's keen to check out the lads here. It's another swing and a miss. There's Singh, Jaspal Singh, just keeping it nice and simple.
Well, Ravi and I did work out that we're pretty much cousins. We grew up a few miles away from each other around Birmingham.
Yeah.
So listing all the places we used to go when we were younger. Brother from another mother.
Where did he used to go? I bet you he's got chicken. It's something to do with chicken. I've never known somebody who can. He can really. He's called the chicken destroyer. There he is. There's Ravi Panchal and Paulo, and they're looking pretty cool at the moment as they're walking around, spreading the word of the European cricket on the back. But yeah, Ravi, a bucket of chicken, he demolishes that in no time.
A bit hot for a hot drink, I reckon. They always say about tea, they're like, yeah, tea cools you down though. I feel like in this weather, I need an ice cream. Well, I've had an ice cream. You had a hot chocolate, so you're going down the warm route.
I had a
still.
hot chocolate. I did have an iced tea from Johnny G a bit earlier. I think it seems strange, and when you're drinking it at the time when you're sweating, you think, why am I doing this? But afterwards, I think it does cool you down. That's another wide from Jaspal. So I suppose power hitters are getting their runs from one source, and most of that's extras at the moment here. Jaspal bowling. He's second over. Hasn't gone for many runs though, but the early runs he's given away in this over is 3 wides. And that's going to be another. So, again, it's what I said to you, Tina. I don't really understand it. I don't know how bowlers can get it so wrong. You see, it's different when you've got a batter. Let's say he's bowling to a batter here that's hitting the ball straight down the ground, or hitting the short ball and punishing him. Then you can see he's trying to do something different. But the batter's not got battle on the ball here, Govinda. He's struggling. So you just bowl a straight ball. And that's it. That's better. He gets that one in. It is the end of the over. He'll go for 5 of his 2 overs. 4 of those were wides in this one.
He doesn't need to be toying with that wide line quite as much as he is. That was the perfect delivery. Comfortably within that wide line. Nowhere near the swinging arc there of Govinda Singh. And so Swiki United can be more than happy with where they are after 4, 23 for 3. But still, they haven't been quite at their full flowing best, either with bat nor with ball. Remember in that series a few months ago, they went unbeaten through the whole tournament. They already lost on day 1 here. They need to win here.
Yeah, and the thing about them in that in February was that they were ruthless all the way through. There was never this, they're not a strong team, don't worry about it, we'll rotate the boat. No, they went for the jugular in every match. I mean, by now you would have seen Mahbub would have already probably bowled 1, if not both of his overs. They weren't thinking about, okay, it's a low score, we don't have to use him. This one is going to be well stopped, I think, by the fielder. He does jump inside, gets the throw in. That's well chased, really well chased, didn't give it up. So we're seeing a man who always confuses us. It is Gurjeet Singh, but for some reason he's got Khan written on the back of his shirt. That's a nice shot. It's really nicely played. And Ravi Panchal, Ravi,
no.
you bottled it. Oh, no. Oh, you bottled it. There you go. Look, there's nothing in the cup either. You can't blame the cup. He's got the shades on. He's got the bucket hat. And Ravi Panchal makes Paulo go into the bushes to get the ball because he bottles it. Oh, that is, what's worse than dropping a catch, Tina? Bottling out.
Bottled it and then immediately blame the sun. We see you, Ravi.
Well, I want that on our social media and our highlights later. Well, he's done his Shadi.com profile. No good at all now. All those lovely ladies thinking, I bet he's a good cricketer. They see that and that's it. They've gone off him now. Ravi, you blew it. You blew it, Ravi. We pick him up. And what does he do, Tina? I give up. What else can we do? Right, up in the air. Well, we're going to see another Ravi Panchal. And yeah, we are. Mahbub puts it down. And for a moment, I thought Mahbub was going to, what do you call it when somebody does that little horse in front of you go flying over them? I think Mahbub was going to go flying over the fielder here because the fielder didn't make it easy for him, made it actually harder just there.
I think the fielder was thinking if he puts himself down into a little ball, maybe Mahbub won't notice I'm here. I think Mahbub was very much put off by the shape there of Aaron Ramazan from the long on boundary. And Aaron tried to give Mahbub a little high five after. A little sheepish hand was offered. And Mahbub was having none of it.
Yeah, well, chance goes down. We're getting to the halfway point here. Yes, that's hit well. Mahbub will do the fielding, just underarms it back. I mean, it's oh, that one almost takes out the bowler as it bounces back. Beautiful sunny day. The heat is on here in Malta, and we're certainly feeling it in our commentary cage as well. Rico Full here with Tina. Another splendid, glorious day in Malta. There have been some times we've been here and we haven't had the best of weather, but this time around we cannot complain.
Absolutely not, and I think we can be happy we're up in our little shady spot
nice
here.
here.
It's nice. We've been down where the scorers are, and they are absolutely roasting. They're going to be a little roast chicken by the end of the day, I think.
It's not often that we are in the better situ than the scorers or the tournament referee. This time we are, and now it's our turn to go, nah, 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 nah. We got the better spot. It's a lot cooler here as we return back to the action, and it's turn of the captain. Mohammed Ajmal will come on and turn his arm over, the left armour.
Haven't seen Mahbub Ali with ball in hand yet. It dropped out of his hands in that previous over, but thought he might bowl at some point, but maybe with the power hitters struggling at 33 for 3. He wants to save his energy for possibly bigger and better tasks to come.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose they don't have to use him. They've got this game pretty well in control at the halfway point, only 30 on the board. So if they get to that 75, they'll do well. And against Sweehy, I mean, that's a sort of score that Sweehy, if they go big, they can do that inside 4 overs. Here comes Ajmal, and oh, this is going to go probably to the boundary. That might be 4 byes. It will be 4 byes. And wicketkeeper doesn't really get across to that, so that'll do nicely. They had a few issues getting a good keeper. We know that Imran Amir, who's not playing today, he tried to hold that spot down, didn't do a great job, and Hari Krishnan has come in to take his spot, and that's one that goes for him. You would expect a decent keeper to make that stop. He's not able to do so.
It was tough. It did kind of fly away from him a little. It wasn't helped by the bowling of Mohammed Ajmal. It wasn't a wide, but might as well have been that time, though. Keeps it firmly within that wide line and straight into the gloves of Sweeky's keeper for today. But you did mention it the previous day, didn't you, that the one thing that's stopping Sweeky being like an unstoppable team is having a solid keeper.
Yeah, they do.
Chopping and changing.
Yeah, they do miss a class keeper. You know, a keeper who can bat as well as keep well. That's just chipped up in the air. It'll just be a single. Speaking of keepers, I've just noticed that Happy Singh, in the absence of Yadav, is going to be keeping for the power hitters. So they too may have some issues behind the stumps. Happy, I think he's capable of doing the job, but when you consider he got a royal duck, it could end up being a bit of a nightmare of a match for him as well. That's nicely played, and this time round I see that Amjal also avoids running in front of the umpire. Matt Hetherington, hello to you. I think he's saying absolute gold for our commentary on Ravi and Bowler as they walk around the boundary. And I hope John Isham, John, I know you also listen as well as watch. When you see Ravi, give him some from us all, will you? Just say he let the whole blue crew down. I'm sure John is going to get up and tell Ravi that. Okay, let's have a look at this scorecard. Well, 20 at the moment from Cambodgi's. At least he's putting some scores on the board. Right, high up in the air. It should be easy. It will be easy. Another one goes. Gurjit Singh picks up a wicket. That's going to be the end of Gurvinder, who just seemed to be a little bit afraid to hit the ball. He got himself into a shell when he came out because those 3 wickets had gone down, and he just didn't want to open up. And by playing cautiously, he's going to go for 8 of 17 balls. And an easy corner ball there for Gurjit Singh.
Just got a little big on Govinder Singh there, trying to pull it away. By the time the ball got to him, though, it was high up on his bat. And Gurjit Singh, he's not going to drop those as he picks up his first wicket, and the power hitters now 40 for 4.
Yeah, so that's another batter named Singh gets out, caught on bowl to the bowler Singh. So we've seen that twice. Then in this innings, of course, we've got Jaspal Singh in the side for Sweehy. He took a caught on bowl. Now we see Govinda. It's almost like the first match when we had 3 Singhs in action. So the Singhs certainly have been on the scorecards today. It's talking about Singhs. One goes, another one comes. This is Manpreet Singh now. This guy can yield a bit of power.
I need power and then some at the moment, because in the 7th over, at the moment it doesn't look like they're going to be skittled, but they just aren't getting the runs. Vivek Kamboj, at least at the other end, he's going okay, 20 off 13. But it's Manpreet, the man with the blue pads, who has to get his skates on here.
Oh, well, big hoik at this, Manpreet. Should have been really looking to hit that in that sort of point area, vacant point area as well. If he hits it well enough, gets it over the infielder.
His pads are very, very blue, aren't they? I'm not sure they fit necessarily with the rest of the kit, but I admire his style. He's got blue shoes as well, so at least it matches. Actually, that one might be the wrong side of the wide line.
Well, this is an interesting one. This is umpire Eranga. So he's thrown everything at this, and yeah, I think that one is a wide. So I suppose we're giving the umpires a fair bit of stick for the ones they've called. I think they're afraid to call it now, maybe, Tina. And well, it's probably one of the most unluckiest ways to go, as Manpreet Singh just chops it back onto his own stumps. So it's another Singh on Singh battle, which the bowling Singh wins. Gurjeet Singh gets another, as Manpreet Singh is going to be bowled for a 3-ball duck.
And he went for a big old swing, and he's going to have to walk himself and his bright blue pads off the pitch. As all he manages to do is get a bit of an edge on that. And Gurjeet, well, I don't want to go too early, but he's on for a double wicket maiden so far. 2 balls left of it. It's been a nice little over from him. Manpreet Singh, 3-ball Derek for him. Hey, we need to talk about Derek at some point.
Yeah, there's kind of rumours flying around, and I caught the sort of the tail end of it the other night when I tuned into Belgium. I know Vinnie Sander was on there. There was a lot of duck talk. Well, this won't be duck talk. At least it'll get off the mark here. So this is Pal, who gets off the mark with a single. He joins Kamboj out there, but let's see Kamboj who keep going. Yeah, what is all this talk? So Derek's been retired now, is he? So Derek's on his way to Florida, and there was talking about it was going to be, was it Duncan? That's a nice shot. It's going to be beautifully played, and that's 6 runs. Lovely hit from Vivek, and is that the first 6 of the innings? I think it knows a second, because Vivek has got one to his name already. Lovely shot, hits right through it. Big hit, 6.
I think Duncan was roasted before he even got a chance to quack, and I think Dudley is now the next duck off the rank.
Dudley, I don't know about Dudley the duck.
Duckley?
Dudley Duckley, yeah. Well, look, to be fair, as long as the duck, I was going to say, see, I'm so used to saying the Derricks, but as long as the ducks come back and we have them, then I'll be happy with that. I can get used to a new name, but the thing I don't like about it, we never got a chance to give Derek a send-off. He just went. They just took him away.
He just ducked out, didn't he?
Yeah. So I'd welcome Dudley with open arms, but as long as we get to see Derek a little bit and say goodbye to Derek, that'd be nice.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, Derek goes where all the good duckies go. But okay, Mahbub Ali, he will get a bowl, and he'll start down leg side as well.
Mahbub, he's always this hulking figure mid-off and long off. Never really looks like he's anything but Mr. Steady. He has 0 emotions, the Terminator. But he's coming in here, probably happy though with having his emotions under control here, because the power hitters just about limping towards 50. They're on 49 now.
Yeah, I did say that they may struggle to get there, but with Kamboj, 26 of 14, he's going okay. He's hit 2 6s. At least he's got them past. Well, they will get past the 50, you'd assume. By the way, folks could probably hear some sounds in the background. There's a bit. It is a May Day. It's a holiday in most places, particularly here as well. We've had fireworks all through the night, and now there's a party going on here at the Malta Sports Club. And the DJ's having a good time. We've got loads of kids here as well. I think there might be some sort of junior tennis competition or something going on. So a lot of people in the clubhouse. And that party, I'm told, will continue overnight as well. I don't think there's any bat on this at all now. Oh, well, it does give it in the end. Well, the umpire needed some convincing here, umpire Eldos. I'm not sure why he doesn't give it straight away. Maybe he's giving the batter, Cambodge, the opportunity to go. I thought it went past him before the bat came down. I thought it went right in between. The wicketkeeper's asking the question, but...
He only started asking the question after Mahbub started asking it. And, well, when Mahbub starts asking, you kind of go along with him. You don't want to say no to Mahbub. Clearly the umpire didn't want to either.
Yeah, I don't really... And the thing about it is, I think if he does touch it, I think it goes into the ground, doesn't it? Because you could see the batter saying, nah, it doesn't touch my bat at all. And then the umpire eventually honours the appeal. So, yeah, it's a bit of a strange one. I mean, it's not fair for us to judge it from here because I think the umpires, we always like to say, is in the best position to see and hear it. But that's an interesting one. Vivek will have to depart for 26.
Yeah, it's interesting that Mahbub, his appeal was half-hearted to say the least, and certainly the wicketkeeper, Harry Krishnan, only went up when he saw that Mahbub was asking the question, but the umpire certainly heard something, and enough to be sure to raise the finger of doom. It's the 6th wicket. They do manage to get to the 50 though, 50 for 6, 2 balls left of the 8th.
Yeah, Ian Smullen. Ian, you're naughty. Naughty but nice is what I'll say about Ian with his comment. I will mention it, Ian, because I think it's a good one. Even though it's a bit mean, Derek was polished off with some spring onions, hoisin sauce and pancakes. All right, Ian, good one.
I prefer Kroom's fan theory. He said that chasing love across the continent, romantic souls insist Derek's absence is due to a whirlwind love affair with a glamorous French duck named Desiree, spotted at a Parisian cafe.
I like it. And that's out. Well, he might have dropped his catch. Good Preet, but he has held on to the ball. So another wicket will go. It's another one for Mahbub, as Randir Singh is going to depart for just the one. Goes for the big shot. Well, he in fact is the slowest. Can we see it again? I think it's the attempted helicopter chopper shot, but it's the slowest that I've seen. It was when the helicopter misfires. It's about it doesn't quite happen, and the catch is easily taken. So. 2 Singhs once again in the action, and once again the scorers are probably getting a bit tired of writing Singh in the book. Not really happening here at all, is it? That was the end of the over. It's 51 for 7 after 8.
Yeah, if that was a helicopter, it certainly not nailed the landing there, as all he did was lift it up in the air, and easy as you like there. A catch for Gurjeet Singh, and Mahbub Ali somehow picks up 2 wickets in that over.
Yeah, didn't start well with that wide, but again, you can just see though here, I mean, Sweetie United, well, they're not, it's a little bit, not even 40% I think they're going at here. They're not having to try too hard. The power hitters have, from that first dismissal, remember Happy just not playing a shot to balls that came back into him. They just haven't been at the same level, and you feel that they'll continue to struggle. This one gets played out and should be a straightforward one, as it's fielded quite comfortably there by Gurjeet. So yeah, party fever then at the Malta International Sports Centre, and music playing. I know that it keeps us on our toes as well. I can see that the scorers and probably the players over that side are probably enjoying a bit of the music in the background.
I know the scorers often like having music on while the game's going on, just to keep their concentration levels up, and they'll have competing music at the moment, a bit of a remix going on between their music and the party music, but it's certainly thumping through our headphones as well.
Yeah, so do you know who else is going to check here? Because we're going to be sort of spread thinly across the ground. I know Danny Hudacek will be doing the comms there. I know that we saw Samir go. Look at the umpire there. It says, where you think you're going? You go that way, you go that way. I like that. The umpire doing a little bit of directing the traffic out there. And watch this. Here comes the helmet, and he says, hang on a minute, where you going? You go over there, and you go over there. That's it, you're done. Go, come on, get on with it. No messing around from Eldos. Slower delivery, and will be casually fielded on the boundary there by Jaspal Singh.
He didn't have to do that quite as casually. I think he just didn't want to move his feet any more than strictly necessary, and managed to stick out a right hand and stop it.
Yes,
Yeah,
I don't know who else is in Czechia, because don't forget we got crew in Belgium as well as here. Oh, that's hit pretty well, but not as far. Oh yeah, it is. It's far and over the fielder. Well, he was looking pretty casual when he stopped the ball a little bit earlier, just bouncing. Now this time round, well, he's made to sweat a little, and I wonder if he was right back on the line, if he has a better chance than that. Probably not, actually. It's a good strike from the batter, Pal.
Just about had the legs on it. Jazzy, he's not the tallest. Maybe if Mahbub Ali was out there, he could have reeled it back in. As it was, though, just about had enough. Well, Samir left today, didn't he? So he's going over there. It's only a 3-day event, so I imagine Danny might be flying solo on commentary. And this is going to be a wicket, like the second or third time of asking for the wicket keeper as it's thrown into Hari Krishnan. He decides, yeah, okay, I probably should take the bails off. In the end, he obliges.
Let's see here. Make sure he doesn't make any error.
Ooh.
Well, now then.
That's not out.
Let's see when the stumps were actually knocked over, because the first time round he knocks the bails off. We'll have a look at it. So bails off, both bails. Now let's see it side on again, because if the batter was still out and he knocks the stumps right down, it's out. But let's see the first time. First time it's not. So keep it going from here. So here it's not. Now where's the batter here? Now the second time, does he knock them over?
At what point are they knocked over?
Well, that's the thing. They've got to be on. The whole stumps have got to be on the deck. So it's an interesting one. Are the stumps? I think they're saying not out, which probably is correct, because he broke the stumps. The only way he can then get the dismissal is he's got to knock the stumps down. Now, when he does try here, by the time the stumps start to go down, I think the batter's made his way in.
What constitutes the stumps being down? All three
yeah, flat down.
Flat down, yeah, then I don't think so. I think they were mid-tumble, weren't they?
Yeah, they were mid-tumble. So see, here he breaks them.
It's not until then, yeah.
Then he's got to have them down on the deck. So a mistake. And, well, how costly? Certainly worth another one at the moment.
You know, I don't think this is the right... Strangely, I don't think Sweeky United are playing the power hitters at the right time, because I think they're going to win this game. Looking at the score at the moment, but they've been pretty sloppy. That run out there epitomises it. There was that drop catch from Mahbub Ali. There's been a few wides, and you don't want to just cruise along when you've got probably tougher tasks at hand, even considering the final game against the MMA Titans, as this should be a run out.
Well, this time nobody's taking. That's when I love it when the two batters look at each other and say, "We talked about this. We talked about this. We said we would go. I said come, and then you told me no," and that's the end of him. I don't think there was ever going to be two there, though, either way. So that's the 7th one that goes down. Look, you are right. I mean, like I said, when we saw Sweehy in February, they were clinical. They made no mistakes. They were great in the field. They batted superbly. They bowled well. They bowled with fire. And they played all the way through at 100%. And I think this time around they're relying on being able to go hot and cold accordingly, but that doesn't always work. When they need to be good, they may not be good. Well, that is straight and on the money. That's the end of Pal. That shouldn't be Pal, actually. That should be the new batter, right? I've got it down as Pal, but it can't be. I think that we're just a bit behind on the graphics here. So new batter will go. That'll be the 9th wicket. So now they're down to the last batter, number 11, coming out.
Mahbub Ali, they're showing an absolute wide as a Cheshire Cat smile. I don't know if he had a little bet on with one of his teammates, but there you go. He's chuffed with that one.
Yeah, he is. Well, I suppose maybe that's to us saying, yeah, that's what we can do. We turn it on. We know that. Mahbub, that's 3 for him now, 3 for 6. And he'll be looking for a 4-fer as number 11, Jatin Kumar, is on strike. Well, there's those blue pads again. They didn't serve Mumpreet very well. Well, he does get back on ball, and he does better than Mumpreet as the throw gets fired in big time. And, well, Hari Krishna takes that one with a little bit of spice. And it comes. He's not holding it back, is he? That's Arun with the throw. Arun-san. Shorter delivery. What's the umpires calling here? They're calling it a wide over the head. Mahbub doesn't like it. The thing is, though, You know, you're bowling to the lower order batters here. Why would you want to be banging it in anyway? I think you can see it's going clearly over the helmet. The batter is right the way back, so I'm not sure why he's so disappointed about it. It's a wide ball.
The ball to Parminder Singh was the perfect delivery. Just hit those stumps. I think this one's going to be fuller.
Yep, and that's more like it. So a ball to come, 65 for 9. I suppose at one point you heard me saying that I thought they'd struggle to get to 50, so I suppose you could say they've done better than what I thought, but still it should be a very straightforward run chase for Swihi. However, they've had their problems. Their top order hasn't clicked in their first 2 matches, so we'll have to wait and see. That's hit pretty well. And they'll come back for 2. It should be easy, and it will be. That's it, done and dusted. Mahbub hardly breaks a sweat as the power hitters will be bowled out for 66.
Well, the Malta Super Kings are suddenly turning into power hitters fans because they need the power hitters to at least survive somehow into the 8th over to make sure the power hitters keep the hopes alive for the Super Kings, because 4 points here would put Sweeky second into the table for now. So we take a look at the highlights, and it started off ominously, didn't it, for the power hitters, with Happy Singh going for a royal duck, and it didn't get much better from there.
No, it didn't. And as we look at these highlights, I don't know if you just saw right at the end of the innings, I love that from Jatin Kumar. He was walking off like he just hit a century and the winning runs, holding his bat up, and I think that was just because he was not out and he scored 1. He was happy with that. And well, that one almost came out of the hands of Jasbar, but he held on to it. Wicket just kept on falling at regular intervals. That was a nice shot. That was Kambodge who came out. At least he was able to play a couple of nice shots, 2 boundaries back to back there from Bishnoi, who seemed to lose his line in his second over. And then, well, this will be up there forever. Ravi Panchal will never hear the end of this, folks. Never. And Corey and Alistair Priddle, if you're watching, I'm pretty sure that you'll have a thing to say about that as well. And, well, it wasn't just Ravi that was having issues with the catching. Even Mahbub Ali put that one down. But no mistakes this time. This was just nice and easy for Gurpreet as he takes the catch. And it was a bit of a demolition job, really, this. And the batters, Mumpreet, didn't help by smashing the ball onto his own stumps.
Yeah, and it was just a procession of wickets, as you say, Rico, but it still wasn't the best performance from Sweeky. This one, well, Mahbub Ali kept on asking and asking and asking until he got the decision in his favour. And he picked up a few wickets, the cap was dropped, and there was a few chances for run-outs. This one was the one where it looked like the stumps weren't quite splattered down before the batter got in. And you can see there, it was a tight call, but the right call, as when the bails are dislodged, then you have to get those stumps all the way on the ground. Of course, it's because they're in a base rather than having them in the floor where you can pull them out. A nice little technicality to keep us going on this Thursday afternoon, but the power hitters, well, they didn't really keep going for much longer as Mahbub Ali came in. That was a lovely Yorker to get that 9th wicket, and then the 10th wicket did fall on the very last ball. The power hitters, well, they had to go for 2 runs. They managed the 1, and that's why they finished 66 all out. But Sweeky, they'll be more than happy with that, but I think there's still room for improvement, especially with their bowling and fielding. Yeah, there is. I mean, we'll keep highlighting the fact they are definitely missing the fact that they don't have an out-and-right wicket-keeper. Though I have to say, Hari Krishna didn't do the worst of jobs. I think he was a lot tidier than Imran Amir. And I just think with the general I suppose when you look at them in the field, they don't look to be playing with the confidence that you'd expect to see from champions. They give away 11 extra, 7 wides, 4 byes there. But yeah, they're just, I mean, maybe they're smart, maybe they're just not excelling themselves too much, but they're certainly not putting in top-notch performances. With the ball, 2 wickets there from Bishnoi, but he did his work, the good work in his first over. Jasbal Singh, I think he bowled well, 1 for 5. And also Mahbub Ali, 3 wickets there for 9 runs. Well done to him. Gurjeet Singh picks up 2 for 17. So that's the way it looks, and you'd expect them to go and knock these off pretty comfortably. Yeah, absolutely. It's just a case for them if they can get the bonus point, and well, going into that final game against the Titans, the bonus point could be all important. As we were saying then, The bonus point for Sweeky would take them up to 8 points, level with the Malta Super Kings, but certainly better run rate. I suppose the Super Kings aren't out of it if the Titans then win, though they'll get the bonus point. So in fact, yes, the Malta Super Kings are out of it. We're doing the maths as we go along. But if they do pick up the bonus point here, Sweeky, then they know even a single point in that final game against the Titans will be enough to take them through to finals day tomorrow. But it does mean that final game between Sweeky and the Titans is going to be a grandstand finish one way or another. And here then at the halfway stage, Sweeky, they know exactly what they have to do. They have to get 67 runs, and they want to do it in double quick time to give themselves the best possible chance to get to finals day, which is happening already tomorrow. So got a couple of minutes time to grab yourself something to eat, get yourself through this final part of sunny Thursday here in Malta, and join me, Tina Goff and Rico Fall, for the run chase here on the European Cricket Network in just under 10 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back, cricket lovers, as we get ready for the reply from Swihi United. And I think most people, like myself and Tina, are expecting this to be a quick one. See, Jacob is in the chat. Hello to you, Jacob, and hello to Paul Campion and the Trippy clan as we get ready for this innings. And that's the equation, the bonus point equation there. 46 or less, a chance for the power hitters to get all the points. Just don't see that happening, really. It's more the case of achieve the target in 7 overs or less. Let's go back in time, 1995. One of the finest moments of Steve Waugh's career in this day in Jamaica. Waugh paid West Indies back for years of pain when an unyielding test best of 200. He had come to the crease with the match and the series in the balance. Australia was 73 for 3 in reply to West Indies 265. But with his brother Mark, he added a momentous 231 for the 4th wicket. West Indies subdued and second time round, and their famous run of 15 years without a test series defeat was over, thanks to the hands of Australia and that great day back in 1995 for Steve Waugh. That was, of course, in Jamaica. And also, how about this, 1930, Don Bradman started as he meant to go on by hammering 236 in the first test, first class innings in England in a tour match against Wiltshire. For good measure, he made 185 not out in his next innings against Leicestershire on this day back in 1930. Of course, the great Don Bradman. Right, we are ready to go. And let's see how Sweehy go about this. You'd expect them to go big straight away. Mahboob Ali faces the first. And he gets hold of this proper. And that is typical Mahboob. That's the way he plays. You never see him really, especially when he's playing there on the leg side, get a big swing in. He normally stops a shot about there. He always reminds me of Mohamed Babar when he bats like this. Very few batters play the ball and hit it so well. Sabah's a kill, actually. You know, he's in action there in Belgium. He's very similar as well. It's just all in the arms and the power of the forearms, as that is big 6 runs to start. As Gurvinder will go back to his mark, wondering what he has to do. But one thing that works pretty well with Mahboob Ali is to try and keep him out the offside. That's where they've got the field set here. You can see they've got the third backward point and point, all in a line there for a ball that Mahboob tries to hit over the top of the point area. And that's where you can get him sometimes. And a heavy ball, we've seen him a few times. A ball that's straight at him with a bit of extra bounce, that he gets caught in that mid-wicket and short cover area. But whether Govinda has the pace to trouble him in that department, we'll wait and see. It's up in the air and it's caught. There you go. They get the wicket as Lala it is 6 and out. Third is back. It is a better delivery outside the off. Lala swings hard at it, gets the thick edge. No mistake from the fielder. And the power hitters get a breakthrough early on thanks to a very good catch there taken on the boundary. Good safe hands there from the captain, Jaswinder Singh. And Mahboob Ali is 6 and out. Well, you can only try, and the best thing you can do is just keep sending batters back when they come out. And sending Mahboob Ali back early is a good sign. It's not a good sign for Sweehy because their issues in getting the top batters to perform continue to be a concern as Gurvinder gets the wicket. Olala, next batter, takes his time to get in here actually. I would like to know how long he's taken to get here. This is Mohamed Kasim. Remember, they have 60 seconds to take guard. I mean, now they might be waiting because the field is changing, but it's an interesting one. I haven't seen anything from the umpire, but he didn't hurry to get there, did Kasim. He's ready now. The field gets changed around a little bit. Square leg goes back and third stays back. It's not a good delivery. It's a good stop, actually, from Happy Singh, who has taken the gloves for this match. Just gets a hand on it to stop it. So can they get another couple? Can they get some of the dangerous batters? They've gone with Jaspal Singh once again at the top of the order. I think that's just to break up the top three, Mehboob, Kasim and Amjad. They're just trying to split them up a little bit in case they do fall into a bit of trouble. That's been hit too well, really, as it goes to Chamkor Singh. No run taken there at all. So power hitters, after being blasted for a 6 on the first ball, now they've come back well. A wicket wide, Dot, Kasim, another batter we know, if he clicks can go big, can score runs pretty quickly. He is dangerous, but is he going to get a start here? And he will, as that one is straight onto the pads, and Kasim puts that away quite beautifully. It's a lovely shot from Kasim. I've seen him play some innings here in Malta, and they've been pure joy to watch. He is a very skillful batter. He's very talented. He's got some lovely shots, particularly when he plays outside the offside. And maybe a shot like that is enough to get him going. But we've seen it before. 6 and out. Gurvinder gets a little talking to from Chamkor Singh to try and maybe pump him up to come back with a good ball here. 13 for 1. Here comes Gurvinder. Back to Kasim. And it could be the same again. It will be. Would you believe it? He's done exactly the same as what Mahbub Ali did. Hits a 6 and then gets out the very next ball. Goes for the same shot, gets the thick edge, flies down to the same man. Jaswinder, the captain on the boundary, who takes the catch. And well, the power hitters, they just won't lie down, will they? They'll keep on fighting. Gurvinder gets another one. And Mohammed Kasim will do exactly the same as what Mahbub Ali did. He hits the ball for 6. Then he gets out of his third ball, caught in exactly the same way by the same guy. That is the end. Well, not quite the end, actually, because there was a wide in there. There's still a ball to go in this. It's crazy first over, but Sweet United have lost 2, and 2 of the big guns, as the captain, Mohammed Ajmal, comes in at number 4. I tell you what, I think the Malta Super Kings at the moment will be sitting on the edges of their seats now, a lot happier than they were 5 minutes ago. Okay, Gurvinder, 2 for 13, bowling his last ball of the first over. Left-hander, Ajmal, 1 strike. And just gets tucked up a little bit there, but no run. And it is the end of the over. And the power hitters, well, right at the moment, they have picked up 2 wickets, 2 big wickets. And maybe nobody's given them much of a chance, but they're giving themselves a chance. 7 matches since the golden ball. And, well, stranger things have happened. We've had a hat-trick, we've had 5 wickets, we've had a century. Tina joins me back. Tina, we could have a golden ball. If not this match, one of the matches today.
That would make it a golden day, I think, as well. If you get all 3 on the Hall of Fame plus the golden ball, surely that's not happened before. Maybe we can create a bit of history. I'm sure Vinny might pop up in the chat to say, no, it happened on this date, and it was exactly this date, and these were the teams, but it feels like a good day.
It feels like a really good day. You're getting everything in here at the moment. So, all right, just win that. Now, this guy, he was amazing in their earlier match with the ball. Let's see if he can do it again. I think it is the captain. Yeah, Jaswinder Singh. And this is carefully played by Jaspal. Blocks it out for a single.
If power hitters are going to win this one, you imagine they have to bowl Sweeky out. They've got 2, and they've got a big 2 as well, isn't it? Jaspal Singh, though, he hadn't actually faced a ball until that one, because it all happened in that first over. The good news for Sweeky is that they have so many big hitters in their side.
That's hit well. It gets right underneath this and puts it away quite beautifully. That is 6 runs, and I'm just going to say that the possibility of all things in action for a wicket is definitely on the cards again here with the power hitters. They've got a number of things in their side, and Jaspal Singh doing the batting at the moment. We've seen it once. Could we see it again for the second time in the day? But a good strike that from Jaspal. It's a nice shot he plays outside the off. Gets right underneath it. Here comes the captain again, and it's very much the same, and he's not going to do the same as what Mahbub Ali or Mohammad Qasim have done before him. 6 and get out. He makes it 2 6s on the spin. It's another good strike. This time he goes over long on.
Yeah, 2 and 2, and certainly Sweeky, despite losing those early 2 wickets, will have the 7 over mark in mind because they want to get that bonus point, which will put them into second place. Picking up 3 here would still keep them a point behind the Super Kings.
Ay, ay, ay. Well, that's not a good delivery. Ends up being a full toss, and Jaspal goes boom, shukka lug here. And if the power hitters were thinking after that first over that maybe they've done enough to perhaps at least take a point out of the game, well, think again, because those 3 6s have once again put Sweetie United well in control, and they're almost at the halfway point already.
That's the trouble if you've only got a small total on the board. Just 3 big hits, 18 runs, and that's almost a third of the score in 3 balls. And it hasn't been terrible bowling from Jaswinder, but Jaspal, you always get given confidence when you know you're only chasing a small total to just go for it, and that's exactly what he's doing here.
Madre mía, madre mía. Eso es 6 carreras más que va, que genial, que grande Antina. We always say on the European Cricket Network how your day can change in a flash. And the man who took 5 wickets in the earlier match, I think he took something like 5 for 10. It was incredible. And 15, yeah, 5 for 15. Here he is in this over. He's gone for 24. 4 6s in a row. Will it be another? No, he just cleverly works his way to stay on strike. 25 coming off the over. And Sweetie United, just like that, they've hit themselves out of trouble. 38 for 2 at the end of 2.
The good news for Sweeky is that their batting hasn't really fired up until now in the tournament, but maybe they're hitting themselves into a little bit of form here, and it's good for them that, in a strange way, if Mahbub doesn't hit form now, maybe he's got some runs in his locker for tomorrow. And if you get Jaspal Singh hitting a few off the middle, Mohammad Qasim, he didn't really fire, but if everyone shares the runs around, then maybe come finals day, if they get there, then everyone's getting a bit of confidence, but they still need to get there. And, well, Sweeky in 4th, it doesn't quite show the whole story because they do still have 2 games left.
Yeah, they do, and you can see there that if they pick up 4 here, they'll be joint with the Malta Super Kings, but their net run rate is way better than them. And then only the Titans then can stop them. And, of course, that's the big match that will finish the day. The Titans are taking on Sweetie United. So, really, you could say that those both 2 teams will be playing for second spot. That's played out beautifully. Lovely stroke, it really is. And that's nicely played. So Jaspal, we've seen him play some lovely shots here already. Remember, he played a cracking hit over, a lofted hit over extra cover. Then he hit, of course, those boundaries over the mid-wicket area in cow corner. Now he gets a full delivery. And he's not just swinging, he just plays this, caresses it through the offside for 4 more.
Yeah, that was a lovely hit. And, well, we're still in the power play, aren't we? And that's why the power hitters aren't able to plug these gaps. They've got a man at 3rd. They've also got a man at deep mid-wicket, but no one on the offside. You imagine Jaspal Singh will be eyeing up that offside boundary. And on that occasion, it's too far down the offside for Manpreet Singh, so he'll have to bowl that one again.
Yeah, he definitely will be looking at that. As say hello to Chris Smith, who joins the action in the chat. And the chat has been great today, of course. It is May Day, a lot of people on holiday. And I know it's not quite the last match, but if you are watching and you have never been on the chat before, send us a message. Go on, do it. Go on, do it. I dare you to do it. Say hello, say who you are, tell us, oh, that's going to hurt. I felt that felt like it hit right on the tip of the finger. I thought I even heard it. I mean, he's a strong guy, Manpreet. He's saying I'm fine. Oh, but it was struck well. It was out of the meat of the bat. Look at this, and Oh, that could have been so nasty. And he's a brave man. He says, I'm fine. Don't worry about it. But that had to have hurt. Monpreet.
Looks like he's all right to carry on. Show no fear. He's showing off a lot of bling bling. Have you seen the earrings he's sporting? Jazzy, the captain.
That's down the leg side. It would have been a good one to the right-hander, but he's now bowling to Ajmal. So yeah, so come on. If you've never done it before, do it. Just say hi and where you're from. That's all. And become part of our family. And, I know that everybody on the chat will be more than happy to greet you and welcome you.
We don't bite, mostly.
No, we don't bite at all. We're good. Here comes Monpreet again, just changing the angle. Wants to come round the wicket, but still fires it down the leg side. And that's going to go all the way for, I think it's, yeah, the umpire Ranga saying it does come off the bat. I thought it was just pad, if I'm honest, but yeah, I'm pretty sure that was just off the thigh pad, but umpire Ranga sees it differently. It's going to be 4 runs, and Mohammad Ajmal certainly is not going to complain about it. He'll take the runs.
Oh, it's now less than a run a ball needed just for the bonus point as well. So it's been a bit of a procession here despite those early 2 wickets for the power hitters. In reality, 66 was never going to be enough to defend against this Sweeky batting lineup, which still hasn't fired on all cylinders, but they've had enough, more than enough, to see themselves over the line.
Yeah, a few people in the chat talking about thunderstorms. I know that I was told the other day. So Wasim Abbas is saying hello to everybody. Wasim, hello to you as well.
And where are you?
Yeah, where are you? How come you're not playing? I take it you're the Wasim Abbas that was and is part of the Sweeky United lineup. But Wasim, thank you for saying hello. Anybody else that wants to say hello? But yeah, just saying, a lot of people talking about thunderstorms. I know that a few days ago, a few people said to me, oh, we're going to have great weather in England and have 2 really good days of hot sunshine. And my instant response to that was, well, you know what comes after that? Yep, the thunderstorms, and by the sound of things, that's exactly what has happened.
England doesn't do well in warm weather,
Nah.
and by which I mean 15 degrees and above. People start having a meltdown.
That's a good shot. This is Amjad at his best. That's what he does. As they're getting ever so close now to this. There's that 6 more, and good solid strike.
Sindhu Jen in the chat from the MSK, he says, no, there is no chance for the Super Kings. I think he sees the writing on the wall that, well, the Super Kings are certainly out. MMA Titans, they'll be the ones to square up to Sweeky in that final game in a winner-takes-all clash to go through to finals day tomorrow.
Yeah, Chris, if you didn't do the usual, did you? Bank holiday, bought a load of charcoal, thought you were going to have a barbecue. Thinking about barbecues, it's the power hitters that are going to end up being barbecued here. Well, what's happened there? Somebody who's been looking after the team kit is going to get woken up here rather abruptly. Let's have a look at this. Ajmal. This is Ajmal at his best. He comes in, plays these sort of shots, and yeah, wakey, wakey, well done. He's happy with himself that he stops that ball going onto the boundary wall. So United then 3 overs complete, 65. So even those 2 wickets did fall in the first over, it's made no difference. The power hitters are going to go down by a big margin here. So United not only are going to knock the Malta Super Kings out here, they're going to do their net run rate the world of good as well.
Quick hello in the chat to Jason from South Carolina. Talking of storms, I think I have a few over here, and that will be the end of that. Does it go all the way? No, it doesn't, but it's still enough runs to see Sweeky United over the line in the very start of the 4th over, so it's a bonus point, and if there was a second bonus point up for grabs, they probably would have taken that one as well.
Yeah, it's done and dusted quite comfortably in the end, as Goodwinder just gets 1 more ball in to see if he could improve on his 2 wickets, but it's not to be. It's going to be hit for 4, and Sweeky United, though still, and that's the worrying thing here, Tina, though still probably nowhere near their best, they get a very comprehensive victory over the power hitters.
Well, that's the way champions play, isn't it? That even when they're not at their best, they can still find a way to win and win big. And well, this is what's coming up, not next year in Malta, but soon enough. in Belgium, and it's the first of a triple header over there taken to you from Phil G, and it's Antwerp against Hasselt. And well, there's not enough cricket action to go around here on the network, and I'm looking forward, after we finished here in Malta, to put my feet up and take a look at that one.
Yeah, it looks like there was a late change there for Hasselt as Zakel coming into the side. But yeah, of course, they got 3 matches there today, so probably starting slightly earlier than what they normally would. And this is what we got coming up next as Sweetie United. They are unchanged. You see there taking on the Titans, who've got a couple of changes from the last time we saw them. Surav Raj coming into the side, listed as a batter. And with the ball, you've got Yadu Krishnan coming into the side. But, well, the Titans, they know they're going to have to be at their best, because Squeaky United, they certainly, well, I wouldn't say they were at their best, especially with the 2 wickets that would fall in the first over. And both of them were batters that were hitting 6s and then getting out, as Jaswinder Singh. Well, this time round, Jaswinder showed his catching brilliance, as first he would get Mahbub Ali, and then he would get the wicket of Kasim in exactly the same way, as it was edged to him, and the catch was taken after he too hit a 6 off his first ball. Well, there was Jaswinder. The only sad thing really was that when Jaswinder came on to bowl, then maybe he used up all his energy in the celebration, because he would go for 25 in that second over, and that really would be kind of the end of any real chance that the power hitters had.
Yeah, there was a few celebrations at the start, both from the power hitters and also Sindhu Jain and his MSK side. I see him in the chat, but they will have to bow out at this occasion. But the power hitters, we really knew that even with the likes of Mahbub Ali and Mohammad Kasim back in the hut, that someone like Jaspal Singh can step up to the plate, and boy did he do that. 34 off 9. Mohammad Ajmal, the captain, chipping in with 20 off 5. So it really was a matter of time until Sweeky got over the line, and it wasn't any time at all in the end, managing it in just 19 delivers. So it was a comfortable win for them, but they've still got to make sure they get themselves over the line with that game against the MMA Titans, because really the Titans have nothing to lose. They know they've got to go and go big to have a chance of going through till tomorrow.
Yeah, they do. So the thing is, we've got a bit of a break here now. We've got another about 45 minutes, so we'll be back probably in about 40 to talk you through the start of that next match. Match number 20 is going to be the last match of the group stages. Remember, it's finals day here tomorrow. And the next match coming up is an all-important match. The MM Titans, can they cause what would be a real upset by getting a win over Sweehy United? And if they were to do it, and they could do it in style, and by that I mean winning by 4 points, they could be them that finish second and be here tomorrow, knocking out the defending champions of February, Sweehy United. So still everything to play for here. Quick look at the two lots of standings there. First with the bat, Jaspal Singh, a fine 34 of 9 deliveries, 4 6s in that innings. And then Mohammad Ajmal, that's a little bit more what we're used to from him. Normally comes in a bit lower down the order, but he always packs a punch. 2 6s, 2 4s for his 20 of just 5 deliveries. Bowlers, what can you say? I suppose, considering what they were up against, Gurvinder Singh, and 2 for 17 off the 7 balls that he bowled is pretty decent. But unfortunately, Jaswinder Singh and Manpreet Singh both went for big, expensive, magical overs. And that meant that this match was only going to go one way. And that was a win for Sweehy United. So we're going to take a break here, and we're coming up to the last match. So once again, I put a call out to you all in the last match here on this holiday May Day. Come back with us with some random questions, with some fascinating facts, maybe with a little bit of trivia, but also more importantly, we want to hear from some new members. If you are lurking in the chat, if you have been watching, then be brave. Send us a message, say hi, let us know who you are and where you're tuning in from. We're going to give you about 40 minutes to prepare and get ready, and maybe get yourself a tea, make yourself a masala tea, why not? And you've even got time to make a few pakoras or samosas, and then come back for the final innings of the day from here, of course, here in Malta. Cricket will continue overnight in Belgium, where they have 3 matches coming up from there. So join myself, Rico Full and Tina Goff when we return in just under 40 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to the Malta Sports Complex. Well, we've had an amazing week so far. Everything has flown by and somehow we're already on game 20. It's the final group stage game in Group B where everything is still to play for. It's Sweekie United, the reigning champs from that ECS just a few months ago against the MMA Titans. Before we chat a bit about the teams, let's go out to Tyrone Peters in the middle for the coin toss.
MMA to call. It is a call. Tails it is. Are you going to have a bowl first?
Thank you very much, Tyrone. So there you have it. Sweekie United have won the toss and they will have a bowl and they know exactly what they have to do. 1 point will see them into the finals day tomorrow. They haven't really fired so far. They've got 2 wins under their belts and they still haven't reached top gear. And that's probably a good sign actually for them. Mehboob Ali, he hasn't really scored runs. He has impressed with the ball. Jaspal Singh really impressed with the bat in that previous game. And if they can get all these component parts going in this game, then they'll certainly be there in the finals day tomorrow and maybe even lift the second ECS trophy in just a matter of months. As for MMA Titans, they know exactly what they have to do, and that's get a bonus point victory. They need all 4 points to go into finals day tomorrow. They need someone like Shanley Karoli to step up with the bat and ball. Ebin Bobby, he's been picking up wickets. Can he do the same? Maybe that toss is actually making things a little more difficult for the Titans because they need to go out with the bat and know that they need to fire and fire big to make sure that they keep the other side, the Sweekie United, out of contention. So it's all still to play for, and joining me for this final game, as he has been all day, is Rico Fall in the commentary box. So Rico, for the final time, take it away.
Hello, cricket lovers. I think we're back. Give us the thumbs up if you can hear us. And apologies for that. They had some issues with the box. Rico Fall here along with Tina Goff. And Tina, it's been a bit of a shambolic start here from the Titans. And one thing that we can update you on is that there was an over there from Mahbub Ali. The last over where the big band took 4 wickets, including another hat-trick. So the second hat-trick in the day. 4 wickets in the over. Tina, it looks like it's all one-way traffic at the moment.
Yeah, well, the Titans knew they had to go and go big. Not quite what they had in mind. It's always the way as well. We had some commentary gold lined up, and well, only you and I heard it, but it was great. I promise you.
Yeah, it was great. It would have been. You missed it, folks. It was the best commentary you would have heard. But anyway, we'll have to save it for another time. Nice to have you all with us, and it's good to be back. And the Titans, well, maybe we could bring them a little bit of luck as, well, it's Ashok Bishnoi trying to see if he can pick up another wicket for himself. And he can't. In fact, that's going to be 4 runs. That's a lovely shot from Karan Nessar. He brings up his first boundary. Earlier on, we saw Bibin Abraham get funky with a lovely 6 on the leg side. So the Titans, maybe they are starting to fight back here. 25 on the board. That's the power play score, but they have lost 5 wickets.
Nice hit down the ground. They'll need plenty more of those, though. And while we were just off air, I was in the chat and teasing something which I'm not sure if you've heard yet. Have you heard my sleep commentary, Rico?
I have. Yes, you shared it with us. Is that still a thing?
It's still a thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, the first instance of it, I think it must have been after Malta here. And I went home. Oh, it was after the Western Shield, actually. And then I wasn't there for the ECL, but I was, because I was commentating on the ECL during my sleep. And that's a brilliant 5 for Mahbub Ali as he comes back in. And less about sleep commentating. We can talk about live commentating. That was another brilliant delivery from Lala, and he goes double Hall of Fame, hat-trick, 5, and tell you what, 1 run so far.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to say here? I mean, first of all, that is a great delivery. If he bowls that a few more times, one thing that I've been saying recently is, and I said this last year and it never quite happened, I said it won't be long before we see 7 wickets taken by a bowler. That's 5, and he's got the whole over 5 deliveries, not just to get another one to take it to 6. I mean, we've got another 5-wicket haul, by the way. So we've had 2 hat-tricks, 2 5-wicket hauls. Mahbub Ali here has got a hat-trick and a 5-wicket haul. We could be seeing the best figures on the network. And whenever this happens, I know that Stefan Gooch, wherever he is around the world, he is tuning in.
Yeah.
This is Mahbub Ali. Oh, so close. So close.
4 wickets in the second over. So the first one that he bowled. Still managed to spoil it a little with the wide.
Oh.
He's still got 4 balls here.
That was so close to being another. He's got Aldo's Paul, who's trying to keep him out. Comes dancing down the track. That's one way to try and deal with it. Well, Mahbub, he's probably thinking, I just need to get a straight ball in here. Can he get that Yorker going again? 5 for 1 so far. 3 balls to go. Stefan Gooch is shaking at the knees because it's his record that could be on the line here. Mahbub, what a chance to do it. And it's another one that goes through the gap. Gucci is probably sweating. Yeah, of course, we will see Stefan Gooch here playing for Estonia.
Well, if Lala does get the record here, he better hide out on the island of Malta. He doesn't want Steph anyone near him. Steph will have the right to reply, though.
Yeah.
He's got the games coming up for Estonia.
2 balls left. Can he hit the pegs this time? In he comes, and it's Baton ball. He blocks him out. But on for a wicket maiden here as well. His first over only went for 2. And here we have the 5-wicket hauls. Jaswinder Singh is on there. Of course, Mahbub Ali will go on there as well. He's got 5 for 1 at the moment. But can he get a 6th wicket? Some conversation between him and the umpire now about something. Wonder what that's about. Well, Mahbub sees the funny side of it. Not really sure what that could be to do with. And that's well hit, but to the fielder, they will get the run here as it ricochets. So he's not going to do it, Stefan Gooch. Well, he'll be smiling again, thinking no sweat at all. As Mahbub Ali's a great bit of bowling, but just think he had 5 balls to try and add to his wicket tally. It's still quite exceptional bowling figures. 5 for 3. And he'll go up on a Hall of Fame with a hat-trick in there as well. But he won't get the 6th or the 7th wicket. I feel it coming, you know. Never been done on the network.
That was certainly a chance, and it wasn't for lack of trying there for Mahbub Ali. He was zoning in on those stumps well, it was actually dug out quite well in the end by Eldo's Paul, and the 2 singles at the end of that over mean it wasn't the wicket maiden he was after as well, but I'm sure he'll take 5 for 3 as the Titans in more than trouble here on after 4 overs, 27 for 6. And remember, the Titans, well, they not only have to stay in this game, they not only have to win this game, they have to win it with a bonus point to topple Sweekie United and leapfrog them into 2nd place. But it's looking increasingly unlikely as we do go to the Hall of Fame. And Stefan Gooch, I could hear the sigh of relief from here in Malta over in Estonia as he still sits pretty at the top of the pile.
Here it is, 6 for 2. Way back in 2020, Ashok Bhushanai, the name ring a bell? Yeah, he is playing. And that one well, it's going to be a run out here if it was a better throw, but it wasn't. Yeah, he had a great opportunity though there, didn't he, Mahbub? Remember, he got his 5th wicket, 5 for 2, and then he was so close on 2 occasions. He just missed the stumps of the ball going through in between the batter and just missing the stumps. A great bit of bowling from him. Gurjeet Singh now looking to see if he can pick up a wicket or 2 for himself. Sit down the ground, 1 bounce to the fielder. No mistakes there at all. That's Jaspal Singh.
Now, Gurjeet, he's picked up a few wickets already, hasn't he, this week? 2 for 17 in that game just a few moments ago. And he's seen Mahbub already rip through the top order of the Titans. And it was tough as soon as they lost the toss, actually, as Sweekie, they won it, decided to field, because really the only way the Titans were going to get that bonus point, or the easier way, is certainly if you make the others bat first, get them out quickly, and then try to get those runs in 7 overs. It's always tough, as that's going to be another wicket, a big swing from Eldo's Paul, and he takes a little walk to the leg side, realises he's gone in the wrong direction, and he starts the slow walk off as Gurjeet Singh does get into the wickets. The birds are fluttering around, and they might be fluttering to mark the end of the MMA Titans title charge, as that is the 7th wicket to fall, not even halfway through yet, and they're 29 for 7.
Yeah, hello to some people joining in. Hello to Lance, and also to Lord Grey Tiger, who's saying, is it too late to contribute to the movie conversation we were having the other day? No, it's not. I tell you why, it is the last match of the day, and we entertain any topics at all. So, Lord Grey Tiger, why don't you start us off? You put the question in there, and if it's about movies, go on, you have the first say at it, and we'll join in. As Trippy's saying, it's never too late. We welcome your conversation, and anything goes in the last match, as we say.
Well, if the Titans want to win from here, then it's a script that even Hollywood couldn't make up. Yeah, 29 for 7, 1 ball left, and it looks, if anything, that Sweekie will go home with the bonus point, as they did in that previous game. They powered past the power hitters, who they bowled out for 66. That was at least on the final ball. They've still got 5 overs to play here, do the MMA Titans, And yeah, it's random questions because it is the final day, and it's the final day of group stage action, final game as well. And I'm looking forward to finals day already. It's going to be a cracker.
It's going to be an absolute cracker. Hey, what is it about you and me when people like to cut us off when we're on here? What's that about? We had that in Blondie, we had it here. Chris Tapps, what are you doing to us? And look, no, thank you. Seriously, Chris Tapps, well done for getting that sorted out. Chris Tapps and Mark managing to get things back again. And yeah, we'd love to hear from you. It is the final match. But are you a little bit surprised in this match? I mean, Sweetie, we know what they can do with the ball. They can contain, they're demonstrating that again. Are you surprised they don't take the opportunity to bat 10 overs and get a good score on the ball? Because that's been their issue so far.
Absolutely, and they showed glimpses of it in that previous game, but because they were only chasing 66 or 67 for the win, they didn't really have to hit for very long. So I think it's a good point. They need to have a bit of time out there to get the likes of Mehboob Ali and Jaspal Singh into a bit of form. But maybe they've decided, well, the best way to go into finals day is by absolutely steamrolling past not only the power hitters, but also the MMA Titans. And the plan, you'd say, it's pretty perfectly executed so far, and in no small part down to Mehboob Ali and his pretty stunning figures of 5 for 3. Almost ruined it with a couple of singles at the end of that second over. He had 5 balls to try to get a 6-fer. That would have got him on the Hall of Fame, and then a 7-fer would have put him top of the pile, but it wasn't to be. I felt the 7
coming. I really did. I mean, this was on my thing last year. I have to admit, I was 100% sure, talking at the beginning of last year, saying, Vinny, this year we're going to see somebody take 7 wickets, and it never quite materialised. And I thought maybe there Mehboob would have had a chance. Well, I don't know about this one. I don't know if he has the ball 100% here when he knocks the stumps off, but let's have a look at it. I think the batter does well. Let's have a look here. Here's the throw. I think the bat, is it down? It looks like it's up to me, that bat. Looks like it's in the air, you know, Tina. You know, it's hard to tell sometimes with the replays. They might just be confirming this with the umpire. It's hard to tell. I just think it's just an illusion. Maybe it is down. But they'll probably go with on field.
It's also, you can't see from that angle where the ball is in relation to the stumps. He's got the glove in hand, the ball in hand there. So maybe we'll have to take another look at this. The sun is still out. It's slowly setting. It's tough to tell, isn't it? You can almost look at that little shadow underneath the toe of the bat, which is sometimes a bit of a giveaway if the batter is in or not, but I think it's inconclusive. And when it is inconclusive, despite the best efforts of 2 circles there with their brilliant camera work, it does go in favour of the batters.
Yeah, I think when you follow it through, you can see that it probably is down, because otherwise he wouldn't be sliding it in like that. So he gets the benefit of the doubt there, but that's a good comeback here from Arumi-san. This is Arumi-san. It doesn't always get a chance with the ball, but he's getting that ball to tweak around a little, that's for sure.
So Lord Grey Tigers come in with their discussion point film-based. So can you name, it's more of an open discussion, not a quiz question. Can you name a movie franchise where the remake or remakes are considered good or better than the originals?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think this sort of touches on some of the discussion that we had a few days ago. Yeah, it's because it's not often that it happens. I think a few people were saying last time that the Terminator, that's right, they were saying that they felt that Terminator, the second Terminator, was probably better than the first because of the effects, etc. So, fair play.
I've heard good things. I mean, this is less remake and more sequels, but I've heard good things about the new Top Gun. I only recently watched the original Top Gun, and let's just say it's of its time. Yeah. It's just a load of blokes going up in planes. Highway to the Danger Zone plays multiple times. I know that song is associated with Top Gun. I didn't realise they play it every 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And Tom Cruise just, he's Tom Cruise. And
so are you going to watch the second one now? Do you feel you have to watch the later movie?
I think I have to, just to see if it does hold up a bit better. It's a 21st century film rather than a 20th century one, so maybe it's a bit more present day.
That's a good take there by Krishnan, by the way. That really just popped up from Gurjeet, who is coming back to bowl his second.
In terms of remakes, I'm not too sure as this one goes out to the deep, and it should have been taken there by Aaron Ramasan, who's just had the ball in hand with the bowling, but this time he comes flying in off the boundary. He would have been better served just standing where he was, and by the time it comes in, I think it flicks his floppy on the way past. He's lucky it doesn't go all the way for 6, but the damage was still done. Instead of a wicket, it's a 4, and a valuable run added to the collection for the Titans. They move to 35, still need a few more though. So that one hits the pad high up, run through for a leg bye, and if they're on their guard here, they could go through for a second, and they do, as Ashok Bishnoi does the fielding, but he's right back here on the deep, long on boundary. And this is something we've been saying about Sweeky the whole time, is even when they've been winning games, and well, you'd say they're more than on top of this game, they haven't been 100% themselves. They haven't fielded particularly well. They haven't needed to because they've been able to get wickets as well, but it's not the kind of tidy performance we saw from Sweeky just a few months ago. Yeah,
I agree with that. They've not been at the best. I think they'll probably be the first to admit it. So a few other people thinking about this. A remake better than the original. I think the other one that's high, and I think it's going all the way. It will bowl, kinna sona. Well, Abdul Qadir Nassar liking his contribution here. He's, despite all the wickets that have tumbled around him, he's still prepared to go after the ball and play his shots, and he gets that one nicely away as well. Takes him to 20, the only real contribution we've had in this innings so far. What people were talking about the fugitive. That was the other one. A lot of people said that the fugitive with Harrison Ford was a good one.
I think all of these, they're remakes, but they're almost remakes where no one can really remember the original. So I think Ocean's 11 is possibly a remake as well, but it feels like when it's a film, back in the 50s, 60s, maybe I'm just showing my age or lack thereof as this one goes down the ground, and it should just be collected there by Ashok Bishnoi. I feel like it's more in the last 20 years or so. There hasn't been, they've tried Ghostbusters, haven't they? Yeah. I can't even remember the other ones they've tried, but there's been a lot of remakes of films that only came out a couple of years ago in comparison. As well, we'll take a look at what's happening tomorrow on finals day. And the eliminator sees Masida Warriors against, well, unless there's a Hollywood ending here for the Titans, it will be Sweeky United playing in that eliminator, and they will then play the loser of qualifier 1, which is the Southern Crusaders against the Royal Strikers, before the big final finish, which will be 5:30 local time. That's 9 p.m. over in India, so the perfect Friday evening treat coming your way.
Yeah, I remember seeing the original Blue Lagoon, and I've obviously seen the remake of that. That wasn't bad, I have to say. That is not bad either. Well, the Archers thankfully have disappeared for the day just as well, because I think this one is going in their direction, and we don't want them firing anything back this way. That is a biggie. Abdul Qadir Nassar gets another one out of the middle of his bat. That is sweet. Sweeter than a bowl of rasmalai. 6 runs.
Sweet as a nut, that one, and one of the longest hits we've actually seen in this series. It's not been too many times that the Archers have been threatened, but that one went soaring into the range. And this one, well, the treatment has been delivered again, and this time, well, it's getting closer and closer to the bullseye. Well, certainly rolling into frame there.
I like this. I mean, all of those targets are lined up. They're lined up for something. Well, the Archers have had a go. They weren't that successful. Now we're having a go. And Qadir Nassar is getting closer and closer to hitting the target. That would be fantastic if somebody hits one over there and it hits right on the target.
And he goes again. This one's high and it's straight, and it's going to have the legs on it, despite the attempts there of Ashok Bishnoi to line it up. The only one lining it up here is Abdul Qadir Nassar, who's shown flashes of this in the previous games, but he's got a bit more time now to really get into his work, especially with no one else taking on the responsibility. He certainly is. This is 39.
This is a classic captain's backfire, isn't it? I'll explain what I mean in a minute. You know what it's like when you're the captain and you're thinking, what was it, 44 for 7, and he's thinking, yeah, I'll have a bowl. I'll get a few wickets here. It ain't going to plan. He's gone 6, 6, 6. Calypso style. There it is. Mahbub Ali, he's up there. And 5 wickets to him. But we're missing one. We're missing. Oh, that's a hat-trick. Beg your pardon. I was going to say, where's Jaswinder? Jaswinder, of course, didn't get a hat-trick, but he did get 5 wickets. That's going to be 4 runs, 4 more in the over. That's a magical over then. What a fight back this is from Khadar Nisar. I'm liking it. He's unleashing. He's swinging hard. He's making contact. He's not getting the Titans to what you would call a match-winning score, but he certainly is making it look respectable.
The good news for Sweeky is that even a win is more than enough. But they'd certainly want to get double bonus points. And, well, this one's high up in the air. Mahbub's underneath it, but he can only watch it sail over his head. And this over has gone for 28 runs. And Abdul Qadir Nisar has raced on to 49. That's the end of the 8th as well. So suddenly that score, well, I wouldn't say the tables have turned, but certainly MMA have got a bit of gloss on this score now. It moves to 72 for 7 after 8.
Yeah, what a good over that is. And they like that back in the dugout as well. Did the Titans, making a lot of noise. And Abdul Qadir Nisar, 49 to 22. I do hope he gets that 50. It'll be the first on the network for him and thoroughly deserved. Just have a look at that, though. Those 4 wickets that fell in that second over. A bit of carnage, it really was. And you guys and girls missed the best commentary ever because we were down and we were out. But we came back. Can the Titans come back? That's the question. 2 more overs like that, they certainly would give themselves a respectable score. But they've got this man to deal with now. Looks like Vidhu. Is this Vidhu Krishnan? Yeah, it looks like it is. It's going to be bowling the next one. So somebody else who we haven't seen too much of, Krishnan. He does come into the side. Let's see what he has to offer.
Evan Bobby, who hasn't been able to get bat on ball yet. He doesn't get it on that occasion. Gets enough pad on it, though, and does his job perfectly, as he just needs to scamper up to the non-striker's end and hand the responsibility back to Abdul Qadir Nisar.
What a partnership. And Evan Bobby will be telling everybody, did you see that partnership? Did you see it? Did you see my contribution to it? 6 balls, no runs, but I get him back on strike. And Kedar, he wants to go for it, and he will get there. Well done, well batted. Everybody stand and applaud. It's not often that a team is in dire straits and then a batter from nowhere comes up and puts 50 on the board. Well batted, ball badaya, Abdul Qadir Nisar nu apni half century puri kalli. Felicidades.
Good to see Vidhu Krishnan there as well. The bowler, he was the one that had the runs scored against him, but he still gave Abdul Qadir Nisar a little round of applause there. Good to see as he scampers through for the single. Evan Bobby, what can he do? Well, he's taking some inspiration from Abdul. Doesn't quite get the distance on that. But Bobby's on the beat and he manages to get back to the non-striker's end as we take a look at that wagon wheel. Abdul Qadir Nisar, well, he can hit them straight as well. He's not overly interested in the offside, but if you can hit them into the archery range on the leg side, then I don't blame him.
Makes you wonder why there's a fielder who's been sat on that offside boundary all the way through to him, though, doesn't it? As he goes in that direction again, and he clears the fielder again. 6 more, and more cheers from his teammates as he fires another Maximo out of the middle of his bat. Isn't he going well? That's 56 to him now. 6 sixes and 3 fours.
Well played, Abdul, and it feels like he's not done yet. And I wouldn't say this is a match-saving innings nonetheless, because as we've been saying, they need the bonus points. So he hoiks that one away to the leg side, but even if he just gets his side up to about 100, stranger things have happened. If they can skittle Sweeky for probably about 70 or less, then they would still go through to finals day, and they've at least got some runs on the board now, which didn't seem to be the case earlier on when they were 12 for 5. Evan Bobby, he's played his part, continues to play his part as that one just squeezes away. And, well, I'm not entirely sure that was actually the right move to make, because Evan will now keep the strike. So that's the end of the 9th. MMA 83 for 7. Still a bit of film chat going on. June is maybe one that's up there. That's been remade recently and to a lot of accolades, but maybe that's also just because of the modern technology means you can make epic films pretty epic now, as opposed to the little, plasticine and stuff they were relying on in the 80s.
What about all the, because, being a dad and having a daughter, I've got all of the Disney movies, and of course, I've got all the videos of them all. But of course, most of them have now been remade, and they're not cartoons anymore. They're, how would you describe
Live
them?
action.
Live action.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you make of those? I mean, somehow Lion King's a classic. You know, what about the Lion King? Do you like it? Do you not like it?
The live action one. I mean, it's always strange when you talk about live action when it's animals because they're very much CGI'd. They don't actually train lions. I mean, Snow White recently, that was pretty much panned by the critics. And I feel like sometimes it's a classic for a reason. Just leave it be.
Yeah, leave it alone. Cinderella's another one. Just leave it alone. The old, you know, leave it be. And I know that that's going to be out. It does the right thing. But this is, I mean, you touched on it. This is something that the Titans can learn from. Didn't have to take that single at the end of the over because then they have to risk this dodgy run, which there never was going to be on. I mean, he goes straight away. I mean, he couldn't have run any quicker. Actually, fair play to the non-striker. Abdul Qadir Nisar had to try and get on strike. I mean, he went right from the word go. But wicketkeeper has his number. Good work. Harry Krishnan, I have to say, has done a good job. We said that's what he could have done with a good keeper. And I don't think he's an out-and-out keeper, but he's done a good job for his side. He's been tidy behind the stumps, and he gets involved in the run out there as well. But what a good knot that is from Nisar, 57 of 25.
Rightfully gets a round of applause from his teammates because he's rescued this innings from almost unsalvageable position, 12 for 5. And somehow when he departs, it's 83 for 8. As Yadu Krishnan comes in, and yeah, it's certainly something to learn that one that they got at the end of the 9th, at the time you're like, yeah, great, another run on the board. But actually, if you then have to sacrifice or try to get your set batter on the next delivery, and it goes wrong, as it did there, then that one single probably wasn't the good call. But I'll learn from that, as it's Aaron Ramasan who's come back on to bowl his second, and well, he's yet to give away a run actually.
I love this now with Nisar gone. Bobby now believes he's the key batter with 2 of 9. He's trying to run at the other end and take the strike away from Yadu Krishnan.
That's a lot of confidence for someone on 2 for 9. Well, he does manage to get back on strike, unless this one will go through Mahbub, which it absolutely does. And well, you saw that one coming, didn't you, Rico? He was going to the ball as this, if he had other things on his mind, maybe he's got batting on his mind. He certainly wasn't interested in going down much more than a cursory little bend from the hips.
He was never going to bend down. I thought he was going to put the foot in the way, but he starts to bend and he says, he said, after that bowling effort, I can't be bending down there. He'll give 4 away. And Bobby still ends up at the non-striker's end. And now Mahbub, can he take the catch? Yeah, he can. And that is going to be the end of Krishnan. He gets gifted a 4 from Mahbub Ali, and then Mahbub says, if you think I'm going to give you a 6 as well, forget it. Holds on to the catch. Krishnan will go, and Arun Ramisan picks up a wicket, which I feel he deserved. He's bowled well, has Arun, and when you think about it, that's 1 for 5 with the ball to go, and 4 of those should really never have happened.
Yeah, absolutely, and he gets his wicket at the end. He also was the bowler when that run out happened at the start of the over, and Mahbub, second time of asking, manages to get his hands around that one. And well, for the second time in 2 games, Sweeky have the chance to bowl their opponent out on the final ball as Ben-Hur, talking about films, Ben-Hur Joy comes in. Can he see off the final delivery of the innings?
Well, DJ's getting a bit funky as well, isn't he? The music's getting picked up. I tell you, it's all happening at the moment.
And well, they're going to get the opposition out on the final ball as they go for a suicidal run. And Ben-Hur falls on his sword as they do get bowled out on the final ball, and they pick up the single, so it will be 88 all out, so 22 more than the power hitters managed in the previous game. But Sweeky absolutely brushed the power hitters aside on that occasion, and they'll certainly be aiming to do the same here.
Yeah, they will. Well, we've got a low score one here, low score chase again, but runs are big there in Belgium. Just caught an eye on what's happening there, and Hasselt, well, they scored 171 for 6.
Wow.
But Antwerp, they're right on course, 97 for 3, just gone past the halfway stage. So we're going to watch the highlights here, and while we have a bit of a break, about just under 10 minutes, you can also catch up some of the action that's happening there in Belgium, where Phil G is talking you through the action. But take a look at this. What an over this was. It wasn't just 1. It wasn't 2, it wasn't 3, it was 4, which did include the hat-trick as well. And of course, it was all silence at the time because we were off here trying to work out the gremlins that are caused the issue. And that was it. Full straight LBW. Thank you very much. And Mahbub Ali. That was the hat-trick ball, I think. Yeah, there it was. That was wicket number 3, all in the first over. And he finished that over 4 for 2. Then he started the next over with a wicket straight away. And he had 5 balls, people, to try and pick up the best bowling figures on the network. But he wouldn't be able to do it. He would still finish on a very healthy 5 for 3. But would anybody get another chance to maybe topple the best bowling figures that we've seen on the European Cricket Network?
Certainly wasn't for a lack of trying there for Mahbub Ali. He had 5 balls and he did everything but get another wicket. And, well, the one guy who showed some resistance was Abdul Qadir Nessa. He said hello to the archers, who are luckily for them not archering at the moment, whatever it is, as he scored 57. And, well, maybe this was the run that they shouldn't have gone for. That, in fact, was the previous run-out attempt. But Abdul Qadir Nasir, he could have done a bit more damage had he been there in the final over. As it was, though, he had to try and scamper his way to the striker's end, and he was run out, but not before hitting 6 sixes and 3 fours. This was the end of the man with 333 on his back, as he had to go. And Bobby, well, he got to relative safety at the other end, but certainly pats on the back for Abdul Qadir Nasser as he puts his side at least into a position where they've got something to defend.
Yeah, Mahbub makes an error, and then he makes amends by taking the catch off the next hit. Tries to go down the ground, but Mahbub holds on to it. Yeah, and don't forget, Abdul Qadir Nasser, I mean, if I'm the captain, I'm giving him the ball to bowl the first over and say, look, you're hot, you're in the groove, just go for it, you know, see what you can give us in the first over. If you can get an over like that first one from Mahbub Ali, stranger things, as we always start to say, can happen. So 88 for 10, all out of that very last ball. But you would expect, as we said in the last match with Sweet United, remember, they needed to get to 68, and they did it in just 19 balls. I think they'd go about it in the same way. They might lose a wicket or 2 along the way, but they've got several batters that if they click, they can win this match in a blink of an eye. Do you feel that? It's the bowling figures. 5 wickets from Mahbub Ali. The second time in the day we've seen 5, but this time it included a hat-trick as well. We know that Jaswinder Singh picked up 5, and also we did see a hat-trick there from Shakir Ahmed, 3 for 4. So the bowlers have had a good day today, but don't think the batters have it as well, because Nessar did score a 50 in this match, and we did see Priyan score 100 a little bit earlier. But how's it going to finish? Well, no chance for a batter to score 100 in this one, but there's every chance that another bowler could put their name in the Hall of Fame. We'll be back in about 10 minutes time for the final innings of today. Loving your interaction. Please come back and join us, and maybe give us a few more random questions as well. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Hello and welcome back for the final time in this group stage to the picturesque Malta Sports Complex, where Sweekie United are on the hunt for the minimum of 1 point that will take them through to finals day tomorrow. It's 88 runs on the board for MMA Titans. They were all out on the final ball, but the damage was done early on thanks to the bowling of Mehboob Ali, who finished with figures of 5 for 3. He even had 5 more balls to try and etch his name at the very top of that Hall of Fame. But I'm sure he'll be happy with his return, and he's out there in the middle looking to score those 89 runs needed for victory, and I'm sure they'll want to do it with the bonus point as well. If they do it in 7 overs or less, then 4 points will be going their way. As for the MMA Titans, well, they're not completely out of it. If they, against all odds, manage to skittle Sweekie for 70% of that score, then they will in fact leapfrog the current champs into second place and go into finals day. And while a tough task has been made even tougher for MMA Titans, as Sweekie United will start the innings with 5 penalty runs, and that was because one of the batters, he came out too slowly to face up. I think it was during that time where Mehboob Ali was sending batter back ball after ball, and suddenly MMA were caught off guard. The batter didn't come in inside those 60 seconds, and that's why Sweekie will start this innings with a bonus 5 runs. It's been a good start though by that man Abdul Qadir Nissa. They've clearly been listening to Rico's team talk, because he was the man that at least put some runs on the board for the Titans. He was the only one that actually got into double figures. Not only that, he got past his half century. He finished on 57 off 25 deliveries, and Rico said put him on to bolt. He's the only one that's got the adrenaline pumping. He's on a bit of a high, and he started off brilliantly here with 2 balls. This one goes up in the air, chance for a catch. This could be a big wicket. Will it be taken? No, it won't, as it bursts through the hands there of the fielder Shanley Karoli. It was a tough chance as it skewed off the bat of Mehboob Ali, but it was in the air a long enough time that actually Shanley should have been able to settle himself underneath it. As it was, it just died on him, and Mehboob gets to the comparative safety of the non-strikers, and Abdul Qadir Nissa doesn't get that opening wicket that could have at least not quite put the cat among the pigeons, but put the cat in the same postcode. As that one again zips through to the keeper as Aaron Ramasan. He's joined Mehboob Ali out there in the middle. And well, as we said, they don't need to actually get this target in record time to Sweekie. Just a single point will do it. So in fact, the target to win the game is 89. They actually only need the 62, that bonus point margin, to get to finals day, but surely they want to set down a marker here and put the other teams in finals day on red alert. As that one's been signalled a wide. I think it's another tough call there, as Abdul Qadir Nissa will have to bowl that one again. Let's have a look. Maybe just doesn't quite catch the outside of that wide line, so I think that's a fair enough call on that occasion by the umpire. So Sweekie, they certainly have 1 foot in that final. They still do just need to get over the line. They haven't been their fluid best so far in this tournament, but if you're a side that hasn't been at its best and you still manage to skittle a team for 88 as they've done here, skittle the power hitters for 66, and also pick up a win against the Malta Super Kings yesterday, the day before yesterday, by 22 runs, certainly not a bad position to be in. Not a bad ball that was, by the way, from Abdul, who's bowled a brilliant first over here for no reward so far. Final ball of it coming up. And Aaron Ramasan decides to leave that one alone, and does just finish with 2 runs from the over. But of course, because of those penalty runs, 7 for no loss after the first over, as well, that's golden ball 76 only happened yesterday, but almost into double digits already, and well, it'd be quite a turn up for the books if this one goes to the golden ball. Otherwise, it will be 10 matches since a golden ball. Of course, we also have concurrent matches going on at the moment, with Phil G over in Belgium, taking you through the night series there. And well, there's not enough commentators to go around at the moment. Luckily, one of them, Rico Full, is sitting next to me to see us through home to the last few overs here. But it's looking like it's going to be Sweeky in the final, isn't it?
It is, but what a pity. And, well, Shenley Karoli, he's one of your favourites. Had a chance, drops the catch to remove Mahbub Ali without scoring. Now the big man's back on strike. And he just flat bats this through the covers for 4 runs. Captain Caveman style. He does look like a bit of a caveman, doesn't he, Mahbub? As he's wielding that baton as he gets it for 4. But yeah, that could have been a big one. What a great over there from Abdul Qadir Nissar. And I do like the fact the captain went with the first. He's got the adrenaline flowing. He's on a high. And Mahbub is going to get this one away as well. It's going to be 6 more runs to him, so 4 and 6. He's starting to look pretty slick here as these ones have been played away. So a really good over there from Nissar. 2 off it, but then the 5 for the penalty runs, which we did see signalled at the time. And now, well, it's good hitting from Mahbub Ali as, well, it's Ben-Hur Joy who's trying to take the fight back to Sweehy for his side. But at the moment, Mahbub, after being given a chance, making the most of it.
Well, he's the MVP, remember, from that earlier series in the year, as he smacks that one bounce 4, comes to greet us in front of the commentary cage here. Mahbub is probably the one batter for Sweeky who hasn't quite found his rhythm yet, so maybe this is the opportunity for him. He got dropped early on. He's got a chance now to see his side into finals day and maybe put himself in a position where he can go into tomorrow with a bit more confidence with his bat. He certainly's got confidence with the ball in hand after that brilliant, almost record-breaking spell earlier, picking up the hat-trick and the fifer. Not quite knocking Stefan Gooch off his perch at the top of that Hall of Fame, but certainly almost within a couple of overs secured what looks like to be a comfortable victory for Sweeky, and he's got the chance here to finish it off with the bat as he just pivots on that one, and that one is given the treatment slightly too short by Ben-Hur Joy, and someone with the power of Mahbub Ali doesn't even really need to extend his arms. He just short arm jabs that one over the rope for 6.
Yeah, this is why he's such a dangerous player in the power play. You know, you can only have 2 guys back, and where do you put them? Normally you would go with a mid-wicket and probably long on to Mahbub, but he's already shown how good he is at hitting over on the offside as well. And yeah, you can see he knew that catch was going to hurt. He gets dropped on 0 off his first ball, and now he's scored 20 of the next 7. Just plays that one away. He's quite happy to stay on strike, as that over from Ben-Hur Joy is not a good one. No joy for Ben-Hur. He'll go for 21 off the over, and the score at the end off to 28 without lost.
It's looking like Sweeky are gonna cruise to victory here. So we've got, I think, cars cruising behind us into the car wash, because it sounds like our ears are being cleaned. Well, I don't know if that's coming through on the microphone, but I'll have a shower later. I don't think I'll go through the car wash.
Working, what a movie that was, by the way, Car Wash. Talking about movies, I don't think anybody's done a remake of Car Wash, but that was a great movie and a great song as well. Working at the car wash, we love it. And Mahbub, he's loving his time out there. He gets given a chance, and it's not that often that good players get a chance. I wouldn't be sitting that way. I know you got the net there to help you, but I'd always be keeping an eye on this side of the fence, because Mahbub, well, he's looking to win it and do it in style. Sweehy United are on their way to booking their place on finals day to tomorrow, and it's Messina Warriors that are going to have to prepare for them.
Abdul Qadir Nissar has come back on for his second over. As that one gets a bit of nip off the seam. I think it was nothing more. There's a slight appeal there by the keeper, Eldo's Port. Nothing doing for the umpire.
Yeah, fair play to Nissar. No appeal from him. The wicket-keeper gets a little bit excited there, but yeah, it's hope more than anything else as Nissar gets back to his mark.
That's well bowled, and there's calls of catch it, but with the power of Mahbub Ali, he can even mistime it for 6. And the little flourish from the umpire there signals that it has gone all the way. Mahbub, well, we've been calling out for this innings from him, haven't we? He's got off to a couple of starts, but also got himself out cheaply. And if you're going to play yourself into form for finals day, then the very final game of the group stage is as good a time as any. He moves to 34 off 12, and Sweeky almost halfway there already. Less than 50 required for the victory. This time he goes down the ground, and that's almost going to end up in the car wash. It's going to clatter just into the net right beside us as Mahbub again. It's the third six of the innings, and Abdul Qadir Nissa probably wishing he said, no, I'm good with just the one over. Someone else can have a go.
It's a good hit, isn't it? And you know, when you look at him sometimes, when Mahbub hits the ball, he's got his little routine, little walk around. He's like he's holding a toothpick. That bat looks so little in his hands, but boy, does he use it to good intent with some brutal force as well.
This time he uses a bit of footwork, which we don't often see from Mahbub. He's usually just a stand and deliver kind of guy. But then, even when he dances down the pitch and doesn't get hold of it at all, still races away for 4. And Abdul Qadir Nissa, this over's already got magical 22 runs coming off it, and the damage is not done, as there's still 1 ball left of the power play.
50 already on the board. So if you thought Sweeky were going to take it easy because they just wanted the point, think again.
This one goes high in the air, and tennis players take cover as that one goes in the direction of the courts. It's an ace from Mahbub Ali, and it's an ace half century as he moves to 50 not out. Just 15 deliveries, and at the end of the power play, Sweeky moved to 56 for no loss. So just 33 runs needed now for the victory. Their place in finals day is actually already confirmed. So it's a bit academic now, but certainly for Mahbub, he wants to get a few more runs to his name to really put the shine on this performance.
Yeah, well, what a performance it is. He's on 50. Arun Ramisan hasn't got off the mark yet. He hasn't got off the mark. So it's quite incredible. Power play completed, and Arun Ramisan has faced 3 balls, is not off the mark. Of course, no other batter has been in. This is quite incredible. I think I may have seen it just once or twice before, but can you imagine if he finishes the match here and Ramisan doesn't score a run? I mean, it could happen. Get a leg by here, who knows? But yeah, the thing is, Masida Warriors will probably be looking at Karoli and saying, Karoli, what did you do? You let him get in form just in time for us. And Masida will be worried because, well, he's threatened a few times as Mahbub Ali, but now it's time for a little bit of la-la magic as he brings up his 50 and has brought it up in 15 deliveries. Right, Ramisan, he's still trying to get off the mark.
It's Eben Bobby who's bowling, and Eben Bobby was involved in that partnership in the first innings with Abdul, where he contributed very little, but Aaron Ramisan has at least contributed a single, as he does exactly what is in his job description, which is get himself off the mark. And in fact, they would have had overthrows there had they been paying attention. But Mahbub Ali's mind is on one thing, and that's blasting bombs. He hit 5 of them in that previous over, went for 28, and he's got another 5 opportunities here. He can hit 5 sixes, won't quite get his side over the line, but certainly he doesn't deal in anything but boundaries.
Right, here we go. Bobby. He's been pretty economic in his bowling spell so far. And, oh, there's a little edge on this, you know. Inside edge, it's probably going to trickle for 4. That's the way it goes, you know. Sometimes if your luck is in, remember, Mahbub was dropped on 0. And now he gets dropped there. This is a difficult one because it looked like it was going to be a wide. The wicketkeeper's probably not expecting the catch. But it goes through him, and it will go all the way for 4. Now, look. How about this one? Some of the stats that I give you on this day are nice ones. This one's a bit gory, actually. So I saved this for the last innings, and I might just get this in before the match is done, actually.
We're almost post-watershed, so I think we're okay. That's one that should be an 18-plus delivery, as Eben Bobby just serves one up. Mahbub Ali says thank you very much. 6 runs to the collection. Right. 60. Tell me your gory story.
Right, okay. 1999, the body of British mountaineer George Mulroy was discovered on Mount Everest, some 75 years after he and Andrew Irvine disappeared while attempting to become the first people to the summit peak. 75 years later, that's going to be 4 more. As he's turning on the start now, and you're right, even he's starting to show his footwork here, Mahbub Ali. Look at this. Bit of footwork, gets into position and just clubs it away for 4 more. Yeah.
Tell me more about what happened 75 years later. That was a cliffhanger.
Cliffhanger.
That was not even intentional. I just can't help myself.
And, well, he waited a long time for this. He's just going to walk a leisurely single at the other end, and he's going to allow Rami-san maybe to hit a ball or two. In 1840, the world's first postage stamp was released in England. It was created by Sir Rowland Hill and became known as the penny black.
There you go. On this day, Mahbub Ali is also putting on an absolute exhibition of hitting here.
I just love that. Rami-san plays his out in the offside and says, no, stay there. As if he really thought Mahbub Ali was going to come for the single. No way that's happening. 72 without loss. And only needing 17 runs, and Mahbub, knowing him, will be looking to do it in this over.
Just 3 hits away. Mahbub, he's already cleared the rope on multiple occasions, 7 in fact, including 5 fours. And, well, that worm's looking more like a hissing viper. Suiki United, they're really putting the stranglehold on the Titans here. And just a few hits away from romping into the final. And, well, we've been saying the whole time, Rico, that actually Suiki haven't been at their best. But if you're not at your best and you still manage to take 8 points from 8, bowl 2 sides out for 88 and 66, then that's probably quite a good sign going into finals day.
The thing is about that is actually, it just reminds me, Messina Warriors, didn't they do the same thing?
Yeah.
They all right, I know Suiki didn't lose their first 2. Messina did. But then they won the next 2. Another chance maybe, it's in the air. And it's very well taken. Good catch, well done. Well, he probably comes down and bumps his head a little bit as well, does the fielder. I hope he's all right. Comes down and gives it a bit of a clobber. I think that's Chaco, is it? Yeah, Chaco Martin. And a little bit from Chaco. But he holds on to it. That will be the end of the big man. Mahbub Ali will go for 65 of 19, but Suiki will be happy. He's finally scored some runs. Yeah, he really does bang his head hard, and that's why he's taken a bit of time to get up. Good catch held, and it's Yadu Krishnan who will pick up a wicket. Mahbub, well, they're smiling, they're happy because he scored some runs, and also, don't forget, in the same match, he did take 5 wickets, so he might be in with a shout for player of the match.
Maybe. I think his name's in the hat as a new batter comes out, and that was a brilliant catch actually from Chaco Martin. It was almost a lost cause catch in that, well, if Mahbub Ali doesn't get the runs, probably someone like Arif Mohammed, who's out there in the middle now, will. But he put his body on the line, and he might feel that one in the morning, with the force with which he smacked his head, but he held on to it. Fair play, and gets Yadu Krishnan into the wickets. Aaron Ramasan, well, he was ticking along, and he will find the boundary for the first time. The boundary hitting duties were very firmly on Mahbub Ali with those 2 at the crease, but now with Arif Mohammed out there, Aaron Ramasan says, okay, I'll hit the boundaries, and that one cut away nicely for 4 runs. So now Suiki need just the 12 for victory.
Yeah, hola to Monica Ramos, who joins in the chat at the same time as does Charles from Sky Quest. Nice to have you with us. And I'm sure everybody's looking forward to the finish here, and also turning their attentions to what should be an exciting evening of cricket there in Belgium. I know the first match has just come to an end there with Hasselt holding on to a victory. Another chance, and another one taken. Well done, well held. It's another wicket as Rami-san, after getting a boundary, fancied going over the top for 6, but he's not going to be able to do so. And Krishnan picks up another wicket. Yeah, Hasselt 171 for 6, and Antwerp, they were right up with it at the halfway point, but in the end falling 141 for 9. So a win by 30 runs there by Hasselt. And we get ready, of course, for the second of 3 matches coming to you from Belgium. And then, of course, tomorrow, not only do we have to keep an eye on Belgium, but also in Czechia with the T20 start women's event. Looking forward to the action there. Czechia taking on Cyprus. I think that'll be a very entertaining 5 matches they play there. 2 and 2 on the first 2 days and just the 1 on the final day.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's non-stop action here as, well, this game draws to a close and we turn our attention to the night series in Belgium. And we come back and do it all again tomorrow. Of course, tomorrow then just the 4 games here on finals day. Peacock Friday, of course, that's well bowled, and it's going to be a wicket actually because it's just chipped in the air by Mohamed Ajmal, who was trying to just knock it down the ground and get a single. All he manages to do though is give away his wicket, as I don't know if it was maybe a bit of a slower ball here from Krishnan. Well, take a look. Yeah, maybe just a slight roll across the seam. It's a brilliant catch actually, as he made sure to appeal as well because he wanted to be 100% certain that that wasn't a bump ball. It definitely wasn't, and Yadu Krishnan picks up his 3rd wicket, and that is another wicket to fall, the 3rd in the over in fact, as Mohamed Ajmal, he goes for a golden derrick.
Yeah, and look, we've had this updated a few times already. Could we see a 3rd hat-trick in the day? And it's very possible as Gurjeet Singh comes out. He's on a hat-trick ball.
Here we go. Can Yadu add himself to the Hall of Fame? Well, he probably can't because Gurjeet Singh has said enough of this nonsense. I want to have my dinner. And he gets 6 of the 12 runs that are needed for Sweekie United. And this does reveal a bit of the batting strength as well for Sweekie, that someone like Gurjeet can come in number 5, a bit of pressure on with the hat-trick ball, I suppose, still very much in the Sweekie court, and he just batters it over for 6 as we take a look at what is coming up over in Belgium as 12 Stars. They've got a double header, first of which is against Antwerp. Antwerp, of course, looking to get their first win on the board. Slightly longer group stage, isn't it? So it's not quite as critical here as the 4 games, but certainly you want to get your campaign off to a good start.
Yeah, you do, and after losing that one, I mean, like I said, they were in it at the halfway point. They'll be looking to go bigger and better this time round. So, yeah, remember, you can go tune right in to the action after we say our goodbyes here. And, it's been a thrilling day. Remember, we started the day saying that, well, Vinny got the golden ball yesterday, and that we needed to add a few things onto the Hall of Fame. Well, we certainly have. Gets played away. We've had a hat-trick, a 5-wicket haul, and then we've seen another hat-trick which included 5 wickets and a century. It's been a pretty decent day all round, and that really prepares us and sets the tone for finals day tomorrow, which I think is going to be a very entertaining day. High up in the air, catching chance. Nessar under it and takes a catch. He's had a good game, hasn't he? He's scored a 50. He's first on the network. Bowled a brilliant first over with some real fire, and only went for a couple and now holds onto a catch as well. So it's a good player. First time I'm really seeing him here in Malta, and expect to see a lot more of him in the time to come.
Yeah, he's a good player, and he's shown it with bat and ball and in the field with that nice grab as Gurjeet Singh goes 6 and out. Mohamed Kazim, he's the next Sweekie United taxi off the rank, and now he's got the chance to seal the deal here. Just the 5 runs needed for victory. And can he finish it even in this over as Evan Bobby, well, he picks up his wicket. And he's just marshalling the troops here, making sure everyone's just so, which feels a bit after the horse has bolted, but nevertheless, he wants to get it right. Can Kazim finish off the game here? Well, he just knocks it into the leg side, and in fact, there might be a chance of a run out here, direct hit. And he certainly would have been struggling as Arif Mohammed, he wanted to get to the action at the other end. Almost, though, joins his teammates in the dugout. That one was a bit of a yes, no, maybe.
Look at Bobby here saying, give it to me, give it to me. And he misses, and he would have been out. He's well short there. And that would have been the end of Arif. It's not the best of delivery, just gets guided away. Probably has enough to get to the boundary. That's going to be 4. So scores are now tied. Any run will do it. And you can see the pain in the faces of the Titans. They knew they needed a big day here. They were looking for 2 wins. It weren't going to happen. They'll end up with 2 defeats instead, and it will be Swihii United, who, having lost their very first match in the group stages against the Royal Strikers, looks like they're going to get the win here. And right on cue are the fireworks as well, it would seem. That gets played away, and that will be it. It's going to be a victory as Mohammed Kasim will get 4 runs there. The job is done. Swihii United will be here again tomorrow to play in finals day, and we'll be able to show you what that day is going to look like. So 4 teams out of the 10 will come back, and the team that finished second in Group A, Masita Warriors, will play Swihii United, who finished second in Group B. And the 2 top teams, the Southern Crusaders, who were unbeaten, by the way, in the group, they will take on a team that performed pretty well here as well, the Royal Strikers, with Priyan Pushpajan coming into the side, you would feel, at the right time. So we'll be able to update that. Maybe if we click our fingers it might happen, but we can tell you that it will be Swihii United taking on Masita Warriors. That's going to be the eliminator. And Southern Crusaders taking on the Royal Strikers.
The Warriors, well, they certainly won't be quaking in their boots, but they don't want to be facing Swihii United, of course, the reigning champs. They've done it before on finals day. Will they do it again? They've just hit form at the right time, and I still think, Rico, they've got a gear up to go.
Yeah.
And that's going to be worrying for the Warriors. As for the Crusaders and the Strikers, they've at least got the 2 attempts to get through to the final in the afternoon. But less of that, let's take a look at the highlights. And Mahbub Ali, he certainly etched his name into the player of the game, not only with the ball, but then 65 off 20. We thought he would actually see his side home, but he did fall, and actually there was a few wickets that fell in the end. 4 of them, it was the first one only fell at 72 runs, and then suddenly another 3 fell in quite quick succession. And Mahbub Ali, well, that's the makings of a good player, when even he doesn't find the middle of the bat, he always finds the rope, and that was one of the better shots, as that one gets crunched through the covers for 4. And well, it was his time to shine, wasn't it? It's the other batters that have really delivered for Swihii over the last few days. Gurjeet Singh has picked up runs, and Mohammad Ajmal as well. Mohammad Kasim, he came in at the end and remained not out. But I suppose for them it was just a free hit. Can they find themselves in a bit of form? Well, that found the grateful hands of Saurav Raj. That was the end of Aaron Ramasan, and this was a brilliant caught and bowled actually from Yadu Krishnan. So even though the MMA Titans will bow out at this stage, they still had a few things to celebrate.
Yeah, I'm glad about that. The Titans, they're going to be pretty disappointed that the day doesn't go the way that they would have liked it to. But you know what? Even in this one where the batting at one point could have been disastrous, it really could have. We could have been talking about a score in the 30s or 40s. But they came back well, especially thanks to that half century from their side. Then they got a few wickets there. They got the wicket of Mahbub in the end. But it just wasn't to be. If they had held that catch early on, I think they would have put a bit more pressure on Swihii United. But they've got some good batters. Remember, Jaspal Singh doesn't even come out in this one. He scored 34 not out in the win against the power hitters. Mohammad Amjad, he scored another 20 in that earlier match. Mahbub finds his form. So the only batter who hasn't really clicked form yet is probably Mohammad Kasim. But he comes out there, plays a few nice shots. So, yeah, they are a good team. We know that. I mean, tomorrow I'm expecting Wasim Abbas to come back into their side as well. That will strengthen them even further with the ball. We know Wasim Abbas, we haven't actually seen him with the bat. He can wield the bat pretty well as well and be pretty useful. But Mahbub Ali, 65 at the top of the order, 65 or 20. And the way he batted in the power play when he put 56 on the board and 50 of those were to him, you knew there was no way, really, that the Titans were going to come back. And with the Titans with the ball, that first over from Nessar, what a good over it was. It could have gone his way. They could have taken the wicket of Mahbub, and that means he would have had 1 for 1. But it wasn't to be. The second over, well, it didn't quite go to plan. It went magical as he went for 28 in the second. But they're a gutsy team. They're a team that haven't really got any big stars. If you look at some of the other teams, there's star names in there, but you got to say the Titans, maybe also the power hitters, they're not made up of stars. They're just players that come together and try to unite and put 100% out there in the middle. On this occasion, it wasn't enough. But they're a team that I feel, again, a bit like the power hitters and some of the other teams that we see in Malta, that in time they'll improve and get better all the time.
Absolutely, and I've loved the way that the Titans have gone about things. They've been up and about. They've had different players chipping in. Shanley Karoli, he's been good with the bat. Didn't do it on this occasion. Eben Bobby, he's got a great name as well, and he also chipped in with some wickets. So I'm sure they'll be back strong, and if they can just get 1 or 2 big name players in, then that could make all the difference. Someone like Mehboob Ali, who obviously features very heavy in that scorecard, and well, rightly so. I think in the end, Sweekie United, they do come good. They secure their place in the final as they beat the Titans by 6 wickets. They only needed the 1 point, they managed all 4. So I'm looking forward to what is going to happen tomorrow. I think it's going to be a big day, as we do get now the confirmation that that eliminator will take place between the Warriors and Sweekie United before the first qualifier as the 2 table toppers, Crusaders and Strikers. The winner of that will go straight into the final, and the loser will come across the Warriors or Sweekie. And I don't think the loser of qualifier 1 will not like their luck against either of those sides.
I think you never want to. I mean, you think about it, if you lose a match, then you go into the qualifier 2, which is like an eliminator, and then you're going to play a team that just won an eliminator. You know, you're going to be a bit down and flat. They're going to be on the up. It's always difficult to come back from that. So that'll be interesting. So of course, Southern Crusaders or the Royal Strikers, they'll be looking to put their place in the final straight away. I actually think we're going to see some quality cricket tomorrow. I think the Southern Crusaders, they've got some good players. And I was a bit surprised with one of their performances in that Golden Ball game when they won it. But you know, they should have done much better with the bats. I was a little bit surprised with the way they went about things with just scoring 83. They're better than that. I think somebody like their key player, Bruna, Ryan Bastian, is very powerful at the top of the order. So those 2 are going to be ones to watch out for. But they will know that doesn't matter how well they play, if they can't find a way to get past Priyan Pushpajan, then it could be the Royal Strikers that put their place in the final. So that's going to be an exciting one. And then Sweekie United, I think we keep on saying we haven't seen the best of them yet. And Masida, you could probably say the same about Masida. And both the teams have done very identical things. They won the last 2 matches and won the both by picking up 4 points. So that's going to be a good game as well tomorrow.
And it's important how much momentum comes into this. So the teams that were in Group A, they haven't played today. They'll be a bit fresher, but they haven't been out there for a good 24 hours. And I'd say the 2 teams that are unbeaten, that have got 4-0 records, I'm not sure they're necessarily going to be the favourites. So it's going to be an exciting finals day. And of course, the action doesn't stop. We've got the action over in Belgium tonight. There's 3 games actually tonight. So I think we've had 2 the last few days, and suddenly it's going to 3. That's in the thick of it at the moment. Phil G is taking you through that, and then we've got finals day tomorrow. It's an absolute treat.
It's a treat. And then of course we've got some women's cricket as well.
Yeah,
they're in Czechia, where Danny Hudacek will be talking you through the action. That doesn't happen often. That's why we're saying that this month of May, or certainly the start of May, is a little bit crazy. Well, the start of May here was pretty crazy as well. We needed to see some action. We needed to see some players stand up and show themselves, and we certainly did after the Golden Ball yesterday, which was a great team victory there for the Southern Crusaders. Well, we saw 2 hat-tricks today, we saw 2 5-wicket hauls, and we also saw a century. You couldn't ask for more than that, and I know a lot of people on holiday. Well, what a good way to spend your holiday and watch some entertaining cricket. Then very quickly, I just want to say a big thank you to everybody involved here around the ground. Thank you to the Maltese Federation. Thank you to the umpires, and also, of course, to our very own ECN crew. And also to 2 Circles, bringing you all the action, even though we did have a few issues, but they managed to sort it out. And, of course, to all of you, wherever you are around the world. You certainly have been absolutely brilliant today. I think let's give the chat a good round of applause. I want to give the chat some love, because it is Global Love Day today. We love you all very much. You've been absolutely brilliant. And, of course, to John Heasham, who is here as well. John, what a supporter he is of the European Cricket Network as well. We really do appreciate your support. Well, I know that the DJ's been playing some sounds here, but the music I hear in my headset is better than what he's got. It's a little bit of back and forth here, Tina.
It's back and forth, and I think we're going to move our bodies either to the dance floor or back to the hotel. We're going to be fresh for tomorrow morning. It's finals day. It's Peacock Friday. So we're going to be out. Don't forget. I won't forget. You won't forget. And you better not forget either. So join us early in the morning on the European Cricket Network for Peacock Finals Day. I'm looking forward to it. I hope you are too. I know you are. Have a good evening. Enjoy Belgium, and see you in the morning.
Adios, mi familia.
my body back and forth. Move 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 my my body.